Relax and listen to the voice. Hans, my hedgehog. There was once a countryman who had money and land in plenty, but however rich he was, his happiness was still lacking in one respect. He had no children. Often, when he went into the town with the other peasants, they mocked him and asked why he had no children. At last, he became angry, and when he got home, he said, "I will have a child, even if it be a hedgehog." And then his wife had a child that was a hedgehog in the upper part of his body and a boy in the lower. And when she saw the child, she was terrified and said, "See, you have brought ill luck on us." Then said the man, "What can be done now? The boy must be christened, and we shall not be able to get a godfather for him." The woman said, "And we cannot call him anything else but Hans the Hedgehog." When he was christened, the parson said, "He cannot go into any ordinary bed because of his spikes." So a little straw was put behind the stove, and Hans the Hedgehog was laid on it. His mother could not suckle him, for he would have pricked her with his quills. So he had to lay there behind the stove for 8 years, and his father was tired of him and thought, "If he would but die." He did not die, however, but remained lying there. Now it happened that there was a fair in the town, and the peasant was about to go to it, and he asked his wife what he should bring back with him for her. "A little meat and a couple of white rolls which are wanted for the house," said she. Then he asked the servant, and she wanted a pair of slippers and some stockings with clogs. At last he said also, "And what will you have, Hans, my hedgehog?" "Dear father, do go to the forge and get the cockshod, and then I will ride away and never come back again." At this, the father was delighted to think that he was going to get rid of him, and he had the cockshod for him, and when it was done, Hans the Hedgehog got on it and rode away, but took swine and asses with him, which he intended to keep in the forest. When they got there, he made the cock fly on to a high tree with him, and there he sat for many a long year, and watched his asses and swine until the herd was quite large, and his father knew nothing about him. And while he was sitting in the tree, he played his bagpipes and made music, which was very beautiful. Once a king came traveling by who had lost his way and heard the music. He was astonished at it, and he sent his servant forth to look all around and see from whence this music came. He spied about, but he saw nothing but a little animal sitting up aloft on the tree, which looked like a cock with a hedgehog on it, and which made this music. Then the king told the servant he was to ask why he sat there, and if he knew the road which led to his kingdom. So Hans the Hedgehog descended from the tree, and said he would show the way if the king would write a bond and promise him whatever he first met in the royal courtyard as soon as he arrived at home. Then the king thought, "I can easily do that. Hans the Hedgehog understands nothing, and I can write what I like." So the king took pen and ink and wrote something, and when he had done it, Hans the Hedgehog showed him the way, and he got safely home. But his daughter, when she saw him coming from afar, was so overjoyed that she ran to meet him and kissed him. Then he remembered Hans the Hedgehog, and told her what had happened, and that he had been forced to promise whatsoever first met him when he got home to a very strange animal, which sat on a cock as if it were a horse, and made beautiful music. But instead of writing that he should have what he wanted, he had written that he should not have it. Thereupon the princess was glad, and said he had done well, for she never would have gone away with a hedgehog. Hans the Hedgehog, however, looked after his asses and pigs, and was always merry, and sat on the tree and played his bagpipes. Now it came to pass that another king came journeying by with his attendants and runner, and he also had lost his way, and did not know how to get home again because the forest was so large. He likewise heard the beautiful music from a distance, and he asked his runner what that could be, and told him to go and see. Then the runner went under the tree, and saw the cock sitting at the top of it, and Hans the Hedgehog on the cock. The runner asked him what he was doing up there. "I am keeping my asses and my pigs, but what is your desire?" The messenger said that they had lost their way, and could not get back into their own kingdom, and asked if he would not show them the way. Then Hans the Hedgehog descended the tree with the cock, and told the aged king that he would show him the way, if he would give him for his own whatsoever first met him in front of his royal palace. The king said, "Yes," and he wrote a promise to Hans the Hedgehog that he should have this. That done, Hans rode on before him on the cock and pointed out the way, and the king reached his kingdom again in safety. When he got to the courtyard, there were great rejoicings. Now he had an only daughter who was very beautiful. She ran to meet him, threw her arms around his neck, and was delighted to have her old father back again. She asked him where in the world he had been so long, so he told her how he had lost his way and had very nearly not come back at all, but that as he was traveling through a great forest, a creature, half hedgehog, half man, who was sitting astride a cock in a high tree and making music, had shown him the way and helped him to get out, but that in return he had promised him whatsoever first met him in the royal courtyard, and how that was she herself, which made him unhappy now. But on this, she promised that for the love of her father, she would willingly go with this Hans if he came. Hans the Hedgehog, however, took care of his pigs, and the pigs became more pigs until there were so many in number that the whole forest was filled with them. Then Hans the Hedgehog resolved not to live in the forest any longer, and sent word to his father to have every sty in the village emptied, for he was coming with such a great herd that all might kill who wished to do so. When his father heard that, he was troubled, for he thought Hans the Hedgehog had died long ago. Hans the Hedgehog, however, seated himself on the cock and drove the pigs before him into the village and ordered the slaughter to begin. Ha! Then there was a butchery and a chopping that might have been heard 2 miles off. After this, Hans the Hedgehog said, "Father, let me have the cock shot once more at the forge, and then I will ride away and never come back as long as I live." Then the father had a cock shot once more, and was pleased that Hans the Hedgehog would never return again. Hans the Hedgehog rode away to the first kingdom. There the king had commanded that whosoever came mounted on a cock and had bagpipes with him should be shot at, cut down, or stabbed by everyone, so that he might not enter the palace. When therefore Hans the Hedgehog came riding thither, they all pressed forward against him with their pikes, but he spurred the cock, and it flew up over the gate in front of the king's window and lighted there, and Hans cried that the king must give him what he had promised, or he would take both his life and his daughter's. Then the king began to speak to his daughter, and to beg her to go away with Hans in order to save her own life and her father's. So she dressed herself in white, and her father gave her a carriage with 6 horses, and magnificent attendants together with gold and possessions. She seated herself in the carriage, and placed Hans the Hedgehog beside her with the cock and the bagpipes, and they took leave and drove away, and the king thought he should never see her again. But he was deceived in his expectation, for when they were a short distance from town, Hans the Hedgehog took her pretty clothes off, and pierced her with his hedgehog spikes until she bled all over. "That is the reward of your falseness," said he. "Go your way, I will not have you." And on that he chased her home again, and she was disgraced for the rest of her life. Hans the Hedgehog, however, rode on further on the cock with his bagpipes to the dominions of the second king, to whom he had shown the way. But this one had arranged that if anyone resembling Hans the Hedgehog should come, they were to present arms, give him safe conduct, cry long life to him, and lead him to the royal palace. But when the king's daughter saw him, she was terrified, for he really looked so strange. Then she remembered that she could not change her mind, for she had given her promise to her father. So Hans the Hedgehog was welcomed by her, and married to her, and had to go with her to the royal table, and she seated herself by his side, and they ate and drank. When the evening came, and they wanted to go to sleep, she was afraid of his quills, but he told her she was not to fear, for no harm would befall her. And he told the old king that he was to appoint 4 men to watch by the door of the chamber, and light a great fire, and when he entered the room, and was about to get into bed, he would creep out of his hedgehog skin, and leave it lying there by the bedside, and that the men were to run nimbly to it, throw it into the fire, and stay by it until it was consumed. When the clock struck 11, he went into the chamber, stripped off the hedgehog skin, and left it lying by the bed. Then came the men and fetched it swiftly, and threw it into the fire, and when the fire had consumed it, he was saved, and he lay there in bed in human form, but he was coal-black as if he had been burnt. The king sent for his physician, who washed him with precious salves and anointed him, and he became white, and he was a handsome young man. When the king's daughter saw that, she was glad, and the next morning they arose joyfully, ate and drank, and then the marriage was properly solemnized. and Hans the Hedgehog received the kingdom from the aged king. When several years had passed, he went with his wife to his father and said that he was his son. The father, however, declared he had no son. He had never had but one, and he had been born like a hedgehog with spikes, and had gone forth into the world. Then Hans made himself known, and the old father rejoiced and went with him to his kingdom. My tale is done, and away it has run, to little Augusta's house. The Shroud. There was once a mother who had a little boy of 7 years old, who was so handsome and lovable that no one could look at him without liking him, and she, herself, worshipped him above everything in the world. Now it so happened that he suddenly became ill, and God took him to himself. For this the mother could not be comforted, and wept both day and night. But soon afterwards, when the child had been buried, it appeared by night in the places where it had sat and played during its life, and if the mother wept, it wept also, and when morning came, it disappeared. But as the mother would not stop crying, it came one night in the little white shroud in which it had been laid in its coffin, and with its wreath of flowers round its head, and it stood on the bed at her feet and said, "Oh, mother, do stop crying, or I shall never fall asleep in my coffin, for my shroud will not dry because of all your tears which fall upon it." The mother was afraid when she heard that, and wept no more. The next night the child came again, and he held a little light in his hand, and said, "Look, mother, my shroud is nearly dry, and I can get rest in my grave." Then the mother gave her sorrow into God's keeping, and bore it quietly and patiently, and the child came no more, but slept in its little bed beneath the earth. The Skillful Huntsman. There was once a young fellow who had learnt the trade of locksmith, and told his father he would now go out into the world and seek his fortune. "Very well," said the father, "I am quite content with that," and he gave him some money for his journey. So he traveled about and looked for work. After a time he resolved to not follow the trade of locksmith any more, for he no longer liked it, but he took a fancy for hunting. Then there met him in his rambles a huntsman dressed in green, who asked whence he came and whither he was going. The youth said he was a locksmith's apprentice, but that the trade no longer pleased him, and he had a liking for huntsmanship. Would he teach it to him? "Oh yes," said the huntsman, "if you will go with me." Then the young fellow went with him, apprenticed himself to him for some years, and learnt the art of hunting. After this he wished to try his luck elsewhere, and the huntsman gave him nothing in the way of payment but an air gun, which had this property, that it hit its mark without fail whenever he shot it. Then he set out and found himself in a very large forest, which he could not get to the end of in one day. When evening came, he seated himself in a high tree in order to escape from the wild beasts. Towards midnight, it seemed to him as if a tiny little light glimmered in the distance. Then he looked down through the branches towards it, and kept well in his mind where it was. But in the first place, he took off his hat and threw it down in the direction of the light, so that he might go down to the hat as a mark when he had descended. He got down and went to his hat, put it on again, and went straight forwards. The further he went, the larger the light grew, and when he got close to it, he saw that it was an enormous fire, and that 3 giants were sitting by it, who had an ox on the spit, and they were roasting it. Presently one of them said, "I must just taste if the meat will soon be fit to eat." And he pulled a piece off, and he was about to put it in his mouth when the huntsman shot it out of his hand. "Well, really," said the giant, "if the wind has not blown the bit out of my hand." And he helped himself to another. But when he was just about to bite into it, the huntsman again shot it away from him. On this, the giant gave the one who was sitting next to him a box on the ear and cried angrily, "Why are you snatching my piece away from me?" "I haven't snatched it away," said the other. "A sharpshooter must have shot it away from you." The giant took another piece, but again could not keep it in his hand, for the huntsman shot it out. Then the giant said, "That must be a good shot to shoot the bit out of one's very mouth. Such a one will be useful to us." And he cried aloud, "Come here, you sharpshooter. Seat yourself at the fire beside of us and eat your fill. We will not hurt you, but if you will not come, and we have to bring you by force, then you are a lost man." On this the huntsman went up to them and told them he was a skilled huntsman, and that whatever he aimed at with his gun, he was certain to hit. Then they said if he would go with them, he should be well treated, and they told him that outside the forest there was a great lake behind which stood a tower, and in the tower was imprisoned a lovely princess, whom they wished to carry off. "Yes," said he, "I will soon get her for you." Then they added, "But there is still something else. There is a tiny little dog which begins to bark directly at anyone who goes near, and as soon as it barks everyone in the royal palace wakens up, and for this reason we cannot get there. Can you undertake to shoot this dog dead?" "Yes," said he, "that will be quite fun for me." After this he got into a boat and rowed over the lake, and as soon as he landed a little dog came running out, and it was about to bark, but the huntsman took his air gun and shot it dead. When the giants saw that, they rejoiced, thought that they had already had the king's daughter safe, but the huntsman wished first to see how matters stood, and told them that they must stay outside until he called them. Then he went into the castle, and all was perfectly quiet within, and everyone was asleep. When he opened the door of the first room, a sword was hanging on the wall, which was made of pure silver, and there was a golden star on it, the name of the king, and on the table near it laid a sealed letter, which he broke open. And inside of that letter it was written that whosoever had the sword could kill everything which opposed him. So he took the sword from the wall, hung it at his side, and went onwards. Then he entered a room where the king's daughter was lying sleeping, and she was so beautiful that he stood still, and holding his breath, he looked at her. He thought to himself, "How can I give an innocent maiden into the power of the wild giants who have evil in their minds?" He looked about further, and under the bed stood a pair of slippers. On the right one was her father's name with a star, and on the left her own name with a star. She wore also a large scarf of silk embroidered with gold, and on the right side was her father's name, and on the left her own, all in golden letters. Then the huntsman took a pair of scissors and cut the right corner off, and put it in his knapsack, and then he also took the right slipper with the king's name, and thrust that in. Now, the maiden still lay sleeping, and she was quite sewn into her nightdress, and he cut a morsel from this also, and he thrust it with the rest, but he did all without touching her. Then he went forth and left her lying asleep undisturbed, and when he came to the gate again, the giants were still standing outside, waiting for him, and expecting that he was bringing the princess. He cried to them that they were to come in, for the maiden was already in their power. He could not open the gate to them, but that there was a hole through which they must creep. Then the first approached, and the huntsman wound the giant's hair around his hand, pulled the head in, and cut it off at one stroke with his sword, and then he drew the rest of him in. He called to the second, and cut his head off likewise, and then he killed the third also, and he was well pleased that he had freed the beautiful maiden from her enemies, and he cut out their tongues and put them in his knapsack. Then thought he, "I will go home to my father, and let him see what I have already done, and afterwards I will travel about the world. The luck which God is pleased to grant me will easily find me." But when the king in the castle awoke, he saw the three giants lying there dead. So he went into the sleeping room of his daughter, awoke her, and asked who could have killed the giants. Then said she, "Dear father, I know not. I have been asleep." But when she arose and would have put on her slippers, the right one was gone, and when she looked at her scarf, it was cut, and the right corner was missing. And when she looked at her nightdress, a piece of it was cut out. The king summoned his whole court together, soldiers, and everyone else who was there, and asked who had set his daughter at liberty and killed these giants. Now it happened that he had had a captain, who was one-eyed and a hideous man. Then the old king said that as he had accomplished this, he should marry his daughter. But the maiden said, "Rather than marry him, dear father, I will go away into the world as far as my legs can carry me." But the king said that if she would not marry him, she should take off her royal garments and wear peasant's clothing and go forth, and that she should go to a potter and begin a trade in earthen vessels. So she put off her royal apparel and went to a potter and borrowed crockery enough for her stall, and she promised him also that if she had sold it by the evening, she would pay for it. Then the king said she was to seat herself in a corner with it and sell it, and he arranged with some peasants to drive over it with their carts, so that everything should be broken into 1,000 pieces. When therefore the king's daughter had placed her stall in the street, by came the carts and broke all she had into tiny fragments. She began to weep and said, "Alas, how shall I ever pay for the pots now?" The king, however, had wished by this to force her to marry the captain, but instead of that, she again went to the potter and asked him if he would lend to her once more. He said no, she must first pay for what she already had. Then she went to her father and cried and lamented and said she would go forth into the world. Then said he, "I will have a little hut built for you in the forest outside, and in it you shall stay all your life long and cook for everyone, but you shall take no money for it." When the hut was ready, a sign was hung on the door whereon was written, "Today given, tomorrow sold." There she remained for a long time, and it was rumored about the world that a maiden was there who cooked without asking for payment, and that this was set forth on a sign outside of her door. The huntsman heard likewise and thought to himself, "That would suit you. You are poor, you have no money." So he took his air gun and his knapsack, wherein all the things which he had formerly carried away with him from the castle, as tokens of his truthfulness, were still lying, and he went into the forest, and he found the hut with the sign, "Today given, tomorrow sold." He had put on the sword with which he had cut off the heads of the 3 giants, and thus entered the hut, and ordered something to eat to be given to him. He was charmed with the beautiful maiden, who was indeed as lovely as any picture. She asked him whence he had came and whither he was going, and he said, "I am roaming about the world." Then she asked him where he had gotten the sword, for that truly her father's name was on it. He asked her if she were the king's daughter. "Yes," she answered. "With this sword," said he, "I did cut off the heads of 3 giants." And he took their tongues out of his knapsack in proof. Then he also showed her the slipper, and the corner of the scarf, and the piece of the nightdress. Hereupon she was overjoyed, and said that he was the one who had delivered her. On this they went together to the old king, and fetched him to the hut, and she led him into her room, and told him that the huntsman was the man who had really set her free from the giants. And when the aged king saw all of the proofs of this, he could no longer doubt, and said that he was very glad he knew how everything had happened, and that the huntsman should have her to wife, on which the maiden was glad at heart. Then she dressed the huntsman as if he were a foreign lord, and the king ordered a feast to be prepared. When they went to the table, the captain sat on the left side of the king's daughter, but the huntsman was on the right, and the captain thought he was a foreign lord who had come to a visit. When they had eaten and drunk, the old king said to the captain that he would set before him something which he must guess. Supposing someone said that he had killed the 3 giants and were asked where the giants' tongues were, and he were forced to go and look, and there were none in their heads, how could that have happened? The captain said, "Then they cannot have had any." "Not so," said the king. "Every animal has a tongue." And then he likewise asked what punishment should be meted out to anyone who had made such an answer. The captain replied, "He ought to be torn into pieces." Then the king said he had pronounced his own sentence, and the captain was put in prison and then torn into 4 pieces, but the king's daughter was married to the huntsman. After this he brought his father and mother, and they lived with their son in happiness, and after the death of the old king, they received the kingdom. The 2 kings' children. There was once upon a time a king who had a little boy in whose stars it had been foretold that he should likely be killed by a stag when he was 16 years of age. And when he had reached that age, the huntsman once went hunting with him. In the forest, the king's son was separated from the others, and all at once he saw a great stag which he wanted to shoot, but he could not hit. At length he chased the stag so far that they were quite out of the forest, and then suddenly a great tall man was standing there instead of the stag, and it said, "It is well that I have you. I have already ruined 6 pairs of glass skates with running after you, and I have not been able to reach you." Then he took the king's son with him and dragged him through a great lake to a great palace, and he had to sit down to a table with him and eat something. When they had eaten something together, the king said, "I have 3 daughters. You must keep watch over the eldest for one night, from 9 in the evening till 6 in the morning, and every time the clock strikes, I will come myself and call, and if you then give me no answer, tomorrow morning you shall be put to death. But if you give me an answer, you shall have her to wife." When the young folks went to the bedroom, there stood a stone image of St. Christopher, and the king's daughter said to it, "My father will come at 9 o'clock, and every hour till it strikes 3 when he calls. Give him an answer instead of the king's son." Then the stone image of St. Christopher nodded its head quite quickly, and then more and more slowly, till at last it stood again still. The next morning the king said to him, "You have done the business well, but I cannot give my daughter away. You must now watch a night by my second daughter, and then I will consider with myself whether you can have my eldest daughter to wife. But I shall come every hour myself, and when I call you, answer me, and if I call and you do not reply, your blood shall flow." Then they both went into the sleeping room, and there stood a still larger stone image of St. Christopher, and the king's daughter said to it, "If my father calls, answer him." Then the great stone image of St. Christopher again nodded its head quite quickly, and then more and more slowly, until at last it stood still again. And the king's son lay down on the threshold, put his hand under his head, and slept. The next morning the king said to him, "You have done the business really well, but I cannot give my daughter away. You must now watch a night by the youngest princess, and then I will consider with myself whether you can have my second daughter to wife. But, once again, I shall come every hour myself, and when I call you answer me, and if I call you and you answer not, your blood shall flow from me." Then they once more went to the sleeping room together, and there was a much greater and much taller image of St. Christopher than the 2 first had been. The king's daughter said to it, "When my father calls, answer." Then the great tall stone image of St. Christopher nodded quite half an hour with its head, till at length the head stood still again, and the king's son laid himself down on the threshold of the door and slept. The next morning the king said, "You have indeed watched well, but I cannot give you my daughter now. I have a great forest. If you cut it down for me between 6 o'clock this morning and 6 at night, I will think about it." Then he gave him a glass axe, a glass wedge, and a glass mallet. When he got into the wood, he began at once to cut, but the axe broke in 2. Then he took the wedge and struck it once with the mallet, and it became as short and small as sand. Then he was much troubled and believed he would have to die, and he sat down and wept. Now when it was noon, the king said, "One of you girls must take him something to eat." "No," said the 2 eldest, "we will not take it to him. The one by whom he last watched can take him something." And then the youngest was forced to go and take him something to eat. When she got into the forest, she asked him how he was getting on. "Oh," said he, "I'm getting on very badly." Then she said he was to come and just eat a little. "Nay," said he, "I cannot do that. I have to die anyway, so I will eat no more." Then she spoke so kindly to him and begged him just to try, that he came and ate something. When he had eaten something, she said, "I will pick your lice a while, and then you'll feel happier." So she loused him, and he became weary and fell asleep. And then she took her handkerchief and made a knot in it, and struck it 3 times on the earth, and said, "Earth-workers, come forth." In a moment, numbers of little earthmen came forth, and asked what the king's daughter commanded. Then said she, "In 3 hours' time the great forest must be cut down, and all the wood laid in heaps." So the little earthmen went about and got together the whole of their kindred to help them with their work. They began at once, and when the 3 hours were over, all was done. And then they came back to the king's daughter and told her so. Then she took her white handkerchief again and said, "Earth-workers, go home." And at this they all disappeared. When the king's son awoke, he was delighted, and she said, "Come home when it has struck 6 o'clock." He did as she told him, and then the king asked, "Have you made away with the forest?" "Yes," said the king's son. When they were sitting at a table, the king said,
"I cannot yet give you my daughter to wife. You must still do something more for her sake."
So he asked what it was to be.
"I have a great fish pond," said the king. "You must go to it tomorrow morning and clear it of all the mud until it is as bright as a mirror, and then fill it with every kind of fish."
The next morning the king gave him a glass shovel and said,
"The fish pond must be done by 6 o'clock.
So he went away. When he came to the fish pond, he stuck his shovel in the mud, and it broke in two. Then he stuck his hoe in the mud, and it broke also. Then he was much troubled. At noon the youngest daughter brought him something to eat, and asked him how he was getting on. The king's son said everything was going very ill with him, and he would certainly have to lose his head. "My tools have broken to pieces again."
"Oh,"
said she.
"you must just come and eat something, and then you will be in another frame of mind."
"No," said he, "I cannot eat. I'm far too unhappy for that." Then she gave him many good words, until at last he came and ate something. Then she loused him again. He fell asleep, so once more she took her handkerchief, tied a knot in it, and struck the ground thrice with the knot, and said,
"Earth workers, come forth."
In a moment, a great many little earthmen came and asked what she had desired, and she told him that in 3 hours' time they must have the fish pond entirely cleaned out, and it must be so clear that people could see themselves reflected in it, and that every kind of fish must be in it. The little earthmen went away and summoned all their kindred to help them, and in 2 hours it was done. Then they returned to her and said,
"We have done as you have commanded."
The king's daughter took the handkerchief and once more struck thrice on the ground with it, and said,
"Earth workers, go home again."
Then they all went away. When the king's son awoke, the fish pond was done. Then the king's daughter went away also, and told him that when it was 6 he was to come to the house. When he arrived at the house, the king asked,
"Have you got the fish pond done?"
"Yes," said the king's son. That was all very good. When they were again sitting at the table, the king said,
"You have certainly done the fish pond, but I cannot give my daughter to you yet. You must just do one thing more."
"Well, what is that then?" asked the king's son. The king said he had a great mountain on which there was nothing but briars, which all must be cut down, and at the top of it the youth must build a great castle, which must be as strong as could be conceived, and all the furniture and fittings belonging to a castle must be inside of it. And when he arose the next morning, the king gave him a glass axe and a glass gimlet, and he was to have all done by 6 o'clock. As he was cutting down the briar patch with the axe, it broke off short, and so small that the pieces flew all around about, and he could not use the gimlet either. Then he was quite miserable, and he waited for his dearest to see if she would not come to help him in his need. When it was midday, she came and brought him something to eat. He went to meet her and told her all, and he ate something, and he let her louse him, and he fell asleep. Then she once more took the knot and struck the earth with it, and said,
"Earth workers, come forth."
Then came once again numbers of earthmen, and asked what her desire was. Then said she,
"In the space of 3 hours you must cut down the whole of the briars, and a castle must be built on the top of the mountain that must be as strong as anyone could conceive, and all the furniture that pertains to a castle must also be inside of it."
They went away and summoned their kindred to help them, and when the time was come, all was ready. Then they came to the king's daughter and told her so, and the king's daughter took her handkerchief and struck thrice on the earth with it, and said,
"Earth workers, go home."
On which they all disappeared. When therefore the king's son awoke and saw everything done, he was as happy as a bird in the air. When it had struck 6, they went home together. Then said the king,
"Is the castle ready?"
"Yes," said the king's son. When they sat down to table, the king said,
"I cannot give away my youngest daughter until the 2 eldest are married."
And then the king's son and the king's daughter were quite troubled, and the king's son had no idea what to do. But he went by night to the king's daughter and ran away with her. When they had got a little distance away, the king's daughter peeped around and saw her father behind her.
"Oh,"
said she,
"what are we to do? My father is behind us and will take us back with him." I will at once change you into a briar, and myself into a rose, and I will shelter myself in the midst of the bush."
When the father reached the place, there stood a briar with one rose on it, and he was about to gather the rose, when the thorn pricked his finger, so that he was forced to go home again. His wife asked why he had not brought their daughter back with him, so he said he had nearly got up to her, but that all at once he had lost sight of her, and a briar with one rose was growing on the spot. Then said the queen,
"If you had but gathered the rose, the briar would have been forced to come too."
So he went back again to fetch the rose, but in the meantime the two were already far over the plain, and the king ran after them. Then the daughter once more looked around and saw her father coming, and said,
"Oh, what shall we do now? I will instantly change you into a church and myself into a priest, and I will stand up in the pulpit and preach."
When the king got to the palace, there stood the church, and in the pulpit was a priest preaching. So he listened to the sermon, and then went home again. Then the queen asked why he had not brought their daughter with him, and he said,
"Nay, I ran a long time after her, and just as I thought I should soon overtake her, a church was standing there, and a priest was in the pulpit preaching."
"You should have just brought the priest,"
said the wife.
"and then the church would have soon come too. It is no use to send you. I must go there myself."
When she had walked for some time and could see the two in the distance, the king's daughter peeped round and saw her mother coming, and said,
"Now we are undone, for my mother is coming herself. I will immediately change you into a fish pond and turn myself into a fish."
When the mother came to the place, there was a large fish pond, and in the midst of it a fish was leaping about and peeping out of the water, and it was quite merry. She wanted to catch the fish, but she could not. Then she was very angry and drank up the whole pond in order to catch the fish, but it made her so ill that she was forced to vomit, and she vomited the whole pond out again. Then she cried,
"I see very well that nothing can be done now,"
and she asked them to come back to her. Then the king's daughter went back again, and the queen gave her daughter 3 walnuts and said,
"With these you can help yourself when you're in your greatest need."
So the young folks once more went away together, and when they had walked quite 10 miles, they arrived at a castle from whence the king's son came, and near it was a village. When they reached it, the king's son said, "Stay here, my dearest. I will just go to the castle, and then I will come with a carriage and with attendants to fetch you." When he got back to the castle, they all rejoiced greatly at having the king's son back again, and he told them he had a bride who was now in the village, and they must go with the carriage to fetch her. Then they harnessed the horses at once, and many attendants seated themselves outside of the carriage. When the king's son was about to get in, his mother gave him a kiss, and he forgot everything which had happened, and also what he was about to do. At this, his mother ordered the horses to be taken out of the carriage again, and everyone went back into the house. But the maiden sat in the village and watched, and thought he would come and fetch her, but no one came. Then the king's daughter took service in the mill which belonged to the castle, and was obliged to sit by the pond every afternoon and clean the tubs. And the queen came one day on foot from the castle, and went walking by the pond, and saw the well-grown maiden sitting there, and said,
"What a fine strong girl that is! She pleases me well."
Then she and all with her looked at the maid, but no one knew her. So a long time passed by, during which the maiden served the miller honorably and faithfully. In the meantime the queen had sought a wife for her son, who came from a quite distant part of the world. When the bride came, they were at once to be married, and many people hurried together, all of whom wanted to see everything. And then the girl said to the miller that he might be so good as to give her leave to go also. So the miller said, "Yeah, do go there." And when she was about to go, she opened one of the 3 walnuts, and a beautiful dress lay inside of it. She put it on, and she went into the church and stood by the altar. Suddenly came the bride and bridegroom, and seated themselves before the altar. And when the priest was just going to bless them, the bride peeped half around and saw the maiden standing there. Then she stood up again. She said she would not be given away until she had also had such a beautiful dress as that lady there. So they went back to the house again, and sent to ask the lady if she would sell that dress. No, indeed she would not sell it, but the bride might perhaps earn it. Then the bride asked her how she was to do this. The maiden said that if she might sleep one night outside the king's son's door, the bride might have what she wanted. So the bride said,
"Yes, I am willing to do that."
but the servants were ordered to give the king's son a sleeping draught. And then the maiden laid herself down on the threshold, and lamented all night long. She had had the forest cut down for him. She had had the fish pond cleaned for him. She had had the castle built for him. She had changed him into a briar, and then into a church, and at last into a fish pond, and yet he had forgotten her so quickly. The king's son did not hear one word of it, but the servants had been awakened, and they had listened to all of it, and had not known what it could mean. The next morning, when they were all up, the bride put on the dress, and went away to the church with the bridegroom. In the meantime, the maiden opened the second walnut, and a still more beautiful dress was inside of it. She put it on, and went and stood by the altar in the church, and everything happened as it had happened the time before. And the maiden again lay all night on the threshold which led her to the chamber of the king's son, and the servant was once more to give him a sleeping draught. The servant, however, went to him and gave him something to keep him awake, and then the king's son went to bed, and the miller's maiden bemoaned herself as before on the threshold of the door, and told of all that she had done. All this the king's son heard, and was sore troubled, and what was past had come back to him. Then he wanted to go to her, but his mother had locked the door. The next morning, however, he went at once to his beloved, and told her everything which had happened to him, and he prayed her not to be angry with him for having forgotten her. Then the king's daughter opened the third walnut, and within it was still a more magnificent dress, which she put on, and went with her bridegroom to church. And numbers of children came who gave them flowers and offered them gay ribbons to bind about their feet, and they were blessed by the priest, and had a merry wedding. But the false mother and the bride had to depart, and the mouth of the person who last told all of this is still quite warm. The Cunning Little Tailor. There was once upon a time a princess who was extremely proud. If a wooer came, she gave him some riddle to guess, and if he could not guess it, he was sent contemptuously away. She let it be made known also that whoever solved her riddle should marry her, let him be who he might. At length, 3 tailors fell in with each other. The 2 eldest of whom thought they had done so many dexterous jobs and worked successfully that they could not fail to succeed in this also. The third was a little useless harum-scarum who did not even know his trade, but thought he must have some luck in this venture, for where else was it to come from? The 2 others said to him, "Just stay at home. You cannot do much with your little understanding." The little tailor, however, did not let himself be discouraged, and he said that he had set his mind to work on this for once, and he would manage well enough, and he went forth as if the whole world were his. They all 3 announced themselves to the princess, and said that she was to propound her riddle to them, and that the right persons were now come, who had understanding so fine that they could have threaded in a needle. Then said the princess,
"I have 2 kinds of hair on my head. Of what color is it?"
"Well, if that be all," said the first, "it must be black and white, like the cloth which is called pepper and salt."
The princess said,
"Wrongly guessed. Let the second answer."
Then said the second,
"Well, if it not be black and white, then it is brown and red, like my father's Sunday coat."
"Wrongly guessed,"
said the princess. "Let the third give the answer, for I see very well he knows it for certain."
Then the little tailor stepped boldly forth and said,
"The princess has a silver and golden hair on her head, and those are the 2 different colors."
When the princess heard that, she turned pale and nearly fell down with terror, for the little tailor had guessed her riddle, and she had firmly believed that no man on earth could discover it. When her courage returned, she said,
"You have not won me yet by that. There is still something else which you must do. Below, in the stable, is a bear with which you shall pass the night, and when I get up in the morning, if you are still alive, you shall marry me."
She expected, however, she would thus get rid of the tailor, for the bear had never yet left anyone alive who had fallen into its clutches. The little tailor did not let himself be frightened away, but was quite delighted and said,
"Boldly ventured is half won."
So when the evening came, our little tailor was taken down to the bear. The bear was about to set on the little fellow at once and gave him a hearty welcome with his paws.
"Softly, softly," said the little tailor. "I will soon make you quiet."
Then quite composedly, and as if he had no anxiety in the world, he took some nuts out of his pocket, cracked them, and ate the kernels. When the bear saw that, he was seized with the desire to have some nuts too. The tailor felt in his pockets and reached him a handful. They were, however, not nuts, but pebbles. The bear put them in his mouth, but could not get nothing out of them, let him bite as he would.
Thought he, "what a stupid blockhead am I! I cannot even crack a nut."
And then he said to the tailor,
"Here, crack me the nuts."
"There, see what a stupid fellow you are," said the little tailor, "to have such a great mouth and not be able to crack a small little nut." Then he took the pebble and nimbly put a nut in his mouth in the place of it, and crack, it was in two.
"I must try the thing again," said the bear. "When I watch you, I then think I ought to be able to do it too."
So the tailor once more gave him a pebble, and the bear tried and tried to bite into it with all the strength of his body, but even you must not believe that he had managed it. When that was over, the tailor took out a violin from beneath his coat and played something to himself. When the bear heard the music, he could not help but beginning to dance, and when he had danced a while, the thing pleased him so well that he had said to the little tailor,
"Listen, is it difficult to fiddle?"
"Well, easy enough for a child. Look, with the left hand I lay my fingers on it, and with the right I stroke it with the bow, and then it goes merrily, up-sa sa vivalera."
"So," said the bear, "fiddling is a thing I should like to learn too, that I might dance whenever I felt like it. What do you think of that? Will you give me lessons?"
"With all my heart," said the tailor, "if you have a talent for it. But just let me see your claws. They are terribly long. I must cut your nails a little." Then a vice was brought, and the bear put his claws in it, and the little tailor screwed it tight and said, "Now wait until I come with the scissors." And he let the bear growl as he liked, and lay down in the corner of a bundle of straw, and fell asleep. When the princess heard the bear growling so fiercely during the night, she believed nothing else but that he was growling for joy, and that he had made an end of the tailor. In the morning she arose careless and happy, but when she peeped into the stable, the tailor stood gaily before her, and he was as healthy as a fish in water. Now she could not say another word against the wedding, because she had given a promise before everyone, and the king ordered a carriage to be brought in which she was to drive to the church with the tailor, and there she was to be married. When they had climbed into the carriage, the two other tailors, who had false hearts and envied him in his good fortune, went into the stable and unscrewed the bear again. The bear, in a great fury, ran after the carriage. The princess heard the snorting and growling. She was terrified, and she cried,
"Ah, the bear is behind us and wants to get you."
The tailor was quick and stood on his head, stuck his legs out of the window and cried,
"Do you see the vice? If you do not, be off, or you shall be put into it again."
When the bear saw that, he turned around and ran away. The tailor drove quietly to the church, and the princess was married to him at once, and he lived with her as happy as a woodlark. Whosoever does not believe this must pay me a tailor. The bright sun brings it to light. A tailor's apprentice was traveling about the world in search of work, and at one time he could find none, and his poverty was so great that he had not a farthing to live on. Presently he met a man on the road, and as he thought he would have a great deal of money about him, the tailor thrust God out of his heart, fell on the man, and said,
"Give me your money, or I will strike you dead."
Then said the man,
"Grant me my life. I have no money but 8 farthings.
But the tailor said,
"Money you have, and it shall be produced."
And he used violence to beat on him until he was near death. And when the man was dying, the last words he said were,
"The bright sun will bring it to light."
And thereupon he died. The tailor's apprentice felt in his pockets and sought for money, but he found nothing but 8 farthings, just as the man had said. Then he took him up and carried him behind a clump of trees and went onwards to seek work. After he had traveled about a long while, he found work in a town with a master who had a pretty daughter, and with whom he fell in love, and he married her, and lived in good and happy wedlock. After a long time, when he and his wife had had 2 children, the wife's father and mother died, and the young people kept house alone. One morning, when the husband was sitting on the table before the window, his wife brought him his coffee, and when he had poured it out into the saucer, and was just going to drink, the sun shone on it, and the reflection glimmered hither and thither on the wall above, and made circles on it. Then the tailor looked up and said, "Yes, it would like very much to bring it to light, and cannot." The woman said,
"Oh, dear husband, and what is that then? What do you mean by that?"
He answered, "Well, I must not tell you." But she said,
"If you love me, you must tell me."
And she used her most affectionate words, and said that no one should ever know it, and left him no rest. Then he told her how years ago, when he was traveling about seeking work, and quite worn out and penniless, he had killed a man, and that in the last agonies of death, the man had spoken the word, "The bright sun will bring it to light." And now, the sun had just wanted to bring it to light, and had gleamed and made circles on the wall, but had not been able to do it. After this, he again charged her particularly never to tell this, or he would lose his life, and she did promise. However, when he had sat down to work again, she went to her great friend and confided the story to her, and asked her never to repeat it to any human being. But before 3 days were over, the whole town knew it, and the tailor was brought to trial and condemned. And thus, after all, the bright sun did bring it to light. The Blue Light. There was once on a time a soldier who for many years had served the king faithfully, but when the war came to an end could serve no longer because of the many wounds which he had received. The king said to him, "You may return to your home. I need you no longer, and you will not receive any more money, for he only receives wages who renders me their services." Then the soldier did not know how to earn a living, and went away greatly troubled, and walked the whole day, until in the evening he entered a forest. When the darkness came on, he saw a light, which he went up to, and came to a house wherein lived a witch. "Do give me 1 night's lodging, and a little to eat and drink," said he to her, "or I shall starve."
"Oh," she answered, "who gives anything to a runaway soldier? Yet will I be compassionate and take you in, if you will do what I wish."
"Well, what do you wish?" said the soldier.
"That you should dig all around my garden for me tomorrow."
The soldier consented, and next day labored with all of his strength, but could not finish it by the evening.
"I see well enough," said the witch, "that you can do no more today, but I will keep you yet another night, in payment for which you must tomorrow chop me a load of wood, and chop it small."
The soldier spent the whole day in doing it, and in the evening the witch proposed that he should stay 1 more night.
"Tomorrow you shall only do me a very trifling piece of work. Behind my house there is an old dry well, into which my light has fallen. It burns blue, and it never goes out, and you shall bring it up again."
The next day the old woman took him to the well, and let him down in a basket. He found the blue light, and made her a signal to draw him up again. She did draw him up, but when he came near the edge, she stretched down her hand and wanted to take the blue light away from him. "No," said he, perceiving her evil intention, "I will not give you the light until I am standing with both feet upon the ground." The witch fell into a passion. She let him fall again into the well, and she walked away. The poor soldier fell without injury onto the moist ground, and the blue light went on burning, but of what use was that to him? He saw very well that he could not escape death. He sat for a while, very sorrowfully, then suddenly he felt in his pocket and found his tobacco pipe, which was still half full. This shall be my last pleasure, thought he. He pulled it out, lit it at the blue light, and began to smoke. When the smoke had circled about the cavern, suddenly a little black dwarf stood before him and said,
Lord, what are your commands?
What my commands are? Replied the soldier, quite astonished.
I must do everything you bid me,
said the little man. Good, said the soldier. Then in the first place, help me out of this well. The little man took him by the hand and led him through an underground passage, but he did not forget to take the blue light with him. On the way, the dwarf showed him the treasures which the witch had collected and hidden there, and the soldier took as much gold as he could carry. When he was above, he said to the little man, Now, go and bind the old witch and carry her before the judge. In a short time, she came by like the wind, riding on a wild tomcat and screaming frightfully. Nor was it long before the little man reappeared.
It is all done, said he, and the witch is already hanging on the gallows. What further commands has my lord?
Inquired the dwarf. At this moment, none, answered the soldier. You can return home. Only be at hand immediately if I summon you.
Nothing more is needed than that you should light your pipe at the blue light, and I will appear before you at once.
Thereupon he vanished from his sight. The soldier returned to the town from which he had come. He went to the best inn, ordered himself handsome clothes, and then bade the landlord furnish him a room as handsome as possible. When it was ready and the soldier had taken possession of it, he summoned the little black mannikin and said, I have served the king faithfully, but he has dismissed me and left me to hunger, and now I want to take my revenge.
What am I to do? Asked the little man.
Late at night when the king's daughter is in bed, bring her here and sleep. She shall do servant's work for me. The mannikin said,
That is an easy thing for me to do, but a very dangerous thing for you, for if it is discovered, you will fare ill.
When 12 o'clock had struck, the door sprang open, and the mannikin carried in the princess. Aha! Are you there? Cried the soldier. Get to your work at once. Fetch the broom and sweep the chamber. When she had done this, he ordered her to come to his chair, and then he stretched out his feet and said, Pull off my boots. And then he threw them in her face, and he made her pick them up again and clean and brighten them. She, however, did everything he bade her without opposition, silently and with half-shut eyes. When the first cock crowed, the mannikin carried her back to the royal palace and laid her in her bed. The next morning, when the princess arose, she went to her father and told him that she had a very strange dream.
I was carried through the streets with the rapidity of lightning, said she, and taken into a soldier's room, and I had to wait upon him like I was a servant. I had to sweep his room, I had to clean his boots, and do all kinds of menial work. It was only a dream, and yet I am just as tired as if I had really done everything.
The dream may have been true, said the king. I will give you a piece of advice. Fill your pocket full of peas and make a small hole in the pocket, and then, if you are carried away again, they will fall out and leave a track in the streets. But unseen by the king, the mannikin was standing beside him when he said that, and he heard it all. At night, when the sleeping princess was again carried through the streets, some peas certainly did fall out of her pocket, but they made no track, for the crafty mannikin had just before scattered peas in every street there was, and again the princess was compelled to do servant's work until the cock crow. The next morning the king sent his people out to seek the track, but it was all in vain, for in every street poor children were sitting, picking up peas and saying,
It must have rained peas last night.
We must think of something else, said the king. Keep your shoes on when you go to bed, and before you come back from the place where you are taken, hide one of them there. I will soon contrive to find it. The black mannikin heard the plot, and at night, when the soldier again ordered him to bring the princess, he revealed it to him, and told him that he knew of no expedient to counteract this stratagem, and that if the shoes were found in the soldier's house, it would go badly for him. Do what I bid you, replied the soldier, and again, this third night the princess was obliged to work like a servant, but before she went away, she hid her shoe under the bed. Next morning the king had the entire town searched for his daughter's shoe, It was found at the soldier's, and the soldier himself, who at the entreaty of the dwarf had gone outside of the gate, was soon brought back and thrown into prison. In his flight he had forgotten the most valuable things he had, the blue light and the gold, and he had only 1 ducat in his pocket. And now, loaded with chains, he was standing at the window of his dungeon, when he chanced to see one of his comrades passing by. The soldier tapped at the pane of glass, and when this man came up, he said to him, "Be so kind as to fetch me that small bundle I have lying in the inn, and I will give you a ducat for doing it." His comrade ran thither and brought him what he wanted. As soon as the soldier was alone again, he lighted his pipe and summoned the black mannikin.
"Have no fear," said the latter to his master. "Go wheresoever they take you, and let them do what they will. Only take the blue light with you."
The next day the soldier was tried, and though he had done nothing wicked, the judge condemned him to death. When he was led forth to die, he begged the last favor of the king. "What is it?" asked the king. "I wish to smoke my pipe one more time on the way." "You may smoke 3, answered the king, "but do not imagine that I will spare your life." Then the soldier pulled out his pipe and lighted it at the blue light, and as soon as a few wreaths of smoke had ascended, the mannikin was there with a small cudgel in his hand and said,
"What does my lord command?"
"Strike down to earth that false judge there, and his constable, and spare not the king who has treated me so ill." Then the mannikin fell on them like lightning, darting this way and that, and whosoever was so much as touched by his cudgel fell to earth, and did not venture to stir again. The king was terrified. He threw himself on the soldier's mercy, and merely to be allowed to live at all, gave the soldier his kingdom for his own, and gave the soldier his daughter to wife. The Willful Child. Once upon a time, there was a child who was willful, and would not do what her mother wished. For this reason, God had no pleasure in her, and let her become ill, and no doctor could do her any good, and in a short time she lay on her deathbed. When she had been lowered into her grave, and the earth was spread over her, all at once her arm came out again, stretched upwards. And when they had put it in and spread fresh earth over it, it was all to no purpose, for the arm always came out again. Then the mother herself was obliged to go to the grave and strike the arm with a rod, and when she had done that, it was drawn in, and then at last the child had rest beneath the ground. The Old Woman in the Wood. A poor servant girl was once traveling with the family with which she was in service through a great forest, and when they were in the midst of it, robbers came out of the thicket and murdered all they found. All perished together except for the girl, who had jumped out of the carriage in a fright and hidden herself behind a tree. When the robbers had gone away with their booty, she came out and beheld the great disaster. Then she began to weep bitterly and said, "What can a poor girl like me do now? I do not know how to get out of the forest. No human being lives in it, so I must certainly starve." She walked about and looked for a road, but could find none. When it was evening, she seated herself under a tree, gave herself into God's keeping, and resolved to sit waiting there and not go away, let happen what might. When she had sat there for a while, a white dove came flying to her with a little golden key in its beak, and put the little key into her hand and said,
"Do you see that great tree? Therein is a little lock. Open it with the tiny key, and you will find food enough, and suffer no more hunger."
Then she went to the tree and opened it, and found milk in a little dish, and white bread to break into it, so that she could eat her fill. When she was satisfied, she said,
"It is now time when the hens at home go to roost. I am so tired I could go to bed too."
Then the dove flew over to her again and brought her another golden key in its bill and said,
"Open that tree there, and you will find the bed."
So she opened it, She found a beautiful white bed, and she prayed God to protect her during the night, and lay down and slept. In the morning the dove came for a third time, and again brought a little key and said,
"Open that tree there, and you will find clothes."
And when she opened it, she found garments beset with gold and with jewels, more splendid than those of any king's daughter. So she lived there for some time, and the dove came every day and provided her with all she needed, and it was a quiet, good life. Then one day the dove came and said,
"Will you do something for my sake?" "With all my heart,"
said the girl. Then said the little dove,
"I will guide you to a small house. Enter it, and inside it, an old woman will be sitting by the fire and will say, 'Good day.' But on your life, give her no answer. Let her do what she will, but pass by her on the right side. Further on, there is a door which open, and you will enter into a room where a quantity of rings of all kinds are lying, amongst which are some magnificent ones with shining stones. Leave them, however, where they are, and seek out a plain one, which must likewise be amongst them, and bring it here to me as quickly as you can."
The girl went to the little house and came to the door. There sat an old woman who stared when she saw her and said,
"Good day, my child."
And the girl gave her no answer and opened the door.
"Whither away?"
cried the old woman, and seized her by the gown, and wanted to hold her fast, saying,
"That is my house. No one can go in there if I choose not to allow it."
But the girl was silent. She got away from her and went straight into the room. Now there lay on the table an enormous quantity of rings, which gleamed and glittered before her eyes. She turned them over and looked for the plain one, but could not find it. While she was seeking, she saw the old woman and how she was stealing away, and wanting to go off with a bird cage which she had in her hand. So she went after her and took the cage out of her hand, and when she raised it up and looked into it, a bird was inside, which had a plain ring upon its bill. Then she took the ring and ran quite joyously home with it, and thought that the little white dove would come and get the ring, but it did not. Then she leaned against a tree, determined to wait for the dove. As she thus stood, it seemed just as if the tree was soft and pliant and was letting its branches down, and suddenly the branches twined around her and were two arms, and when she looked around, the tree was a handsome man who embraced and kissed her heartily and said, "You have delivered me from the power of the old woman, who is a wicked witch. She had changed me into a tree, and every day for 2 hours I was a white dove, and so long as she possessed the ring, I could not regain my human form." Then his servants and his horses, who had likewise been changed into trees, were freed from the enchanter also, and stood beside him. And thus he led them forth to his kingdom, for he was a king's son, and they were married, and they lived happily. The King's Son Who Feared Nothing. There was once a king's son who was no longer content to stay at home in his father's house, and as he had no fear of anything, he thought, "I will go forth into the wide world. There the time will not seem long to me, and I shall see the wonders enough." So he took leave of his parents, and he went forth, and on from morning till night, and whichever way his path led, it was just the same to him. It came to pass that he arrived at the house of a giant, and as he was so tired, he sat down by the door and rested. And as he let his eyes roam here and there, he saw the giant's playthings lying in the yard. These were a couple of enormous balls, and 9 pins as tall as a man. After a while, he had a fancy to set the 9 pins up, and then rolled the balls at them, and he screamed and cried out when the 9 pins fell, and he had a merry time of it. The giant heard the noise, stretched his head out of the window, and saw a man who was not taller than other men, and yet he played with his 9 pins. "Little worm," cried he, "why are you playing with my balls? Who gave you the strength to do it?" The king's son looked up and saw the giant and said, "Oh, you blockhead, you think indeed that you only have strong arms. I can do everything I want to do." The giant came down and watched the bowling with great admiration and said, "Child of man, if you are one of that kind, go and bring me an apple of the tree of life." "What do you want with it?" said the king's son. I do not want the apple for myself, answered the giant, but I have a betrothed bride who wishes for it. I have traveled far about the world and cannot find the tree. Well, I soon will find it, said the king's son, and I do not know what is to prevent me from getting the apple down. The giant said, You really believe it to be so easy? The garden in which the tree stands is surrounded by an iron railing, and in front of the railing lie wild beasts, each close to the other, and they keep watch and let no man go in. They will be sure to let me in, said the king's son. Yes, but even if you do get into the garden and see the apple hanging to the tree, it is still not yours. A ring hangs in front of it, through which anyone who wants to reach the apple and break it off must put his hand, and no one has yet had the luck to do it. Well, that luck surely will be mine, said the king's son. And then he took leave of the giant and went forth over the mountain and valley, and through the plains and forests, until at length he came to the wondrous garden. The beasts lay around it, but they had put their heads down and were asleep. Moreover, they did not wake when he went up to them, so he stepped over them, climbed the fence, and got safely into the garden. There, in the middle of it, stood the tree of life, and the red apples were shining upon the branches. He climbed up the trunk to the top, and as he was about to reach out for an apple, he saw a ring hanging before it, but he thrust his hand through that without any difficulty, and he picked the apple off of the tree. The ring closed tightly on his arm, and all at once he felt a prodigious strength flowing through his veins. When he had come down again from the tree with the apple, he would not climb over the fence, but grasped the great gate, and had no need to shake it more than once before it sprang open with a loud crash. Then he went out, and the lion, which had been lying in front of the gate, was awake and sprang after him, not in a rage and fierceness, but following him humbly as his master. The king's son took the giant the apple he had promised him, and he said, You see, I have brought it without difficulty. The giant was glad that his desire had been so soon satisfied, hastened to his bride, and gave her the apple for which she had wished. She was a beautiful and wise maiden, and as she did not see the ring on his arm, she said, I shall never believe that you have brought the apple until I see the ring on your arm. The giant said, I have nothing to do but go home and fetch it, and thought it would be easy to take away by force from the weak man what he would not give of his own free will. He therefore demanded the ring from him, but the king's son refused it. Where the apple is, the ring must be also, said the giant. If you will not give it of your own accord, you must fight me for it. They wrestled with each other for a long time, but the giant could not harm the king's son, who was strengthened by the magical power of the ring. Then the giant thought of a ruse and said, I have got warm with fighting, and so have you. We will bathe in the river and cool ourselves before we begin again. The king's son, who knew nothing of falsehood, went with him to the water, and pulled off with his clothes the ring also from his arm, and sprang into the river. The giant instantly snatched the ring and ran away with it, but the lion, which had observed the theft, pursued the giant, tore the ring out of his hand, and brought it back to its master. Then the giant placed himself behind an oak tree, and while the king's son was busy putting his clothes on again, he surprised him and put out both of his eyes. And now the unhappy king's son stood there and was blind and knew not how to help himself. Then the giant came back to him, took him by the hand as if he were someone who wanted to guide him, and led him to the top of a high rock. There he left him standing and thought, Just 2 steps more, and he will fall down and kill himself, and then I can take the ring from him. But the faithful lion had not deserted its master. It held him fast by the clothes and drew him gradually back from the ledge again. When the giant came and wanted to rob the dead man, he saw that his cunning had been in vain. Is there no way, then, of destroying a weak child of man like that? He said angrily to himself, and he seized the king's son and led him back again to the precipice by another way. But the lion, which saw his evil design, helped its master out of danger here also. When they had come close to the edge, the giant let the blind man's hand drop, and was going to leave him behind alone, but the lion pushed the giant so that he was thrown down and fell, dashed to pieces on the ground. The faithful animal again drew its master back from the precipice, and guided him to a tree by which flowed a clear brook. The king's son sat down there, but the lion lay down and sprinkled the water in his face with its paws. Scarcely had a couple of drops wetted the sockets of his eyes than he was once more able to see something, and noticed a little bird flying quite close by, which hid itself against the trunk of a tree. So it went down to the water and bathed itself therein, and then it soared upwards and swept between the trees without touching them, as if it had recovered its sight. Then the king's son had recognized a sign from God and stooped down to the water and washed and bathed his face in it. And when he arose, he had his eyes once more, brighter and clearer than they had ever been. The king's son thanked God for his great mercy and traveled with his lion onwards through the world. And it came to pass that he arrived before a castle which was enchanted. In the gateway stood a maiden of beautiful form and fine in face, but she was quite black. She spoke to him and said,
"Ah, if you could but deliver me from the evil spell which is thrown over me."
"What shall I do?" said the king's son. The maiden answered,
"You must pass 3 nights in the great hall of this enchanted castle, but you must let no fear enter your heart. When they are doing their worst to torment you, if you bear it without letting a sound escape you, I shall be free. Your life they dare not take."
Then said the king's son, "I have no fear. With God's help I will try it." So he went gaily into the castle, and when it grew dark, he seated himself in the large hall and waited. Everything was quiet, however, until midnight, when all at once a great tumult began, and out of every hole and corner came little devils. They behaved as if they did not see him, seated themselves in the middle of the room, lighted a fire, and began to gamble. When one of them lost, he said,
"It's not right. Someone is here who does not belong to us. It is his fault that I am losing." "Wait, you fellow behind the stove. I am coming," said another.
The screaming became still louder, so that no one could have heard it without terror. The king's son stayed sitting quite calmly and was not afraid, but at last the devils jumped up from the ground and fell on him, and there were so many of them that he could not defend himself from them. They dragged him about on the floor, pinched him, pricked him, beat him, and tormented him, but no sound escaped from him. Towards morning they disappeared, and he was so exhausted that he could scarcely move his limbs, but when day dawned the black maiden came to him. She bore in her hand a little bottle wherein was a water of life, wherewith she washed him, and at once he felt all pain depart and new strength flow through his veins. She said,
"You have held out successfully for 1 night, but 2 more lie before you."
Then she went away again, and as she was going, he observed that her feet had become white. The next night the devils came and began their gambling anew. They fell on the king's son and beat him much more severely than the night before, until his body was covered with wounds. But as he bore all quietly, they were forced to leave him, and when dawn appeared, the maiden came and healed him with the water of life. And when she went away, he saw with joy that she had already become white to the tips of her fingers. And now he had only 1 more night to go through, but it was the worst. The devils came again.
"Are you still there?" cried they. "You shall be tormented till your breath stops."
They pricked him and beat him and threw him here and there, and pulled him by his arms and legs as if they wanted to tear him to pieces, but he bore everything and never uttered a cry. At last the devils vanished, but he lay fainting there and did not stir, nor could he raise his eyes to look at the maiden who came in and sprinkled and bathed him in the water of life. But suddenly he was freed from all pain and felt fresh and healthy as if he had awakened from sleep. And when he opened his eyes, he saw the maiden standing by him, snow white and fair as day.
"Rise," said she, "and swing your sword 3 times over the stairs, and then all will be delivered."
And when he had done that, the whole castle was released from enchantment, and the maiden was a rich king's daughter. And the servants came and said that the table was set in a great hall, and dinner served up. Then they sat down and ate and drank together, and in the evening their wedding was solemnized with great rejoicings. The Carpenter and the Turner. A carpenter and a turner wanted to see who could make the best piece of work. The carpenter made a dish that could swim by itself, while the turner made wings that he could use to fly. Everyone said that the carpenter's masterpiece was better, so the turner took his wings, put them on, and flew out of the country. He flew the entire day until he came to another country, where a prince saw him flying and asked to borrow the pair of wings. Since the prince promised to pay him well, the turner gave him the wings, and the prince flew to another kingdom. There he saw a tower illuminated by many lights. He decided to swoop down to the ground and find out what the occasion was. When he learned that the most beautiful princess in the world lived there, he became very curious. In the evening, he flew through an open window and was able to be with the princess, but not for very long, for they were betrayed, and the prince and princess were sentenced to die at the stake. However, the prince had taken his wings with him, and as the flames flared, he tied the wings on and flew with the princess to his homeland, where he descended to the ground. Since everyone had been sad during his absence, he revealed his true identity, and he was elected king. After some time had passed, the father of the maiden who had been carried away by the prince made it known that whoever brought back his daughter would receive half of his kingdom. When the prince learned about this, he gathered together an army and brought the princess to her father, who was then forced to keep his promise. The Crows. An honest and diligent soldier had earned and saved some money because he had been diligent and had not squandered his earnings in the taverns as the other soldiers had. It so happened that two of his comrades were quite devious and wanted to get at his money, so they pretended to be very friendly with him. One day they said to him,
"Listen, why should we stay here in this city? We're locked in as though we are prisoners. Besides, someone such as you could really earn something decent and live happily if you were in your own country."
They kept talking to him like this until he finally agreed to leave with them. However, the other two only intended to steal his money. After they had gone part of the way, the two soldiers said,
"We must turn right over there if we want to get to the border."
No, he replied. That leads straight back to the city. We've got to keep to our left.
"What?"
the other two exclaimed.
"You always want to have the last word in everything."
Then they rushed at him and began hitting him until he fell down, and they took the money out of his pocket, but that wasn't enough. They poked his eyes out, dragged him to the gallows, and tied him up tightly. After that, they left him behind and went back to the city with the stolen money. The poor blind man wasn't aware that he had been left in such a terrible place. He groped about and could feel that he was sitting beneath a beam of wood. Since he thought it was a cross, he said, "Well, at least it was good of them to tie me up under the cross. At least God is with me." And he began praying to God. When it was almost night, he heard the fluttering of wings, which turned out to be 3 crows landing on the beam. After that, he heard one of them say,
"Sister, what good news have you brought?"
Then the second crow said,
"Oh, if only the people knew what we know. The king's daughter is sick, and the old king has promised to give her to anyone who can cure her. But no one can do it, for she'll only get well again if the toad in the pond over there is burned to ashes, and she drinks the ashes with some water." "Ah, if only the people knew what we know. A dew will fall from heaven tonight, and it will have such miraculous healing powers that the blind will be able to regain their sight if they rub their eyes with it."
"Oh, if only the people knew what we know. The toad can only help one person, and the dew can only help a few. Meanwhile, there's a great emergency in the city. All the wells are dried out, and nobody knows if the people removed the square stone in the marketplace and dug beneath that spot, the most beautiful water would gush forth." After the 3 crows had finished talking, the blind man heard the fluttering of wings again, and they flew away. Gradually, he was able to untie himself, and then he stooped down, pulled out a few blades of grass, and rubbed his eyes with the dew that had fallen on them. All at once he regained his sight. The moon and the stars were in the sky, and he saw that he was standing next to the gallows. After that, he looked for some earthenware to gather as much of the precious dew as he could find. When this was done, he went to the pond, dug into the water, grabbed hold of the toad, and burned it to ashes. Next, he carried the ashes to the king's court and had the king's daughter take some. When she was restored to health, he demanded her for his wife, as the king had promised. However, the king didn't take a liking to him because he was dressed so poorly, and he said that whoever wanted to have his daughter would first have to provide water for the city. In this way the king hoped to get rid of him. But the soldier went to the city and ordered the people to remove the square stone from the marketplace and to dig beneath the spot for water. No sooner had they dug than they hit upon a spring, and a mighty jet of water shot forth. Now the king could no longer refuse to give his daughter to him. After the wedding, they lived together in a happy marriage. One day when the soldier was taking a walk through the fields, he met his former comrades who had treated him so disgracefully. They didn't recognize him, but he knew them right away and went up to them. "Look," he said, "I'm your former comrade whose eyes you poked out so cruelly, but fortunately the dear Lord has allowed me to prosper." The men then fell to his feet and begged for mercy. Since he had a kind heart, he took pity on them and brought them back to his palace. He gave them food and clothes afterwards and told them what happened and how he had gained such honor. When the two men heard all that, they were restless and eager to spend the night beneath the gallows to see if they could perhaps hear something good as well. So they went and sat under the gallows. Soon they heard the fluttering of wings above their heads, and 3 crows arrived. One of them said to the others, "Listen, sisters, someone must have overheard us, for the king's daughter is healthy, the toad is gone from the pond, a blind man has regained his sight, and they've dug a fresh well in the city. Come on, let's look for the eavesdropper and punish him." When they swooped down from the beam, they found the 2 soldiers, and before the men could defend themselves, the crows sat on their heads and hacked out their eyes, and they kept hacking their faces until they were dead, and they left them lying beneath the gallows. After a few days, when the soldiers had not returned, their former comrade thought, "Where could the 2 be wandering about?" He went out to look for them, but found nothing except their bones, which he took away from the gallows and buried in a grave. The Smith and the Devil. Once upon a time there was a blacksmith who enjoyed life. He squandered his money and carried on many lawsuits. After a few years he didn't have a single cent left in his pouch. "Why should I torture myself any longer in this world?" he thought. So he went into the forest with the intention of hanging himself from a tree. Just as he was about to stick his head into the noose, a man with a long white beard came out from behind a tree, carrying a large book in his hand. "Listen, blacksmith," he said. "Write your name down in this large book, and for 10 long years you will have a good life. But after that, you'll be mine, and I will come and fetch you." "Who are you?" asked the blacksmith. "I'm the devil." "What can you do?" "I can make myself as tall as a fir tree and as small as a mouse." Then show me. Seeing is believing," said the blacksmith. Thereupon the devil made himself as tall as a fir tree and as small as a mouse. "Oh, that's good," said the blacksmith. "Give me the book, and I'll write down my name." After the blacksmith had signed his name, the devil said, "Now just go home, and you'll find chests and boxes filled to the brim. And since you've not made much of a fuss, I'll also visit you once during this time." The blacksmith went home, where he found all of his pockets, boxes, and chests filled with gold coins, and no matter how much he took, they never became empty or even reduced in the least. So he began his merry life once again, invited his comrades to join him, and was the happiest fellow in the world. After a few years had passed, the devil stopped by one day, as he had promised, to see how things were going. On his departure, he gave the blacksmith a leather sack and told him that whoever jumped into the sack would not be able to get out again until the blacksmith himself took him out. Indeed, the blacksmith had a great deal of fun with it. When the 10 years were over, however, the devil returned to him. "Your time is up, and now you are mine. Get ready for your trip." "All right," said the blacksmith, who swung his leather sack over his back and went away with the devil. When they came to the place in the forest where the blacksmith had wanted to hang himself, he said to the devil, "I want to make sure that you really are the devil. Make yourself as large as a fir tree and as small as a mouse again." The devil was prepared and performed his feat, but just as he changed himself into a mouse, the blacksmith grabbed him and stuck him into the sack. Then the blacksmith cut off a stick from a nearby tree, threw the sack to the ground, and began beating the devil, who screamed pitifully and ran back and forth in the sack. Yet it was all in vain. He couldn't get out. Finally, the blacksmith said, "I'll let you go if you give me the sheet from your large book on which I wrote my name." The devil refused at first, but eventually he gave in. The sheet was ripped out of the book, and the devil returned home to hell, annoyed that he had let himself be duped and beaten as well. Meanwhile, the blacksmith went home to his smithy and continued to live happily as long as it was God's will. Finally, he became sick, and when he realized death was near, he ordered 2 long nails and a hammer to be put into his coffin. This was done just as he had instructed, and after he died, he approached the heaven's gate and knocked. However, St. Peter refused to open the gate because the blacksmith had lived in a league with the devil. When the blacksmith heard this, he turned around and went to hell, but the devil wouldn't let him enter either, for he had no desire to have the blacksmith in hell, where he would only make a spectacle of himself. Now the blacksmith was angry and began to make a lot of noise in front of hell's gate. A little demon became curious and wanted to see what the blacksmith was doing, so he opened the gate a little and looked out. Very quickly the blacksmith grabbed him by the nose and nailed him solidly to the gate of hell with one of the nails he had brought with him. The little demon began to screech like a wildcat, so that another demon was drawn to the gate. He too stuck his head out, and the blacksmith was alert. He grabbed this one by the ear and nailed him to the gate next to the first little demon. Now both of them began to let out such terrible cries that the old devil himself came running. When he saw the 2 little demons nailed solidly to the gate, he became so terribly angry that he wept and jumped about. Then he ran up to heaven to see the dear Lord. Once there, he told the Lord that he had to admit the blacksmith into heaven. There was nothing anyone could do to stop the blacksmith, the devil said. So the blacksmith would continue to nail all the demons by their noses and ears, and he, the devil, would no longer be master in hell. Well, the dear Lord and St. Peter quickly realized that if they wanted to get rid of the devil, then they would have to let the blacksmith enter heaven. So now, the blacksmith sits in heaven, nicely and peacefully, but I don't know how the 2 little demons were able to free themselves. The Three Sisters. Once upon a time there was a rich king who was so rich that he believed his wealth would last forever. Therefore, he wallowed in luxury and gambled on a golden board with silver dice. All of this continued for some time until he squandered his wealth and was forced to mortgage his cities and castles one after the other. Finally, nothing was left except an old castle in the forest. He moved there with his queen and 3 daughters, and their lives were miserable. They had only potatoes to eat for their daily meal. One day the king decided to go hunting to see if he could perhaps shoot a hare. After filling his pockets full of potatoes, he went off to a nearby forest that nobody dared enter because terrible stories had been told about what one might encounter there, such as bears that ate people, eagles that hacked out eyes, and wolves, lions, and all kinds of cruel beasts. However, the king was not in the least afraid and went straight into the forest. At first he didn't see anything except for huge and mighty trees, and everything was quiet beneath them. After he had walked around for a while, he became hungry and sat down underneath a tree to eat his potatoes. All of a sudden, a bear came out of the thicket, trotted straight towards him and growled,
"How dare you sit under my honey tree? You will pay for this."
The king was horrified and handed the bear's potatoes to appease him, but the bear began to speak and said,
"I don't want your potatoes. I'm going to eat you yourself. But if you give me your oldest daughter, you can save yourself. If you do this, I'll give you 100 pounds of gold in the bargain."
Since the king was afraid of being eaten, he said, "You shall have her. Just let me go in peace." The bear showed him the way out of the forest and growled after him,
"In 1 week's time, I'll come and fetch my bride."
As he went home, the king felt more at ease and was convinced that the bear would not be able to crawl through a keyhole. So from then on, everything at the castle was to be shut tight. He ordered all the gates to be locked, the drawbridges to be lifted, and told his daughter not to worry. But just to be on the safe side, and to protect his daughter from the bear bridegroom, he gave her a little room under the pinnacle, high up in the castle. She was to hide there until the week was over. Early on the 7th morning, however, when everyone was still asleep, a splendid coach drawn by 6 horses came driving up to the castle. It was surrounded by numerous knights clad in gold, and as soon as the coach was up in front, the drawbridges dropped down by themselves, and the locks sprung open without a key. The coach drove into the courtyard, and a young, handsome prince stepped out of it. When the king was wakened by the noise and looked out the window, he saw the prince had already fetched his oldest daughter from the locked room and was lifting her into the coach. He could just call after her, "Farewell, my maiden dear. I see you're off to wed the bear." She waved to him with her little white handkerchief from the coach, and then they sped off into the magic forest, as if the coach were harnessed to the wind. The king felt very bad about having given his daughter to a bear. He was so sad that he and the queen wept for 3 days. But on the 4th day, after he had done enough weeping, he realized that he couldn't change what had happened, and he went down into the courtyard. There he found a chest made out of smooth wood, which was very difficult to lift. Immediately he remembered what the bear had promised him, so he opened the chest and found hundreds of pounds of glittering and glistening gold. When the king saw the gold, he felt consoled. He reacquired his cities and kingdom and began leading his former life of luxury once more. Soon after, he was obliged to mortgage everything all over again, and he retreated to his castle in the forest and had nothing to eat but potatoes. Yet the king still had a falcon, and one day the king took it hunting with him and went out into the field to get something better to eat. The falcon soared high into the sky and flew in the direction of the dark magic forest, which the king no longer dared to enter. Right after the falcon flew into the woods, an eagle shot out and pursued the falcon, which returned to the king, who tried to fend off the eagle with his spear, but the eagle grabbed the spear and broke it, as if it were a reed. Then the eagle crushed the falcon with one claw and dug into the king's shoulder with the other.
"Why have you disturbed my kingdom in the sky?"
the eagle cried out.
"Either you give me your second daughter for my wife, or you shall die."
"All right," the king said. "You shall have my second daughter, but what will you give me for her?"
200 pounds of gold,
the eagle said.
"In 7 weeks I'll come to fetch her."
Then the eagle let him go and flew off into the forest. The king felt bad about having also sold his second daughter to a wild beast, and he didn't dare tell her anything about it. 6 weeks passed, and in the 7th the princess went out one day on the lawn in front of the castle to water the linseed. All at once a splendid parade of handsome knights came riding up, and at their head was the handsomest knight of all, who dismounted and cried out, "Up you go, my maiden dear! Come wed the eagle, no need to fear." And before she could answer him, he had already lifted her onto his horse and raced off with her into the forest, flying like a bird. "Farewell, farewell!" shouted the knight. The king and queen waited a long time for the princess to come back to the castle, but no matter how long they waited, she didn't return. Then the king finally revealed that he had promised her to an eagle when he had once been in trouble, and the eagle must have come and fetched her. After the king got over his sadness somewhat, he remembered the eagle's promise. He went down to the lawn and found 2 golden eggs, each weighing 100 pounds. "Money is a sign of piety," thought the king, and he dismissed all gloomy thoughts from his mind. He resumed his merrymaking once more and lived luxuriously until he ran through the 200 pounds of gold. Then the king returned to the castle in the forest yet again, and the last of the princesses had to boil the potatoes. The king didn't want to hunt any more hares in the forest or any more birds in the sky, but he did desire to eat some fish. So the princesses had to weave a net, which he took with him to the pond not far from the castle. A small boat was there, and he got in and threw the net into the water. On his very first try, he caught a bunch of beautiful flounders with red speckles, but when he wanted to row ashore with his catch, the boat wouldn't budge, and he couldn't get it to move no matter how much he tried. All of a sudden, an enormous whale came puffing up to him and cried out, "Who said you could catch the subjects of my realm and take them away with you? This will cost you your life." As the whale said this, he opened his jaws as if he were going to swallow the king and the little boat as well. When the king saw his terrible jaws, he completely lost his courage and recalled that he had a 3rd daughter. "Spare my life," he cried out, "and you shall have my 3rd daughter." "That's fine with me," roared the whale. "I'll also give you something for her. I don't have gold. That's not good enough for me. But the floor of my sea is plastered with precious pearls. I'll give you 3 sacks of them. In the 7th month, I'll come and fetch my bride." Then the whale dived down into the water, while the king rowed ashore and brought the flounders home. Yet when they were baked, he refused to eat any of them, and when he looked at his daughter, the only one left, and the most beautiful and loveliest of them all. He felt as if 1,000 knives were cutting his heart. 6 months passed, and the queen and princess didn't know what was wrong with the king, for he didn't smile once during all of that time. In the 7th month, the princess was in the courtyard in front of a man-made well and drew a glass of water. Suddenly a coach with 6 white horses and men clad entirely in silver came driving up. A prince stepped out of the coach, and he was more handsome than any other prince she had seen in her entire life. He asked her for a glass of water, and when she handed it to him, he embraced her and lifted her into the coach. And then they drove back through the gate, over the field, and toward the pond. "Farewell, maiden dear, you're bound to wed the whale down there," said the king. The queen stood at the window and watched the coach as it moved off in the distance. When she was unable to find her daughter, her heart was saddened, and she called for her and looked for her everywhere, but the daughter was nowhere to be seen or heard. When the queen was certain that the princess could not be found, she began to weep, and now the king revealed to her that a whale must have fetched their daughter, for he had been forced to promise their daughter to him. Indeed, that was the reason he had been so sad. The king wanted to comfort his wife and told her about the great treasure they would now get for the princess. However, the queen didn't want to hear anything about it and said that her only child was more dear to her than all the treasures of the world. During the time that the whale prince had carried off the princess, his servants had carried 3 tremendous sacks into the castle, which the king found at the door. When he opened them, he found they were full of big, beautiful, and precious pearls, just as large as the fattest peas imaginable. All of a sudden, he was rich again, and richer than he had ever been before. He reacquired his cities and castles, but this time he didn't resume his luxurious way of living. Instead, he became quiet and thrifty. Whenever he thought about what had happened to his 3 dear daughters with the wild beasts, and that perhaps they had already been eaten up, he lost all his zest for life. Meanwhile, the queen couldn't be consoled and wept more tears for her daughters than all the pearls the whale had given them. Finally, she became more calm and peaceful, and after some time she was able to become happy again, for she gave birth to a handsome baby boy. Since God had given them the child so unexpectedly, he was named Reinald the Miracle Child. The boy grew big and strong, and the queen often told him about his 3 sisters, who were being held prisoners by the 3 beasts in the magic forest. When Reinald turned 16, he demanded some armor and a sword from the king, and when he received all of this, he decided to embark on an adventure. So he said a blessing to his parents and set forth. He went straight towards the magic forest and had only one thing on his mind, to search for his sisters. At first, he wandered around in the great forest for a long time without encountering a human being or a beast. But after 3 days, he saw a young woman sitting in front of a cave and playing with a young bear cub, while another very young one was lying in her lap. Reinald thought she must surely be his oldest sister, so he left his horse behind him and he approached her. "Dearest sister," he said, "I'm your brother Reinald, and I've come to visit you." The princess looked at him, and since he resembled her father very strongly, she didn't doubt his words, but she was frightened and said,
"Oh, dearest brother, hurry and run away as fast as you can if you value your life. When my husband the bear comes home and finds you here, he'll show you no mercy and he will eat you up."
But Reinald said, "I'm not afraid, and I won't leave you until I know how you are and what things are like for you." When the princess saw that he was resolute, she led him back into the dark cave that was like the dwelling of a bear. On one side was a heap of leaves and hay on which the old bear and his cubs slept, and on the other side was a magnificent bed with red covers trimmed with gold. That belonged to the princess. She told him to crawl under the bed and handed him something to eat. It didn't take long before the bear came home. I smell the flesh of a human being, he said, and he wanted to stick his hands under the bed. But the princess cried out,
Be quiet! Who would ever come here?
I found a horse in the forest and I ate it, he growled, and his nose was still bloody from eating the horse. Where there's a horse, there's a man, and I smell that man. Again, he wanted to look under the bed, but she gave him such a kick in his side that he did a somersault, went back to his place, put his paw in his mouth, and fell asleep. Every 7th day the bear was restored to his natural form. He became a handsome prince, his cave a splendid castle, the animals in the forest his servants. It was on such a day that he had fetched the princess. Beautiful young women had come to meet her from the castle. There had been a glorious festival, and she had gone to sleep full of joy, but when she had awakened, she had found herself lying in the bear's dark cave, and her husband had been turned into a bear growling at her feet. Only the bed and everything she had touched had remained in its natural condition and hadn't been changed. Thus she lived 6 days in suffering, but on the 7th she was comforted. She didn't grow old because only 1 day a week counted in her life, and she was content with her existence. She had given her husband 2 sons, who also became bears for 6 days and regained their human form on the 7th day. She stuffed their straw bed with the most delicious food all the time, including cake and fruit, and they lived off this food the entire week. Moreover, the bear obeyed her and did whatever she wanted. When Reinhold awoke, he lay in a silken bed. Servants waited on him and dressed him in the finest clothes, for his visit fell right on the 7th day. His sister entered with the 2 handsome princes and his brother-in-law the bear. They were glad about his arrival. Everything was magnificent and glorious, and the entire day was filled with pleasurable and joyous things. But in the evening the princess said,
Dear brother, now it's time for you to depart. At daybreak, my husband will become a bear again, and if he finds you here tomorrow, he won't be able to control his natural instincts, and he will eat you up.
Then the bear prince came and gave him 3 bear hairs and said, Whatever you're in trouble, just rub these hairs, and I'll come to your aid. Then they kissed each other and said farewell. Reinhold climbed into a carriage drawn by 6 horses and was driven off. He went over hill and valley, up and down mountains, through deserts and forests, shrubs and hedges, without stopping to rest until the sky began turning gray at dusk. Then Reinhold suddenly lay on the ground, and the horses and carriage disappeared. At sunrise, he saw 6 ants galloping away, drawing a nutshell behind them. Reinhold realized he was still in the magic forest and wanted to search for his second sister. Again, he wandered about aimlessly and lonely for 3 days without accomplishing anything, but on the 4th day, he heard a big eagle come swooping down to settle in a nest. Reinhold hid in the bushes and waited for the eagle to fly away. After 7 hours it soared into the air again. Then Reinhold emerged from the bushes, went over to the tree, and cried out, Dearest sister, are you up above? If so, let me hear your voice. I'm Reinhold, your brother, and I've come to visit you. Then he heard a voice calling down to him,
If you're Reinhold, my dearest brother, whom I've never seen, come up to me.
Reinhold wanted to climb the tree, but the trunk was too thick and slippery. He tried 3 times in vain. Suddenly, a silken rope ladder dropped down, and he climbed it until he reached the eagle's nest, which was strong and secure like a platform on a linden tree. His sister sat under a canopy made out of rose-colored silk, and an eagle's egg was lying on her lap. She was keeping it warm in order to hatch it. They kissed each other and rejoiced, but after a while the princess said,
"Now hurry and see to it that you get out of here, dearest brother. If the eagle, my husband, sees you, he'll hack your eyes out and devour your heart, as he's already done with 3 of your servants who were looking for you in the forest."
"No," said Reinhold. "I'm staying here until your husband is transformed."
"Well, that will happen, but only in 6 weeks. If you can hold out that long, go and hide in the tree. It's hollow on the inside, and I'll drop food down to you every day."
Reinhold crawled into the tree, and the princess let food down to him every day, just as she had said. Whenever the eagle flew away, he climbed up to her. After 6 weeks, the eagle was transformed, and once more Reinhold awoke in a bed that was like the one at his brother-in-law the bear's place. Only here it was even more splendid, and he lived with the eagle prince in great joy. On the 7th evening they said their farewells. The eagle gave him 3 eagle feathers and said,
"If you're ever in trouble, rub them, and I'll come to your aid."
Then he gave him servants to show him the way out of the forest. But when morning came, they suddenly disappeared, and Reinhold was all alone on top of a high rocky cliff in a terrible wilderness. He looked around him, and in the distance he saw the reflection of a large lake, which glistened from the sun's rays. He thought of his 3rd sister, who might be there. So he began to climb down the cliff and work his way through the bushes and between the rocks. He needed 3 days to do all of this, and he often lost sight of the lake, but on the 4th day he succeeded in getting there. Once he was on the bank, he called out, "Dearest sister, if you're in the water, let me hear your voice. I'm Reinhold, your brother, and I've come to visit you." But no one answered, and everything was very quiet. He threw breadcrumbs into the water and said to the fish, "Hey, dear fish, go to my sister and tell her that Reinhold, the Wonder Child, is here, and that he wants to see her." But the red-speckled flounder snapped up the bread and didn't listen to his words. Then he saw a little boat and immediately took off his armor. He kept only a sword in his hand as he jumped into the boat and rowed off. After he had gone a long way, he saw a chimney made of rock crystal jutting out of the water, and there was a pleasant smell rising up from it. Reinhold rowed the boat toward it and was convinced that his sister was living down below, so he climbed on top of the chimney and slid down. The princess was greatly startled when she suddenly saw a pair of wriggling legs followed shortly by a whole man who identified himself as her brother. She rejoiced with all of her heart, but then she turned sad and said,
"The whale has heard that you've wanted to come visit me, and he's declared that if you come while he's a whale, he will not be able to control his desires to eat you up. Moreover, he'll break my crystal house, and I'll also perish in the flood of water."
"Can't you just hide me until the time comes when the magic loses its power?"
"Oh no, how can I do that? Don't you see that the walls are all made of crystal, and you can see right through them?"
Nevertheless, she thought, and finally she remembered the room where the wood was kept. She arranged the wood in such a careful way that nobody could see anything from the outside, and it was there that she hid the Wonder Child. Soon after, the whale came, and the princess trembled like an aspen leaf. He swam around the crystal house a few times, and when he saw a little piece of Reinald's clothing sticking out of the wood, he beat his tail, snorted ferociously, and if he had seen more, he surely would have destroyed the house. He came once a day and swam around it until the magic stopped in the 7th month. Suddenly, Reinald found himself in a castle right in the middle of an island, and the castle surpassed even the splendor of the eagle's castle. Now, he lived with his sister and brother-in-law for a whole month in the lap of luxury. When the time was over, the whale gave him 3 scales and said, "When you're in trouble, rub them, and I'll come to your aid." The whale brought him to the bank, where his armor was still lying on the ground. The Wonder Child moved around in the wilderness for 7 more days, and he slept 7 nights under the open skies. Then he caught sight of a castle with a steel gate that had a mighty lock on it. In front of the gate was a black bull with flashing eyes. It was guarding the entrance, and Reinald attacked it. He gave the bull a powerful blow on its neck, but the neck was made of pure steel, and the sword broke as if it were made of glass. He tried to use his lance, but it broke like a piece of straw. Then the bull grabbed him with its horns and threw him into the air so that he got caught in the branches of a tree. In his desperation, Reinald remembered the 3 bear's hairs and rubbed them in his hand. All at once the bear appeared and fought with the bull. He tore the bull to pieces, but a bird came out of the bull's stomach, flew high into the air, and rushed off. But Reinald rubbed the 3 eagle's feathers, and suddenly a mighty eagle came flying through the air and pursued the bird, which flew directly toward a pond. The eagle dived at the bird and mangled it, but Reinald saw the bird drop a golden egg into the water. Now he rubbed the 3 fish scales in his hand, and immediately a whale came swimming up, swallowed the egg, and spat it out onto the shore. Reinald picked it up and cracked it open with a stone. Inside he found a little key that fit the steel gate. As soon as he touched the gate with the key, the gate sprang open by itself, and he entered. All the bars on the other doors slid off by themselves, and he went through 7 doors into 7 splendid and brightly lit rooms. In the last room, a maiden was lying asleep on a bed. She was so beautiful that he was completely dazzled by her. He sought to wake her up, but it was in vain. Her sleep was so deep that she seemed to be dead. In his rage, he struck a black slate standing next to the bed, and at that very moment, the maiden awoke, but fell right back to sleep. Reinald took the slate, and he threw it onto the stone floor so that it shattered into 1,000 pieces. No sooner did this happen than the maiden opened her eyes wide, and the magic spell was broken. She turned out to be the sister of Reinald's 3 brothers-in-law. Because she had rejected the love of a godless sorcerer, he had sentenced her to a death-like sleep and changed her brothers into animals. They were to remain that way so long as the black slate remained untouched. Reinald led the maiden out of the castle, and as they passed through the gate, his brothers-in-law came riding up from 3 different directions. They had all been released from the magic spell, and with them came their wives and children. Indeed, the eagle's bride had hatched the egg and carried a beautiful baby girl in her arms. Now all of them traveled to the old king and queen. The miracle child brought his 3 sisters home. Soon he married the beautiful maiden, and their wedding provided great joy and pleasure to everyone. Now the cats run home. My tale is done. The Faithful Animals. Once upon a time there was a man who didn't have much money, and he went out into the wide world with the little money that he had left. He arrived at a village where some young boys had gathered together and were making noise and yelling. "What's going on?" the man asked.
"Oh, we've got a mouse," they answered, "and we're making it dance for us. Just look at the funny way the mouse toddles."
But the man felt sorry for the poor little animal, and he said, "Let the mouse go, boys, and I'll give you some money if you do." So he gave them money, and they let the mouse go. The poor animal ran into a hole as fast as it could. The man went off and came to another village. There, some boys had a monkey who was being forced to dance and do somersaults. The boys were laughing at the monkey and wouldn't leave it in peace. Once again, the man gave them money to let the monkey go. Afterward, the man came to a third village where some boys had a bear on a chain. The bear had to stand on its hind legs and dance, and when it growled, the boys laughed even more. The man brought the bear's freedom as well, and the bear was happy to run on his 4 feet again and dashed off. Now the man had given away the last of his money and didn't have a red cent left in his pocket, so he said to himself, "The king has a great deal of money in his treasure chamber, and he doesn't need it all. You can't let yourself die of hunger. You might as well go and take some, and if you make money later, you can replace what you take." Well, he managed to get into the treasure chamber and take some money. However, as he was creeping out, he was caught by the king's men. They accused him of being a thief and took him to the court. Since he had committed a crime, he was sentenced to be put into a box, and the box was cast off into water. The lid of the box was full of holes so that air could get inside. In addition, he had been given a jug of water and a loaf of bread. As he was floating on the water in a state of fright, he heard some fumbling with the lock and then some gnawing and puffing. All of a sudden, the lock sprang open, the lid popped up, and there stood the mouse, the monkey, and the bear, who had opened the box for him. Since he had helped them, they wanted to repay him. However, they didn't know what step to take next and began discussing the matter with one another. While they were doing this, a white stone that looked like a round egg came rolling into the water.
"It's come at just the right moment,"
said the bear.
"That's the magic stone. Whoever possesses it can wish for whatever he desires."
The man fetched the stone from the water, and when he held it in his hand, he wished for a castle with a garden and stables. No sooner had he uttered the wish than he sat in a castle with a garden and stables. Everything was so beautiful and splendid that he couldn't get over his amazement. After some time passed, several merchants came his way.
"Oh, just look!"
they exclaimed.
"What a glorious castle! The last time we came by here, there was nothing but mere sand."
Since they were curious, they went inside and asked the man how he had managed to build everything so swiftly. "It wasn't I who did it," he said. "It was my magic stone."
"What kind of stone is it?"
they asked. The man went to fetch it and showed it to the merchants. They wanted very much to buy it and asked him to sell it in exchange for all their beautiful wares. The man took a fancy to the wares, and since the heart can be fickle and yearn for new things, he let himself be fooled and thought that the beautiful wares were more valuable than his magic stone. So he gave it away, and no sooner did it leave his hands than his good fortune disappeared, and he sat once more in the locked box on the river, with nothing but a jug of water and a loaf of bread. When the faithful animals, the mouse, the monkey, and the bear, saw his misfortune, they came again and wanted to help him, but this time they couldn't get the lock open because it was much stronger than the first one.
"We've got to get the magic stone back," said the bear, "or else everything we try will be useless."
Since the merchants were still living in the castle, the animals went there together. As they were approaching it, the bear said,
"Mouse, go through the keyhole and tell us what to do. You're small, and nobody will even notice you."
The mouse agreed but came back and said,
"There's nothing we can do. I looked inside, but the stone is hanging on a red ribbon under the mirror, and all around it are cats with fiery eyes. They're stationed there to guard it."
Then the bear and monkey said, "Go back inside and wait until their master is lying asleep in his bed. then slip through the hole, crawl on top of his bed, pinch his nose, and bite off some of his hair. The mouse crawled back inside and did what the others told him to do. The master woke up and rubbed his nose in great annoyance. "These cats are useless," he said. "The mice go right by them and bite the hair off of my head." So he chased the cats away, and the mouse won the day. When the master went to sleep the following night, the mouse crept inside, and she nibbled and gnawed on the red ribbon on which the stone was hanging until the ribbon split in two, and the stone fell to the ground. Then the mouse dragged it to the house door. However, this was hard work for the mouse, and she said to the monkey, who was keeping a lookout,
"Pull it with your paw."
This was easy for the monkey, and after he took the stone in his hand, they all returned to the river.
"How are we going to get to the box?"
the monkey asked. "We'll deal with that soon enough," said the bear. "I'll get into the water and swim. Monkey, you get on my back. Hold on to me tightly and put the stone in your mouth. Mouse, you can sit in my right ear." So they did what he said, and he swam down the river. After they had gone some distance, the bear felt that it was too quiet and wanted to talk. "Listen, monkey," he said. "I think we're good comrades. What do you think?" However, the monkey kept quiet and didn't reply. "Is that the way to behave?" said the bear. "Won't you give your comrade an answer? You're a lousy fellow if you don't." Now the monkey could no longer keep silent. He let the stone fall into the water and cried out,
"You stupid fellow! How could I even answer you when I had the stone in my mouth? Now it's lost and you're to blame."
Let's not quarrel," said the bear. "We'll think of something." They discussed the situation and then called together the frogs, the toads, and all the animals that lived in the water and said, "A powerful enemy intends to attack you. Go and collect all the stones you can find, and we'll build a wall to protect you." The animals were frightened and brought stones from all over the place. Finally, a fat, old croaker of a frog emerged from the bottom, carrying a magic stone with a red ribbon in his mouth. Now the bear was happy. He relieved the frog of his burden, told the animals that everything was all right, and sent them home with a quick farewell. Then the three swam down the river to the man in the box, opened the lid with the help of the stone, and arrived just at the right moment, for the man had consumed the bread and he had drunk the water, and he was already half dead. As soon as he held the magic stone in his hands once again, he wished to regain his good health and to be transported to his beautiful castle with the garden and the stables. Then he lived there in happiness, and the three animals stayed with him and had a good life for the rest of their years. The Lazy One and the Industrious One. Once upon a time there were two journeymen who traveled together, and they swore they would always stick together. However, when they reached a large city, one of them began living loosely and forgot his promise. He left the other, went off by himself, and wandered here and there. Most of all, he loved to be at the places where he could find the most excitement. The other journeyman remained committed to his job in the city, worked industriously, and then continued his travels. One night he passed by the gallows without realizing it, but he saw a man lying asleep on the ground. He was shabby and destitute, and since the stars were so bright, the journeyman recognized him as his former companion. So he laid himself down next to him, covered him with his coat, and fell asleep. However, he was soon awakened by two voices. They were the voices of ravens sitting on top of the gallows. One said,
"God provides,"
and the other said,
"and act according to the situation."
After those words were spoken, one of the ravens fell exhausted to the ground. The other went and sat next to him until it was day. Then he fetched some worms and water, revived him with that, and woke him from the dead. When the two journeymen saw all of this, they were astounded and asked the one raven why the other was so miserable and sick. Then the sick raven said,
It was because I didn't want to do anything, for I believed that all my food would be provided for by heaven.
The two journeymen took the ravens with them to the next village. One of the birds was cheerful and searched for his food. He bathed himself every morning and cleansed himself with his beak. However, the other stayed around the house, was bad-tempered, and always looked shaggy. After a while, the landlord's daughter, who was a beautiful maiden, became very fond of the industrious raven. She picked him up from the floor and petted him with her hand, and then one day she pressed him to her face and gave him a kiss out of sheer delight. The bird fell to the ground, rolled over, fluttered, and turned into a handsome man. Then he revealed that the other raven was his brother, and that they had both insulted their father, who had put a curse on them by saying, "Fly around as ravens until a beautiful maiden kisses you of her own free will." So one of the brothers was released from the spell, but nobody wanted to kiss the one who was idle, and he died as a raven. The journeyman who had been living loosely took a lesson from this, and he became industrious and proper, and took good care of his companion. The Lion and the Frog. There once lived a king and queen, and they had a son and daughter who loved each other dearly. The prince went hunting very often and sometimes remained in the forest for a long time. However, one day he simply didn't return. His sister almost wept herself blind because of this. Finally, when she could no longer stand it, she went into the forest to search for her brother. After she had gone a long way, she was too tired to go any farther, and when she looked around her, a lion was standing nearby. He seemed friendly and very kind, so she sat down on his back, and the lion carried her away. As they went, he kept stroking her with his tail and cooling her cheeks. After they had traveled a good distance, they came to a cave, and the lion carried her inside. She didn't get frightened, nor did she want to jump off the lion's back, because he was so friendly. They went deeper into the cave, where it became darker and darker, until it was eventually pitch black. Nevertheless, they proceeded for a while until they reached daylight again, and they were in a beautiful garden. Everything was fresh and glistened in the sun, and in the middle of the garden was a magnificent palace. When they came to the gate of the palace, the lion stopped, and the princess climbed down from his back. Then the lion began to speak and said, "You shall live in the beautiful house and serve me, and if you carry out all my orders, you shall see your brother again." So the princess served the lion and obeyed all of his commands. One day she went for a walk in the garden, where it was very beautiful, but she was still sad because she was alone and forsaken by the world. As she walked here and there, she became aware of a pond, and in the middle of the pond was a small island with a tent on it. Underneath the tent, she saw a frog, who was as green as grass and had a rose leaf on his head instead of a crown. The frog looked at her and said, "Why are you so sad?" She replied, "Why shouldn't I be sad?" And she told him all about her troubles. Then the frog said to her in a very friendly way,
If you need anything, just come to me, and I'll lend you a helping hand.
"But how shall I pay you back?"
You don't have to pay me back,"
said the frog.
"Just bring me a fresh rose leaf every day for my crown."
The princess returned to the palace and was somewhat comforted. Whenever the lion demanded something, she ran to the pond, and the frog hopped here and there and soon brought her what she needed. After a while, the lion said, "This evening I'd like to eat a gnat pie, but it must be prepared very well." The princess wondered how she could ever get something like that. It seemed impossible for her. She ran out and told her woes to the frog, but the frog said,
Don't worry, I'll make sure that you have a gnat pie.
He sat down, opened his mouth to the left and right, and when he snapped it shut, he had caught as many gnats as he needed. Then he hopped here and there, gathered together some wood shavings, and built a fire. When the fire had begun burning, he kneaded the dough for the pie and put it over the coals. After roughly 2 hours, the pie was finished, and one could not have wished for anything better. Then he said to the maiden,
I won't give you the pie until you promise me that when the lion is asleep, you'll cut off his head with the sword that is hidden behind his bed.
No,
she said.
I won't do it. The lion's always been good to me.
If you don't do it, you'll never see your brother again,
said the frog.
Besides, you won't be harming the lion.
So she summoned her courage, took the pie, and brought it to the lion. That looks delicious, the lion said, and after sniffing it, he began to eat it right away and ate it all up. When he was finished, he felt tired and wanted to sleep a little, so he said to the princess, Come and sit down beside me and scratch behind my ears a bit until I fall asleep. She sat down beside him, scratched him with her left hand, and with her right hand she reached for the sword that was lying behind the bed. After the lion had fallen asleep, she drew out the sword, closed her eyes, and chopped off the lion's head with one blow. But when she looked again, the lion had disappeared, and her dear brother stood next to her. He kissed her affectionately and said, You've released me from the spell, for I was a lion, and I had been cursed to remain so until a maiden's hand would chop off my head out of love for me as a lion. They went together into the garden to thank the frog, but when they got there, they saw that he was hopping all around and gathering together wood shavings to build a fire. When the fire was burning brightly, he hopped into it himself, and it burned a little more until it finally went out, and a beautiful maiden was standing there. This was the prince's sweetheart, who had also been cast under a magic spell. Now they all returned home to the old king and queen, and a great wedding was held. Whoever attended did not go home with an empty stomach. The Soldier and the Carpenter. 2 carpenters lived in a city which their houses touched one another. Each carpenter had a son, and their children were always together and played with one another. That's why they were called Little Knife and Little Fork, which likewise are always placed side by side on the table. When they grew up, they refused to be separated. Since one was courageous and the other timid, one became a soldier and the other learned carpentry. As the time came for the carpenter to go on his travels as a journeyman, the soldier didn't want to be left behind, and so they set out together. When they reached a city, the carpenter went to work for a master craftsman, and since the soldier wanted to remain there too, he hired himself out as a servant in the same house. Everything would have gone well, but the soldier had no desire to work. He just loafed about, and it didn't take long for the master to send him packing. Out of loyalty to his companion, the carpenter decided not to stay. He handed his resignation to the master and departed with the soldier. And that's how things continued to go. If they had work, it didn't last long because the soldier was lazy and he would be sent away, and the carpenter didn't want to stay without him. One day, they arrived in a large city, But when the soldier refused to lift a finger, he was dismissed that very evening, and they had to leave that night. Now their way took them to the edge of a large mysterious forest, and the timid carpenter said,
I'm not going to enter. I'm sure there's witches and ghosts jumping all over the place.
But the soldier replied,
Oh, nonsense. I'm not yet afraid of things like that.
The soldier went ahead, and since the timid carpenter didn't want to be separated from him, he went along as well. In a short time they lost their way, and they wandered in darkness through the trees. Finally, they saw a light and headed in that direction until they came to a beautiful castle that was brightly lit. In front of the castle was a black dog, and nearby was a red swan on the pond. When they entered the castle, however, they didn't encounter a living creature until they went into the kitchen, where they found a gray cat standing by a pot on the fire and cooking. They moved on and they found many splendid rooms that were all empty, but in one of them there was a table amply covered with food and drink. Since they were both very hungry, they went over to the table and enjoyed a fine meal. Afterwards, the soldier said,
Now that we're finished and full, we're entitled to some sleep. What do you say?
When he opened a room, he found 2 beautiful beds, so they lay down in them. But just as they were about to fall asleep, it occurred to the timid carpenter that they had not said their prayers yet. As he got up, he saw a cupboard on the wall. He opened it, and inside there was a crucifix with 2 prayer books. He immediately woke the soldier and got him up. Then they knelt down and said their prayers, and fell asleep once more in peace. The next morning the soldier felt such a violent blow that he jumped up into the air.
Hey, why are you hitting me?
He yelled at his companion, who had also received a blow, and replied,
Well, I didn't hit you. Why did you hit me?
Then the soldier said, It's probably a signal that we should get up. When they left the room, breakfast was already on the table, but the timid carpenter said,
Before we touch it, let's first look for some people.
All right, said the soldier. I agree. Anyway, since the cat prepared and cooked the meal, I've honestly lost my desire to eat it. So they went from the bottom of the castle to the top, but couldn't find a soul. Finally, the soldier said, Hey, let's go search down in the cellar, too. When they went down the stairs, they saw an old woman sitting in front of the first cellar. They began speaking to her and bid her a good day, and they asked if she had cooked the meal for them. The old woman replied,
Yes, children. Did it taste all right?
Then they went further and came to a second cellar, where a young boy of 14 was sitting. They greeted him too, but he didn't answer them. Finally, they moved on to the third cellar, where a maiden of 12 was sitting, and she too didn't answer their greeting. Then they continued walking through all the cellars, but didn't find anyone else. When they returned, the maiden had already stood up from her seat, and they asked her if she would like to go upstairs with them. Then the maiden asked,
Is the red swan still on the pond up there?
They told her that they had seen a red swan when they entered the castle. She replied,
Oh, that's sad. I can't go up with you then.
The young boy was also standing when they came to him, and they repeated the inquiry to him, asking if he would like to go upstairs with them. But he replied,
Is the black dog still in the courtyard?
They told the boy that they had seen a black dog when they entered the castle.
Oh, that's sad then. Well, I can't go upstairs with you.
When they came to the old woman, she had also stood up. Grandmother, the soldier said, do you want to come upstairs with us?
Is the gray cat still upstairs in the kitchen?
Quite possibly. The last time we saw the cat, she was sitting at the hearth by a pot and cooking. The old woman replied,
Oh, that's sad. Unless you killed the red swan, the black dog, and the gray cat, we cannot leave this cellar.
When the two companions went upstairs and into the kitchen again, they wanted to pet the cat, but her fiery eyes began to flash, and she looked very wild. Now, there was still a small room left that they hadn't explored, and when they opened it, they discovered that it was completely empty except for a bow and arrow, a sword, and iron tongs which were hanging on the wall. Written over the bow and arrow were the words, "This will kill the red swan." Written over the sword were the words, "This will chop off the black dog's head." And over the tongs were the words, "This will pinch off the gray cat's head."
"Ah," said the timid carpenter, "let's get out of here."
But the soldier replied, "No, let's go after those animals." So they took the weapons off the wall and went into the kitchen, where the three animals, the swan, the dog, and the cat, were standing together as if they had something evil in mind. When the timid carpenter saw them, he ran away. The soldier followed and tried to give his companion courage, but the carpenter wanted something to eat first. After he had eaten, he said,
"I saw some suits of armor in a room, and I want to put one on first."
When he was in the room, he looked for a way to escape and said,
"You know, we'd be better off if we climbed through that window. Those animals are not our concern. None of this is."
However, when he went over to the window, he found strong iron bars in front of it. Now he no longer had a way out and went over to the suits of armor. He tried to put one on, but they were all too heavy. Then the soldier said, "Stop this. Let's go the way we are."
"All right,"
said the other.
"but I wish there were 3 of us."
Just as he uttered those words, a white dove began flapping its wings on the outside of a window and bumping up against it. The soldier opened the window, and as soon as the dove hopped inside, a handsome young man stood before them and said, "I'll lend you support and help you." The young man picked up the bow and arrow, but the timid carpenter told him that he was taking the best part of the bargain with the bow and arrow because he'd be in a good position after he took a shot to run wherever he wanted to, whereas the carpenter and the soldier would have to get physically closer to the enchanted animals to use their weapons. Upon hearing this, the young man exchanged the bow and arrow for the sword. Now all 3 went into the kitchen where the animals were still together. The young man cut off the dog's head. The soldier grabbed the gray cat with the tongs, and the timid carpenter stood behind and shot the red swan dead. After the 3 animals had been killed, the old woman and her 2 children came running from the cellar all at once and let out a great cry.
"You've killed our dearest friends! You're traitors!"
They charged at the men and wanted to murder them, but the 3 men overpowered them and killed them with their weapons. Once they were dead, the men suddenly began to hear all around them strange murmuring sounds that came out of all the corners. Then the timid carpenter said,
"Let's bury the 3 bodies. After all, they were Christians. We know this from the crucifix."
So they carried the bodies out into the courtyard, dug 3 graves, and laid them down inside. While they were working, however, the murmuring in the castle increased. It became louder and louder, and when they were finished with their work, they heard real voices among the murmurs, and one called out, "Who are you? Who are you?" Since the handsome young man had disappeared, they became afraid and ran away. After they had gone off a little way, the soldier stopped and said, "Hey, we shouldn't have run away. Let's go back and see what's there."
"No," the other said. "I want nothing to do with those bewitched creatures. I want to go to the city and earn an honest living."
But the soldier gave him no peace until the carpenter agreed to go back with him. When they got to the front of the castle, everything was full of life. Horses dashed through the courtyard, and servants ran back and forth. They pretended to be 2 poor journeymen and asked for a little something to eat. One of the people said, "Yeah, just come inside. Everyone will be helped today." They were led into a beautiful room and were given food and wine. Afterward, they were asked whether they had seen 2 young men coming from the castle. They replied that they had not. But when someone saw that they had blood on their hands, he asked where the blood came from. I simply cut my finger," replied the soldier. However, a servant went and told his master, who came himself to see who the men were. Indeed, it was a handsome young man who had come to their aid, and when he laid eyes on them, he cried out, "Those are the two who saved the castle!" He welcomed them with great joy and told them how everything had happened. "A housekeeper was living in the castle with her 2 children. However, she was really a witch, and one time, when her master scolded her, she replied by doing some evil and transformed all living things in the castle into stone. There were 3 other servants who also knew something about magic, and she had no real power over them and could only turn them into animals. They did their mischief upstairs in the castle, and since she was afraid of them, she fled into the cellar with her children. She had only limited power over me as well, so she changed me into a white dove, but only as long as I was outside of the castle. Inside, I could be myself. When you 2 came into the castle, you were supposed to kill the animals so she would be set free. And as a reward for that, she would have killed you. But God had things turn out better. The castle is no longer enchanted, and the very moment that the wicked witch and her children were killed, the people who had been turned into stone became alive again, and the murmuring sounds you heard were the words of those people first speaking upon being freed." The young man then led the 2 companions to the lord of the castle, who gave them his 2 beautiful daughters, and they lived happily ever after, as great knights, until the end of their days. The Wild Man. Once upon a time there was a wild man who was under a spell, and he went into the garden and wheat fields of the peasants and destroyed everything. The peasants complained to their lord and told him that they could no longer pay their rent. So the lord summoned all the huntsmen and announced that whoever caught the wild beast would receive a great reward. Then an old huntsman arrived and said he would catch the beast. He took a bottle of brandy, a bottle of wine, and a bottle of beer and set the bottles on the bank of a river where the beast went every day. After doing that, the huntsman hid behind a tree. Soon the beast came and drank up all the bottles. He licked his mouth and looked around to make sure that everything was all right. Since he was drunk, he lay down and fell asleep. The huntsman went over to him and tied his hands and feet. Then he woke the wild man and said, "You wild man, come with me, and you'll get such things to drink every day." The huntsman took the wild man to the royal castle, and they put him into a cage. The lord then visited the other noblemen and invited them to see what kind of beast he had caught. Meanwhile, one of his sons was playing with a ball, and he let it fall into the cage.
"Wild man,"
said the child,
"throw the ball back out to me."
You gotta fetch that ball yourself," said the wild man.
"All right," said the child, "but I don't have the key."
"Then see to it that you fetch it from your mother's pocket." The boy stole the key, opened the cage, and the wild man ran out.
"Oh, wild man,"
the boy began to scream.
"You've got to stay here, or else I'll get a beating."
The wild man picked up the boy and carried him on his back into the wilderness. So the wild man disappeared, and the child was lost. The wild man dressed the boy in a coarse jacket and sent him to the gardener at the emperor's court, where he was to ask whether they could use a gardener's helper. The gardener said yes, but the boy was so grimy and crusty that the others wouldn't sleep near him. The boy replied that he would sleep in the straw. Early each morning he went into the garden, and the wild man came to him and said, "Now wash yourself, now comb your hair." And the wild man made the garden so beautiful that even the gardener himself couldn't do any better. The princess saw the handsome boy every morning, and she told the gardener to have his little assistant bring her a bunch of flowers. When the boy came, she asked him about his home and family, and he replied that he didn't know them. Then she gave him a roast chicken full of gold coins. When he got back to the gardener, he gave him the money and said, "What should I do with it? You can use it." Later, he was ordered to bring the princess another bunch of flowers, and she gave him a duck full of gold coins, which he also gave to the gardener. On a third occasion, she gave him a goose full of ducats, which the young man again passed on to the gardener. The princess thought that he had money, and yet he had nothing. They got married in secret, and her parents became angry and made her work in the brewery, and she also had to support herself by spinning. The young man would go into the kitchen and help the cook prepare the roast, and sometimes he stole a piece of meat and brought it to his wife. Soon there was a mighty war in England, and the emperor and all the great armies had to travel there. The young man said he wanted to go there too, and asked whether they had a horse in the stables for him. They told him that they had one that ran on 3 legs that would be good enough for him. So he mounted that horse, and the horse went off, clippity-clop. Then the wild man approached him, and he had opened a large mountain in which there was a regiment of 1,000 soldiers and officers. The young man put on some fine clothes and was given a magnificent horse. Then he set out for the war in England with all of his men. The emperor welcomed him in a friendly way and asked him to lend his support. The young man defeated everyone and won the battle, whereupon the emperor extended his thanks to him and asked him where his army came from.
"Don't ask me that," he replied. "I can't tell you."
Then he rode off with his army and left England. The wild man approached him again and took all the men back into the mountain. The young man had mounted his 3-legged horse and went back home.
"Here comes our hobblety-hop again with his 3-legged horse," the people cried out.
And then they asked,
"Were you lying behind the hedge and sleeping?"
"Well," he said,
"if I hadn't been in England, things wouldn't have gone so well for the emperor."
They said,
"Boy, be quiet, or else the gardener will really let you have it."
The second time, everything had happened as it had before, and the third time, the young man won the whole battle, but he was wounded in the arm. The emperor took his kerchief, wrapped the wound, and tried to make the boy stay with him.
"No, I'm not going to stay with you. It's of no concern to you who I am."
Once again, the wild man approached the young man and took all of his men back into the mountain. The young man mounted his 3-legged horse once more and went back home. The people began laughing and said,
"Here comes our hobblety-hop again. Were you lying again asleep this time?" "Truthfully, I wasn't sleeping," he said. "England is totally defeated, and there's finally peace."
Now, the emperor talked about the handsome knight who provided support, and the young man said to the emperor,
"If I hadn't been with you, it wouldn't have turned out so well."
The emperor wanted to give him a beating, but the young man said,
"Stop! If you don't believe me, let me show you my arm."
When he revealed his arm, and the emperor saw the wound wrapped in the kerchief, he was amazed and said,
"Perhaps you are the Lord himself, or an angel whom God has sent to me."
And he asked the boy for his pardon for treating him so cruelly, and then gave him his whole kingdom. Now, the wild man was released from the magic spell, and stood there as a great king and told his entire story. The mountain turned into a royal castle, and the young man went there with his wife, and they lived in the castle happily until the end of their days. The Starving Children. Once upon a time, there was a woman with 2 daughters, and they had become so poor that they no longer had even a piece of bread to put into their mouths. Their hunger became so great that their mother became unhinged and desperate.
"Indeed," she said to her children, I've got to kill you so I can have something to eat." "Oh, dear mother," said one daughter, "spare me, and I'll go out and see if I can get something without begging."
So the girl went out and came back carrying a little piece of bread, which they shared with one another. But it was not enough to still their hunger. Therefore, the mother spoke to the other daughter.
"Now it's your turn to die."
"Oh, dear mother," she answered,
"Spare me, and I'll go and get something to eat from somewhere else without anyone noticing me."
This daughter too went away and came back carrying 2 little pieces of bread. They shared it with one another, but it was not enough to still their hunger. Therefore, when a few hours had gone by, their mother said to them once more,
"You've got to die, or else we'll all waste away."
They spoke calmly to their mother and told her that they would all lie down and sleep, and they wouldn't get up again until Judgment Day arrived. So they did just that. They lay down and they fell into a deep sleep, and no one could wake them from it. Meanwhile, during this rest, their mother had departed, and no one knows where she went. The Holy Woman Cumberniss. Once upon a time there was a pious maiden who swore to God she wouldn't marry. Since she was so remarkably beautiful, her father wouldn't accept this and tried to force her to marry. Confronted with this predicament, the maiden implored God to let her grow a beard, and this happened right away. The king was so enraged that he had her crucified, and she became a saint. Now it so happened that a very poor minstrel went into the church where her statue was kept. He knelt down in front of it, and the saint was glad that the minstrel was the first one to recognize her innocence. Consequently, the statue, which was adorned with golden slippers, let one slipper drop to the ground so the pilgrim could have it. He bowed in gratitude and took the gift. Soon the people in the church became aware that the golden slipper was missing, and questions were asked all around until finally the slipper was found on the poor fiddler. He was now condemned as a wicked thief and led to the gallows to be hanged. The procession went by the church where the statue was standing, and the fiddler requested permission to go inside, pour out his heart to his benefactress with his fiddle, and say his last farewell. His request was granted, but no sooner had he moved his bow than behold, the statue let the other golden slipper drop to the ground, and thus demonstrated that he had not committed the theft. So the irons and rope were taken off of the fiddler, who went merrily on his way. From then on, the holy saint was called Solicitous. The Robber Bridegroom. There was once a miller who had a beautiful daughter, and when she was grown up, he became anxious that she should be well married and taken care of. So he thought, "If a decent sort of man comes and asks her in marriage, I'll give her to him." Soon after, a suitor came forward who seemed very well-to-do, and as the miller knew nothing to his disadvantage, he promised him his daughter. But the girl did not seem to love him as a bride should love her bridegroom. She had no confidence in him. As often as she saw him or thought about him, she felt a chill at her heart. One day he said to her, "You are to be my bride, and yet you have never been to see me." The girl answered,
"I do not know where your house is."
And then he said, "My house is a long way in the wood." She began to make excuses, and said that she could not find the way to it, but the bridegroom said, "You must come and pay me a visit next Sunday. I have already invited company, and I will strew ashes on the path through the wood, so that you will be sure to find it." When Sunday came, and the girl set out on her way, She felt very uneasy without knowing exactly why, and she filled both pockets full of peas and lentils. There were ashes strewed on the path through the wood, but, nevertheless, at each step she cast to the right and to the left a few peas on the ground. So she went on the whole day until she came to the middle of the wood, where it was the darkest, and there stood a lonely house, not pleasant in her eyes, for it was dismal and unhomelike. She walked in, but there was no one there, and the great stillness reigned. Suddenly she heard a voice cry,
Turn back, thou pretty bride. Within this house thou must not bide, for here do evil things betide.
Then the pretty bride went from one room into another throughout the whole house, but it was quite empty, and no soul was to be found in it. At last she reached the cellar, and there sat a very old woman nodding her head.
Can you tell me, said the bride, if my bridegroom lives here? Oh, poor child, answered the woman, do you know what has happened to you? You are in a place of cutthroats. You thought you were a bride, and soon to be married, but death will be your spouse. Look here, I have a great kettle of water to set on, and when once they have you in their power, they will cut you in pieces without mercy, cook you in this kettle, and eat you, for they are cannibals. Unless I have pity on you and save you, all is over with you.
Then the old woman hid behind the great cask, where she could not be seen.
Be as still as a mouse, said she. Do not move or go away, or else you are lost. At night, when the robbers are asleep, we will escape. I have been waiting a long time for an opportunity.
No sooner was it settled than the wicked gang entered the house. They brought another young woman with them, dragging her along, and they were drunk, and would not listen to her cries and groans. They gave her wine to drink, 3 glasses full, one of white wine, one of red, and one of yellow, and then they cut her into pieces. The bride, all the while, shaking and trembling when she saw what fate the robbers had intended for her. One of them noticed on the little finger of their victim a golden ring, and as he could not draw it off easily, he took an axe and he chopped the finger off, but the finger jumped away and fell behind the cask on the bride's lap. The robber took up a light to look for it, but he could not find it. Then said one of the others, "Have you looked behind the great cask?" But just then the old woman cried,
Come to supper, and leave off looking till tomorrow. The finger cannot run away.
Then the robbers said the old woman was right, and they left off searching and sat down to eat, and the old woman dropped some sleeping stuff into their wine, so that before long they stretched themselves on the cellar floor, sleeping and snoring. When the bride heard that, she came from behind the cask, and had to make her way among the sleepers lying all about on the ground, and she felt very much afraid lest she might awaken any of them. But by good luck she passed through, and the old woman with her, and they opened the door, and they made all haste to leave that house of murderers. The wind had carried away the ashes from the path, but the peas and lentils had budded and sprung up, and the moonshine upon them showed the way. And they went on through the night until the morning, and they reached the mill. Then the girl related to her father all that had happened to her. When the wedding day came, the friends and neighbors assembled, the miller having invited them, and the bridegroom also appeared. When they were all seated at the table, each one had to tell a story, but the bride sat still and said nothing, until at last the bridegroom said to her, "Now, sweetheart, do you know no story? Tell us something." She answered, "I will tell you my dream. I was going alone through a wood, and I came at last to a house in which there was no living soul, but by the wall was a birdcage who cried, 'Turn back, thou pretty bride! Within this house thou must not bide, for evil things do here betide.' And then again it said it. Sweetheart, the dream is not ended. Then I went through all the rooms, and they were all empty, and it was so lonely and wretched. At last
I went down into the cellar, and there sat an old woman nodding her head. I asked her if my bridegroom lived in that house, and she answered, 'Oh, poor child, you have come into a place of cutthroats. Your bridegroom does live here, but he will kill you and cut you in pieces, and then cook you and eat you.' Sweetheart, the dream is not ended." But the old woman hid me behind a great cask, and no sooner had she done so than the robbers came home, dragging with them a young woman, and they gave her to drink wine thrice, white, red, and yellow. Sweetheart, the dream is not yet ended. And then they killed her, cut her into pieces. Sweetheart, the dream has not yet ended. And one of the robbers saw a gold ring on the finger of the young woman, and as it was difficult to get off, he took an axe and chopped off the finger, which jumped upwards and then fell behind the great cask right onto my lap. And here is the finger with the ring." At these words she drew it forth and showed it to the company. The robber, who during the story had grown deadly white, sprang up, and he would have escaped, but the folks held him fast and delivered him to justice, and he and his whole gang were for their evil deeds condemned and executed. Johann's Water Spring and Caspar Water Spring. A king insisted his daughter was not to marry and had a house built for her in the most secluded part of the forest. She had to live there with her ladies-in-waiting, and no other human being was allowed to see her. Near the house in the woods, however, there was a spring with marvelous qualities, and when the princess drank from it, she consequently gave birth to 2 princes. They were identical twins and named after the spring, Johanna's Water Spring and Caspar Water Spring. Their grandfather, the old king, had them instructed in hunting, and as they grew older, they became big and handsome young men. When the day arrived for them to set out into the world, each received a silver star, a horse, and a dog to take on the journey. Once they came to a forest, they immediately saw 2 hares, and they wanted to shoot them. But the hares asked for mercy, and said that they would like to serve them, and that they could be useful and help them whenever they were in danger. The 2 brothers let themselves be persuaded, and took them along as servants. Soon after, they came upon 2 bears, and when they took aim at them, these animals also cried out for mercy, and promised to serve them faithfully. So the retinue was increased, and now they came to a crossroad where they said, "We've got to separate here, and one of us should go to the right, and the other should head off to the left." Before doing this, each of them stuck a knife in a tree at the crossroad, so that they could determine by the rust whether the other was faring well and whether he was still alive. Then they took leave from one another, kissed one another, and rode off. Johanna's Water Spring came to a city that was quite still and sad, because the princess was to be sacrificed to a dragon that was devastating the entire country and could be pacified only by this sacrifice. It was announced that whoever wanted to risk his life and kill the dragon would receive the princess for his bride. However, no one had volunteered. They had also tried to trick the monster by sending out the princess's chambermaid, but the dragon realized what was happening right away and did not take the bait. Johanna's Water Spring thought, "You must try your luck. Perhaps you'll succeed." And so he set out with his company and headed towards the dragon's nest. The battle was fierce. The dragon spewed forth fire and flames and ignited all the grass around them, so that Johanna's Water Spring certainly would have suffocated if the hare, the dog, and the bear had not stamped out and subdued the fire. Finally, the dragon succumbed, and Johanna's Water Spring cut off its 7 heads and then sliced its 7 tongues, which he stuck into a sack. Now, however, he was so tired that he laid down right at that spot and fell asleep. While he was sleeping, the prince's coachman arrived, and when he saw the young man lying there, and the 7 heads next to him, he thought,
You've got to take advantage of this." So he stabbed Johannes Waterspring to death and took the 7 heads with him. He carried everything to the king and said that he had killed the monster. Indeed, he had brought the 7 heads as evidence, and the princess then became his bride. In the meantime, Johannes Waterspring's animals had set up camp nearby after the battle and had also slept. When they returned to their master, they found him dead. As they were looking, they saw how the ants whose mound had been stamped on during the battle were spreading the sap from an oak tree on their dead ones, and these ants immediately came back to life. So the bear went and fetched some of the sap, and he spread it on Johannes Waterspring. Shortly thereafter, Johannes was completely well and healthy, and he thought about the princess for whom he had fought. So he rushed to the city, where her marriage to the coachman was being celebrated, and the people were saying that the coachman had killed the 7-headed dragon. Johannes Waterspring's dog and bear ran into the castle where the princess tied some roast meat and wine around their necks, and ordered her servants to follow the animals and to invite their owner to the wedding. So now, Johannes Waterspring showed up at the wedding just as the platter with the 7 dragon heads was being displayed. These were the heads that the coachman had brought with him, but now, Johannes Waterspring pulled out the 7 tongues from his sack and placed them next to the heads. Consequently, he was declared the real dragon slayer and became the princess's husband, while the coachman was banished. Not long thereafter, Johannes went out hunting and followed a deer with silver antlers. He hunted the deer for a long time, but could not catch it. Finally, he met an old woman who turned him and his dog, horse and bear, into stone. Meanwhile, Caspar Waterspring returned to the tree in which he and his brother had stuck their knives, and saw that his brother's knife had rusted. He immediately decided to search for his twin and rode off. Soon he came to the city where his brother's wife was living. She thought he was her real husband because he looked just like him, and was delighted by his return, and insisted that he stay with her. But Caspar Waterspring continued traveling until he found his brother and the animals all turned into stone. Soon after, he forced the old woman to break the magic spell, and then the 2 brothers rode towards their home. Along the way, they agreed that the first one to be embraced by the princess should be her husband. Well, it turned out that she embraced Johannes Waterspring. The Bird Phoenix. One day a rich man went for a walk along the river. All at once he saw a small casket swimming by. He grabbed hold of the casket, and when he opened the cover, he saw a small child lying inside of it. So he took the child home and had him raised in his house. However, the rich man disliked the boy, and one time he took the boy with him in a boat on the river. Once the boat was in the middle of the river, he swam to shore and left the child alone in the boat. The boat continued floating down the river until it passed the mill, and the miller saw the child. The miller took pity on the child, fetched him from the boat, and raised him in his house. One day the rich man happened to come by, recognized the child, and carried him away. Soon thereafter, he gave the young man a letter to bring to his wife, and the letter read, "As soon as you read this letter, you are to kill the person who delivered it." However, as the young man was traveling through the forest, he met an old man who said to him, "Show me the letter that you're carrying in your hand." The old man took the letter, turned it around once, and gave it back to the young man. Now the letter read, "You are immediately to offer our daughter as wife to the young man delivering this letter." And this is what happened. And when the rich man heard about this, he became furious and said,
"Well, this wedding's not going to happen so quickly. Before I give you my daughter, you must bring me 3 feathers from the bird Phoenix."
So the young man set out on his way to the bird Phoenix and met the old man again on the same spot in the forest. "Keep walking for the entire day," he said. "In the evening you will come to a tree. 2 doves will be sitting on it, and they'll tell you how to proceed." That evening, when the young man came to the tree, 2 doves were sitting on it. One of the doves said,
"Ooh, whoever searches for the bird phoenix must walk the entire day. In the evening, he'll come to a gate that's locked."
Then the second dove said,
"There is a golden key that lies underneath this tree, and it will open the gate."
The young man found the key and later used it to open the gate. 2 men were sitting there at that time, and one of them said, "Whoever searches for the bird phoenix must travel a great distance over a high mountain, and then he'll finally come to the castle." On the evening of the 3rd day, he finally reached the castle, where a wise little lady sat and said,
"What do you want here?"
"Oh, I'd like to get 3 feathers from the bird phoenix."
"Your life is in danger,"
she said.
"If the bird phoenix becomes aware of your presence, he'll eat you up, skin and hair. Nevertheless, I'll see if I can help you get the 3 feathers. He comes here every day, and I must comb him with a narrow comb. So now quick, get underneath that table there."
After he did this, the young man was then covered completely by a cloth. Meanwhile, the bird phoenix came home, sat down at the table, and said,
I smell a human flesh." "Oh, what? You see, don't you? There's no one here other than you and I."
Comb me now,"
the bird phoenix responded. The wise little lady combed the bird phoenix, and as she was doing this, he fell asleep. When he was sound asleep, she grabbed a feather, pulled it out, and threw it beneath the table. All at once, the bird phoenix woke up.
"Why are you tearing my hair like that? I dreamt that a human came and pulled out my feathers."
She calmed him down, and so it went 2 more times. When the young man had the 3 feathers, he set out for home, and was now able to obtain his bride. The Old Grandfather and the Grandson. Once upon a time, there was an old man who could barely walk. His knees trembled, and he didn't hear or see much. Moreover, he had lost all of his teeth. When he sat at the dinner table, he could barely hold the spoon. He spilled the soup on his napkin, and the food continued to flow from his mouth. His son and his son's wife felt disgusted by this, and therefore the grandfather finally had to take a place behind the oven in the corner of the room. They gave him his food in a clay bowl. In addition, it was never full, and he would look morosely over to the table, his eyes filled with tears. One time his trembling hand could not grasp the bowl tightly enough, and it fell to the ground and broke. The young wife scolded him, while he said nothing and only sighed. So they bought a wooden bowl for a penny, and he now had to eat out of that. One time as they were sitting at the dinner table, the little 4-year-old grandson collected small wooden sticks on the floor. "What are you doing there?" his father asked.
"Oh,"
the child answered,
"I'm making a little trough so Mother and Father can eat out of it when I'm older and bigger."
Then the husband and wife looked at each other for a while. Finally, they burst into tears and immediately brought the old grandfather to the table. From then on, they let him eat with them, and they also said nothing whenever he happened to spill a few things. The 3 Ravens. Once upon a time, there was a mother who had 3 little sons who were playing cards one day next to the church. And when the sermon was finally finished, their mother returned home and saw what they had been doing. So she cursed her godless children, and they were immediately turned into 3 coal-black ravens and flew away. The 3 brothers, however, had a little sister who loved them with all of her heart, and she grieved so much about their banishment that she no longer had any peace of mind, and finally set out to look for them. The only thing that she took with her for the long, long journey was a little stool on which she rested when she became too tired, and she ate nothing the entire time but wild apples and pears. Unfortunately, she couldn't find the 3 ravens, but one time, when they had flown over her head, one of them had dropped a ring, and when she picked it up, she recognized it as the ring she had given to her youngest brother one time as a present. The sister continued her journey, and she went so far, so very far, until she came to the end of the world, and went to the sun, which was, however, much too hot and ate small children. So after that she went to the moon, which was, however, much too cold and also mean, and when it saw her it said, "I smell human flesh! I smell human flesh!" So the maiden left there quickly and went to the stars, which were good to her, and each one sat on a little stool, and the morning star stood up and gave her a gammy leg to help her open the gate to the glass mountain. "If you don't have this little leg, you won't be able to climb the glass mountain. It's on the glass mountain that you'll find your brothers." So the sister took the gammy leg, wrapped it in some cloth, and continued her journey until she came to the glass mountain. However, the gate was closed, and just as she wanted to take the gammy leg from the cloth, she discovered that she had lost it somewhere along the way. Since she didn't know what to do, she took a knife, sliced off her pinky, stuck it into the lock, and opened the gate. Then a little dwarf came towards her and said,
"My child, what are you looking for here?" "I'm looking for my brothers, the 3 ravens." "The Lord Ravens are not at home," said the little dwarf. "If you want to wait, then come in." And the little dwarf brought 3 little plates and 3 little mugs, and the sister ate a bit from each little plate and drank a sip from each mug, and she let the little ring fall into the last mug. All of a sudden, a whizzing and buzzing could be heard in the air. "The Lord Ravens are flying back home," said the little dwarf. And the ravens began to speak one after the other. "Who has eaten from my plate? Who has drunk from my little mug?" And as the 3rd raven, however, came to his little mug, he found the ring and saw clearly that their little sister had arrived. They recognized her because of the ring, and they were all saved and transformed and were happy to go back home.
The Shepherd Boy. There was once upon a time a shepherd boy whose fame spread far and wide because of the wise answers which he gave to every question. The king of the country heard of it likewise, but did not believe it, and sent for the boy. Then he said to him, "If you could give me an answer to 3 questions which I will ask you, I will look on you as my own child, and you shall dwell with me in my royal palace." The boy said, "What are the 3 questions?" The king said, "The first is, how many drops of water are there in the ocean?" The shepherd boy answered, "Lord King, if you will have all the rivers on earth dammed up so that not a single drop runs from them into the sea until I have counted it, I will tell you how many drops there are in the sea." The king said, "The next question is, how many stars are there in the sky?" The shepherd boy said, "Give me a great sheet of white paper," and then he made so many fine points on it with the pen that they could scarcely be seen, and it was all but impossible to count them. Anyone who looked at them would have lost his sight. And then he said, "There are as many stars in the sky as there are points on the paper. Just count them." But no one was able to do it. The king said,
The third question is, how many seconds of time are there in an eternity?
And then said the shepherd boy, "In Lower Pomerania is the Diamond Mountain, which is 2 miles high, 2 miles wide, and 2 miles deep. Every 100 years a little bird comes and sharpens its beak on it, and when the whole mountain is worn away by this, then the first second of eternity will be over." The king said,
You have answered the 3 questions like a wise man, and shall henceforth dwell with me in my royal palace, and I will regard you as my own child.
The Star Money. There was once upon a time a little girl whose father and mother were dead, and she was so poor that she no longer had a room to live in or a bed to sleep in, and at last she had nothing else but the clothes she was wearing and a little bit of bread in her hand which some charitable soul had given to her. She was good and pious, however, and as she was thus forsaken by all the world, she went forth into the open country, trusting in the good God. Then a poor man met her, who said,
Ah, give me something to eat. I am so hungry.
She handed him the whole of her piece of bread and said,
"May God bless you,"
and went onwards. Then came a child who moaned and said,
"My head is so cold. Give me something to cover it with."
So she took off her hood and gave it to him. And when she had walked a little further, she met another child who had no jacket and was frozen with cold. Then she gave the child her own jacket, and a little further on, one begged for a frock, and she gave away that also. At length she got into the forest, and it had already become dark, and there came yet another child, and asked for a shirt. And the good little girl thought to herself,
"It is a dark night, and no one sees you. You can very well give your shirt away."
And she took it off, and she gave away that also. And as she so stood, and had not one single thing left, suddenly some stars from heaven fell down, and they were nothing else but hard, smooth pieces of money. And although she had just given her shirt away, she had a new one, which was of the very finest linen. Then she put the money into it, and was rich all the days of her life. The Stolen Farthings. A father was one day sitting at dinner with his wife and his children, and a few good friends who had come to visit ate with them. And as they thus sat, and it was striking 12 o'clock, a friend saw the door open, and a very pale child dressed in snow-white clothes came in. It did not look around, and it did not speak, but went straight into the next room. Soon afterwards it came back, and went out the door again in the same quiet manner. On the second and the third day, it came also exactly in the same way. At last, the friend asked the father to whom the beautiful child that went into the next room every day at noon belonged. "I have never seen it," said he. Neither did he know to whom it could belong. The next day, when it again came, the stranger pointed it out to the father, who, however, still did not see it, and the mother and the children also saw nothing. At this, the friend got up, went to the room door, opened it a little, and peeped in. Then he saw the child sitting on the ground and busily digging and seeking about between the boards of the floor, but when it saw the stranger, it disappeared. He now told what he had seen and described the child exactly, and the mother recognized it and said,
"Ah, it is my dear child who died a month ago."
They took up the boards and found 2 farthings which the child had once received from its mother, that it might give them to a poor man. It, however, had thought, "You can buy yourself a biscuit for that," and had kept the farthings and hidden them in the openings between the boards. And therefore it had had no rest in its grave, and had come every day at noon to seek for these farthings. The parents gave the money at once to a poor man, and after that The child was never seen again. Brides on their trail. There was once a young shepherd who wanted very much to marry, and was acquainted with 3 sisters who were all equally pretty, so that it was difficult for him to make a choice, and he could not decide to give the preference to any one of them. Then he asked his mother for advice, and she said,
Invite all 3 and set some cheese before them, and watch how they eat it.
The youth did so. The first swallowed the cheese with the rind on. The second hastily cut the rind off of the cheese, but she cut it so quickly that she left much good cheese with it, and threw that away also. And the third peeled the rind off carefully, and cut neither too much nor too little. The shepherd told all of this to his mother, who said,
Take the third for your wife.
This he did, and he lived contentedly and happily with her. The Sparrow and his 4 children. A sparrow had 4 young ones in a swallow's nest. When they were fledged, some naughty boys pulled out the nest, but fortunately, all of the birds got safely away in the high wind. Then the old bird was grieved that his sons had all gone out into the world. He had not first warned them of every kind of danger, and had not given them good instruction on how to deal with each. In the autumn, a great many sparrows assembled together in a wheat field, and there the old bird met his 4 children again, and full of joy took them home with him. Ah, my dear sons, how I have been worrying about you all through the summer, because you got away in the wind without my teaching. Listen to my words, obey your father, and be well on your guard. Little birds have to encounter great dangers. And then he asked the eldest where he had spent the summer, and how he had supported himself. I stayed in the gardens, and looked for caterpillars and small worms until the cherries were ripe. Ah, my son, said the father, titbits are not bad, but there is a great risk about them. On that account, take great care of yourself henceforth, and particularly when people are going about the gardens who carry long green poles which are hollow inside and have a little hole at the top. Yes, father, but what if a little green leaf is stuck over the hole with wax? Said the son. Where have you seen that? In a merchant's garden, said the youngster. Oh, my son, merchant folks are smart folks, said the father. If you have been among the children of this world, you have learned worldly craftiness enough. Only see that you use it well, and do not be too confident. And then he asked the next, Where have you passed your time?
At court,
said the son. Sparrows and silly little birds are of no use in that place. There one finds much gold, velvet, silk, armor, harnesses, sparrowhawks, screech owls, and lanners. Keep to the horses and stables, where they winnow oats or thresh, and then fortune may give you your daily grain of corn in peace.
Yes, father,
said the son.
But when the stable boys make traps and fix their gins and snares in the straw, many a one is caught.
Where have you seen that? Said the old bird.
At court, among the stable boys.
Oh, my son, court boys are bad boys. If you have been to court and among the lords and have left no feathers there, you have learnt a fair amount, and you will know very well how to go about the world. But look around you and above you, for the wolves often devour the wisest dogs. The father examined the third also. Where did you seek your fortune? I have cast my tub and rope on the cart roads and highways, and sometimes met with a grain of corn or barley. That indeed is dainty fare, said the father. But take care what you are about, and look carefully around, especially when you see anyone stooping and about to pick up a stone, for then you have not much time to waste. That is true, said the son. But what if anyone should carry a bit of rock or ore ready beforehand in his breast or pocket? Where have you seen that? Among the miners, my dear father. When they get out of the pit, they generally take a little bits of ore with them. Mining folks are working folks, and therefore clever folks. If you have been among mining lads, you have seen and learnt something, but when you go thither, beware, for many a sparrow has been brought to a bad end by a mining boy throwing a piece of cobalt. At length, the father came to the youngest son. You, my dear, chirping, nestling, were always the silliest and weakest. Stay with me. The world has many rough, wicked birds which have crooked beaks and long claws, and they lie in wait for poor little birds and swallow them. Keep with those of your own kind, and pick up little spiders and caterpillars from the trees or the houses, and then you will live long in peace.
My dear father, he who feeds himself without injury to other people fares well, and no sparrowhawk, eagle, or kite will hurt him if he commits himself and his lawful food, evening and morning, faithfully to God, who is the creator and preserver of all forest and village birds, who likewise heareth the cry and prayer of the young ravens. For no sparrow or wren ever falls to the ground except by his will.
Where have you learnt this? The son answered,
When the great blast of wind tore me away from you, I came to a church, and there during the summer I have picked up the flies and spiders from the windows, and heard this discourse preached. The father of all the sparrows fed me all the summer through, and kept me from all misfortune and from ferocious birds.
Indeed, my dear son, if you take refuge in the church, and help to clear away spiders and buzzing flies, and chirp unto God like the young ravens, and commend yourself to the eternal Creator, all will be well with you, and that, even if the whole world were full of wild, malicious birds. He who to God commits his ways, in silence suffers, waits and prays, perseveres his faith, and conscience pure, he is of God's protection sure. Snow White and Rose Red. There was once a poor widow who lived in a lonely cottage. In front of the cottage was a garden wherein stood 2 rose trees, one of which bore white and the other red roses. She had 2 children who were like the 2 rose trees, and one was called Snow White and the other Rose Red. They were as good and happy, as busy and cheerful as ever 2 children in the world were, only Snow White was more quiet and gentle than Rose Red. Rose Red liked better to run about in the meadows and fields seeking flowers and catching butterflies, but Snow White sat at home with her mother and helped her with her housework, or read to her when there was nothing to do. The 2 children were so fond of one another that they always held each other by the hand when they went out together. And when Snow White said, "We will not leave each other," Rose Red answered, "Never so long as we live." And their mother would add, "What one has she must share with the other." They often ran about the forest alone and gathered red berries, and no beast did them any harm, but came close to them trustfully. The little hare would eat a cabbage leaf out of their hands, the roe grazed by their side, the stag leapt merrily by them, and the birds sat still upon the boughs, and sang whatever they knew. No mishap overtook them. If they had stayed too late in the forest and night came on, they laid themselves down near one another upon the moss, and slept until morning came, and their mother knew this and did not worry on their account. Once, when they had spent the night in the wood and the dawn had roused them, they saw a beautiful child in a shining white dress sitting near their bed. He got up and looked quite kindly at them, but said nothing, and went away into the forest. And when they looked around, they found that they had been sleeping quite close to a precipice, and would certainly have fallen off into the darkness if they had only gone a few paces further. And their mother told them that it must have been an angel who watches over all good children. Snow White and Rose Red kept their mother's little cottage so neat that it was a pleasure to look inside of it. In the summer, Rose Red took care of the house, and every morning laid a wreath of flowers by her mother's bed before she awoke, in which was a rose from each tree. In the winter, Snow White lit the fire and hung the kettle on the hob. The kettle was of brass and shone like gold, so brightly it was polished. In the evening, when the snowflakes fell, the mother said, "Go, Snow White, and bolt the door." And then they all sat around the hearth, and the mother took her spectacles and read aloud out of a large book, and the two girls listened as they sat and spun. And close by them lay a lamb upon the floor, and behind them upon a perch sat a white dove with its head hidden beneath its wings. One evening, as they were thus sitting comfortably together, someone knocked at the door as if he had wished to be let in. The mother said,
"Quick, Rose Red, open the door. It must be a traveler who is seeking shelter."
Rose Red went and pushed back the bolt, thinking that it was a poor man, but it was not. It was a bear that stretched its broad black head within the door. Rose Red screamed and sprang back. The lamb bleated, the dove fluttered, and Snow White hid herself behind her mother's bed. But the bear began to speak and said,
"Do not be afraid. I will do you no harm. I am half frozen, and I only want to warm myself a little beside you."
"Poor bear," said the mother. "Lie down by the fire. Only take care that you do not burn your coat."
And then she cried,
"Snow White, Rose Red, come out. The bear will do you no harm. He means well."
So they both came out. By and by the lamb and dove came nearer, and were not afraid of him. The bear said,
"Here, children, knock the snow out of my coat a little."
So they brought the broom and swept the bear's hide clean, and he stretched himself by the fire and growled contentedly and comfortably. It was not long before they grew quite at home and played tricks with their clumsy guest. They tugged his hair with their hands, put their feet upon his back and rolled him about, or they took a hazel switch and beat him, and when he growled they laughed. But the bear took it all in good part. Only when they were too rough he called out,
"Leave me alive, children. Snow White, Rose Red, will you beat your wooer dead?"
When it was bedtime and the others went to bed, the mother said to the bear,
"You can lie there by the hearth, and then you will be safe from the cold and the bad weather."
As soon as day had dawned, the two children let him out, and he trotted across the snow into the forest. Henceforth the bear came every evening at the same time, laid himself down by the hearth, and let the children amuse themselves with him just as much as they had liked. And they had gotten so used to him that the doors were never fastened until their black friend had arrived. When spring had come and all outside was green, the bear said one morning to Snow White,
"Now I must go away, and cannot come back for the whole summer."
"Where are you going then, dear bear?"
asked Snow White.
"I must go into the forest and guard my treasures from the wicked dwarfs. In the winter, when the earth is frozen hard, they are obliged to stay below and cannot work their way through. But now, when the sun has thawed and warmed the earth, they break through it and come out to pry and steal. And what once gets into their hands and into their caves does not easily see daylight again."
Snow White was quite sorry at his departure, and as she unbolted the door for him, and the bear was hurrying out, he caught against the bolt, and a piece of his hairy coat was torn off, and it seemed to Snow White as if she had seen gold shining through it, but she was not so sure about that. The bear ran away quickly, and was soon out of sight behind the trees. A short time afterward, the mother sent her children into the forest to get firewood. There, they found a big tree which lay felled on the ground, and close by the trunk something was jumping backwards and forwards in the grass, but they could not make out what it was. When they came nearer, they saw a dwarf with an old withered face and a snow-white beard a yard long. The end of the beard was caught in the crevice of the tree, and the little fellow was jumping about like a dog tied to a rope, and did not know what to do. He glared at the girls with his fiery red eyes and cried,
"Why do you stand there? Can you not come here and help me?"
"What are you up to, little man?"
asked Rose Red.
"You stupid prying goose,"
answered the dwarf.
"I was going to split the tree to get a little wood for cooking. The little bit of food that we people get is immediately burnt up with heavy logs. We do not swallow as much as you coarse, greedy folk. I had just driven the wedge safely in, and everything was going as I wished, but the cursed wedge was too smooth and suddenly sprang out.
and the tree closed so quickly that I could not pull out my beautiful white beard. So now it is tight in, and I cannot get away, and the silly, sleek, milk-faced things laugh. Ah, how odious you are!"
The children tried very hard, but they could not pull the beard out. It was caught too fast.
"I will run and fetch someone,"
said Rose Red.
"You senseless goose,"
snarled the dwarf.
"Why should you fetch someone? You are already too many for me. Can you not think of something better?" "Don't be impatient," said Snow White. "I will help you."
And she pulled her scissors out of her pocket and cut off the end of the beard. As soon as the dwarf felt himself free, he laid hold of a bag which lay amongst the roots of the tree, and which was full of gold, lifted it up, grumbling to himself,
"Uncouth people, to cut off a piece of my fine beard. Bad luck to you."
And then he swung the bag upon his back and went off without even once looking at the children. Some time afterwards, Snow White and Rose Red went to catch a dish of fish. As they came near the brook, they saw something like a large grasshopper jumping towards the water, as if it were going to leap in. They ran to it and found it was the dwarf.
"Where are you going?" said Rose Red. "You surely don't want to go into the water?" "I am not such a fool," cried the dwarf. "Don't you see that the accursed fish wants to pull me in?"
The little man had been sitting there fishing, and unluckily, the wind had tangled up his beard with the fishing line. A moment later, a big fish had made a bite, and the feeble creature had not the strength to pull it out. The fish kept the upper hand and pulled the dwarf towards him. He held on to all the reeds and rushes, but it was of little good, for he was forced to follow the movements of the fish, and was in urgent danger of being dragged into the water. The girls came just in time. They held him fast and tried to free his beard from the line, but all in vain. Beard and line were entangled fast together. There was nothing to do but bring out the scissors and cut the beard, whereby a small part of it was lost. When the dwarf saw that, he screamed out,
"Is that civil, you toadstool, to disfigure a man's face? Was it not enough to clip off the end of my beard? Now you've cut off the best part of it. I cannot let myself be seen by my people. I wish you had been made to run the soles off of your shoes."
Then he took out a sack of pearls which lay in the rushes, and without another word he dragged it away and disappeared behind a stone. It happened that soon afterwards the mother sent the two children to the town to buy needles and thread, and laces and ribbons. The road led them across a heath upon which huge pieces of rock lay strewn about. There they noticed a large bird hovering in the air, flying slowly around and around above them. It sank lower and lower, and at last settled near a rock not far away. Immediately they heard a loud, piteous cry. They ran up and saw with horror that the eagle had seized their old acquaintance the dwarf, and was going to carry him off. The children, full of pity, at once took tight hold of the little man, and pulled against the eagle so long that at last he let his booty go. As soon as the dwarf had recovered from his first fright, he cried with a shrill voice,
"Could you not have done it more carefully? You dragged at my brown coat so that it is all torn and full of holes, you clumsy creatures."
Then he took up a sack full of precious stones and slipped away again under the rocks into his hole. The girls, who by this time were used to his ingratitude, went on their way and did their business in the town. As they crossed the heath again on their way home, they surprised the dwarf, who had emptied out his bag of precious stones in a clean spot, and had not thought that anyone would come there so late. The evening sun shone upon the brilliant stones. They glittered and sparkled with all colors so beautifully that the children stood still and stared at them.
"Why do you stand gaping there?"
cried the dwarf, and his ashen-gray face became copper-red with rage. He was still cursing when a loud growling was heard, and a black bear came trotting towards them out of the forest. The dwarf sprang up in a fright, but he could not reach his cave, for the bear was already close. Then, in the dread of his heart, he cried,
"Dear Mr. Bear, spare me. I will give you all of my treasures. Look at the beautiful jewels lying there. Grant me my life. What do you want with such a slender little fellow so as I? You would not feel me between your teeth. Come, take these 2 wicked girls. They are tender morsels for you, fat as young quails. For mercy's sake, please eat them.
The bear took no heed of his words, but gave the wicked creature a single blow with his paw, and the creature did not move again. The girls had run away, but the bear called to them,
Snow White and Rose Red, do not be afraid. Wait, I will come with you.
Then they recognized his voice and waited, and when he came up to them, suddenly his bearskin fell off, and he stood there, a handsome man, clothed all in gold.
I am a king's son, he said, and I was bewitched by that wicked dwarf who had stolen my treasures. I have had to run about the forest as a savage bear until I was freed by his death. Now he has got his well-deserved punishment.
Snow White was married to him, and Rose Red to his brother, and they divided between them the great treasure which the dwarf had gathered together in his cave. The old mother lived peacefully and happily with her children for many years. She took the 2 rose trees with her, and they stood before her window, and every year bore the most beautiful roses, white and red. The Glass Coffin. Let no one ever say that a poor tailor cannot do great things and win high honors. All that is needed is that he should go to the right smithy, and what is of most consequence, that he should have good luck. A civil, smart tailor's apprentice once went out traveling, and came into a great forest, and as he did not know the way, he lost himself. Night fell, and nothing was left for him to do in this painful solitude but to seek a bed. He might certainly have found a good bed on the soft moss, but the fear of wild beasts let him have no rest there, and at last he made up his mind to spend the night in a tree. He sought out a high oak, climbed up to the top of it, and thanked God that he had his goose with him, for otherwise the wind which blew over the top of the tree would have carried him away. After he had spent some hours in the darkness, not without fear and trembling, he saw at a very short distance the glimmer of a light, and as he thought that a human habitation might be there, where he would be better off than on the branches of a tree, he got carefully down and went towards the light. It guided him to a small hut that was woven together of reeds and rushes. He knocked boldly, and the door opened, and by the light which came forth he saw a little hoary old man who wore a coat made of bits of colored stuff sewn together.
Who are you, and what do you want?
Asked the old man in a grumbling voice.
Well, I am a poor tailor, he answered, whom night has surprised here in the wilderness, and I earnestly beg you to take me into your hut until morning.
Go your way,
replied the old man in a surly voice.
I will have nothing to do with tramps. Seek for yourself a shelter elsewhere.
Having said this, he was about to slip into his hut again, but the tailor held him so tightly by the corner of his coat and pleaded so piteously that the old man, who was not so ill-natured as he wished to appear, was at last softened, and took him into the hut with him, where he gave him something to eat, and then offered him a very good bed in the corner. The weary tailor needed no rocking, but slept sweetly until morning, but even then would not have thought of getting up, if he had not been aroused by a great noise. A violent sound of screaming and roaring forced its way through the thin walls of the hut. The tailor, full of unwonted courage, jumped up, put his clothes on in haste, and hurried out. Then, close by the hut, he saw a great black bull and a beautiful stag, which were just preparing for a violent struggle. They rushed at each other with such extreme rage that the ground shook with their trampling, and the air resounded with their cries. For a long time it was uncertain which of the two would gain the victory, and at length the stag thrust his horns into the adversary's body, whereupon the bull fell to the earth with a terrific roar and was finished off by a few strokes from the stag. The tailor, who had watched the fight with astonishment, was still standing there motionless when the stag in full career bounded up to him, and before he could escape, caught him up on his great horns. He had not much time to collect his thoughts, for it went in a swift race over stock and stone, mountain and valley, wood and meadow. He held with both hands to the ends of the horns and resigned himself to his fate. It seemed to him just as if he were flying away. At length, the stag stopped in front of a wall of rock and gently let the tailor down. The tailor, more dead than alive, required some time to come to himself. When he had in some degree recovered, the stag, which remained standing by him, pushed its horns with such force against the door in the rock that it sprang open. Flames of fire shot forth, after which followed a great smoke, which hid the stag from his sight. The tailor did not know what to do or whither to turn in order to get out of this desert and back to human beings again. Whilst he was standing thus undecided, a voice sounded out of the rock which cried to him,
"Enter without fear. No evil shall befall you."
He hesitated, but driven by a mysterious force, he obeyed the voice and went through the iron door into a large, spacious hall, whose ceiling, walls, and floors were made of shining, polished square stones, on each of which were carved signs which were unknown to him. He looked at everything full of admiration, and was on the point of going out again, when he once more heard the voice which said to him,
"Step on the stone which lies in the middle of the hall, and great good fortune awaits you."
His courage had already grown so great that he obeyed the order. The stone began to give way under his feet and sank slowly down into the depths. When it was once more firm and the tailor looked around, he found himself in a hall which in size resembled the former. Here, however, there was more to look at and more to admire. Hollow places were cut into the walls, in which stood vases of transparent glass and filled with colored spirit or with a bluish vapor. On the floor of the hall, two great glass chests stood opposite of each other, which at once excited his curiosity. When he went to one of them, he saw inside it a handsome structure like a castle surrounded by farm buildings, stables and barns, and a quantity of other good things. Everything was small, but exceedingly carefully and delicately made, and seemed to be carved out by a dexterous hand with the greatest precision. He might not have turned away his eye from the consideration of this rarity for some time, had not the voice once more made itself heard. It ordered him to turn around and look at the glass chest which was standing opposite. How his admiration increased when he saw therein a maiden of the greatest beauty. She lay as if asleep, and was wrapped in her long fair hair as in a precious mantle. Her eyes were closely shut, but the brightness of her complexion and a ribbon which her breathing moved to and fro left no doubt that she was alive. The tailor was looking at the beauty with a beating heart, and she suddenly opened her eyes and stared up at the sight of him with a shock of joy.
"Divine Providence!" cried she. "My deliverance is at hand. Quick, quick, help me out of my prison. If you push back the bolt of this glass coffin, then I shall be free."
The tailor obeyed without delay, and she immediately raised up the glass lid, came out, and hastened into the corner of the hall, where she covered herself with a large cloak. Then she seated herself on a stone, ordered the young man to come to her, and after she had imprinted a friendly kiss on his lips, she said,
"My long-desired deliverer, kind heaven has guided you to me and put an end to my sorrows. On the self-same day when they end shall your happiness begin. You are the husband chosen from me by heaven, and shall pass your life in unbroken joy, loved by me, and rich to overflowing in every earthly possession. Seat yourself and listen to the story of my life. I am the daughter of a rich count. My parents died when I was still in my tender youth, and recommended me in their last will to my elder brother, by whom I was brought up. We loved each other so tenderly, and were so alike in our way of thinking and our inclinations, that we both embraced the resolution never to marry, but to stay together to the end of our lives. In our house there was no lack of company. Neighbors and friends visited us often, and we showed the greatest hospitality to everyone. So it came to pass one evening that a stranger came riding to our castle, and under pretext of not being able to get on to the next place, begged for shelter for the night. We granted his request with ready courtesy, and he entertained us in the most agreeable manner during supper by conversation intermingled with stories. My brother liked the stranger so much that he begged him to spend a couple of days with us, to which, after some hesitation, he consented. We did not rise from table until late in the night. The stranger was shown to a room, and I hastened, as I was tired, to lay my limbs in my soft bed. Hardly had I fallen off to sleep when the sound of faint and delightful music awoke me. As I could not conceive from whence it came, I wanted to summon my waiting maid, who slept in the next room, but to my astonishment I found that speech was taken away from me by an unknown force. I felt as if a nightmare were weighing down my breast, and I was unable to make the very slightest sound. In the meantime, by the light of the night lamp, I saw the stranger enter my room through 2 doors which were fast bolted. He came to me and said that by magic arts which were at his command he had caused the lovely music to sound in order to awaken me, and that he now forced his way through all fastenings with the intention of offering his hand and heart. My dislike of his magic arts was so great, however, that I refused to answer him. He remained for a time standing without moving, apparently with the idea of waiting for a favorable decision, but as I continued to keep silence, he angrily declared that he would revenge himself and find a means to punish my pride, and then he left the room. I passed the night in the greatest disquietude, and fell asleep only towards morning. When I awoke, I hurried to my brother, but did not find him in his room, and the attendants told me that he had ridden forth with the stranger to chase at daybreak. I at once suspected nothing good. I dressed myself quickly, ordered my palfrey to be saddled, and accompanied only by one servant, rode full gallop to the forest. The servant fell with his horse and could not follow me, for the horse had broken its foot. I pursued my way without halting, and in a few minutes I saw the stranger coming towards me with a beautiful stag which he led by a cord. I asked him where he had left my brother, and how he had come by this stag, out of whose great eyes I saw tears flowing. Instead of answering me, he began to laugh loudly. I fell into a great rage at this, pulled out a pistol, and discharged it at the monster, but the ball rebounded from his breast and went right into my horse's head. I fell to the ground, and the stranger muttered some words which deprived me of consciousness. When I came to my senses again, I found myself in this underground cave in a glass coffin. The magician appeared once again and said that he had changed my brother into a stag, changed my castle with all that belonged to it, diminished in size by his arts. He had shut up in the other glass chest, and my people, who were all turned into smoke, he had confined in glass bottles. He told me that if I would now comply with his wish, that it would be an easy thing for him to put everything back in its former state, as he had nothing to do but open the vessels, and everything would return once more to its natural form. I answered him as little as I had done the first time. He vanished and left me in my prison, in which a deep sleep came on. Among the visions which passed before my eyes, the most comforting was that in which a young man came and set me free, and when I opened my eyes today, I saw you and beheld my dream fulfilled. Help me to accomplish the other things which happened in those visions. The first is that we lift the glass chest in which my castle is enclosed onto that broad stone.
As soon as the stone was laden, it began to rise up on high with the maiden and the young man, and mounted through the opening of the ceiling into the upper hall, from whence they could easily reach the open air. Here the maiden opened the lid, and it was marvelous to behold how the castle, the houses, and the farm buildings which were enclosed stretched themselves out and grew to their natural size with the greatest rapidity. After this, The maiden and the tailor returned to the cave beneath the earth, and had the vessels which were filled with smoke carried up by the stone. The maiden had scarcely opened the bottles when the blue smoke rushed out and changed itself into living men, in whom she recognized her servants and her people. Her joy was still more increased when her brother, who had killed the magician in the form of a bull, came out of the forest towards them in his human form. And on the selfsame day the maiden, in accordance with her promise, gave her hand at the altar to the lucky tailor. Lazy Harry. Harry was lazy, and although he had nothing else to do but drive his goat daily to pasture, he nevertheless groaned when he went home after his day's work was done. "It is indeed a heavy burden," said he, "and a wearisome employment to drive a goat into the field this way year after year, till late into the autumn. If one could but lie down and sleep, but no, one must have one's eyes open lest the goat hurts the young trees, or squeezes itself through a hedge into the garden, or runs away altogether. How can one have any rest, or enjoy one's life?" He seated himself, collected his thoughts, and considered how he could set his shoulders free from this burden. For a long time all thinking was to no purpose, but suddenly it was as if scales fell from his eyes. "I know what I will do," he cried. "I will marry fat Trina, who is also a goat, and can take mine out with hers, and then I shall have no more need to trouble myself." So Harry got up, set his weary legs in motion, and went right across the street, for it was no farther, to where the parents of fat Trina lived, and asked for their industrious and virtuous daughter in marriage. The parents did not reflect long. Birds of a feather flocked together, they thought, and consented. So fat Trina became Harry's wife, and led out both the goats. Harry had a good time of it, and had no work that he was required to rest from but his own idleness. He went out with her only now and then, and said, "I merely do it that I may afterwards enjoy rest more. Otherwise, one loses all feeling for it." But fat Trina was no less idle.
"Dear Harry," she said one day, "why should we make our lives so toilsome when there is no need for it, and thus ruin the best days of our youth? Would it not be better for us to give the 2 goats which disturb us every morning in our sweetest sleep with their bleating to our neighbor, and he will give us a beehive for them? We will put the beehive in a sunny place behind the house, and trouble ourselves no more about it. Bees do not require to be taken care of or driven into the field. They fly out and find the way home again for themselves, and collect honey without giving the very least trouble."
"You've spoken like a sensible woman," replied Harry. "We will carry out your proposal without delay, and besides all that, honey tastes better and nourishes one better than goat's milk, and it can be kept longer too." The neighbor willingly gave a beehive for the 2 goats. The bees flew in and out from early morning until late evening without ever tiring, and filled the hive with the most beautiful honey, so that in autumn Harry was able to take a whole pitcherful out of it. They placed the jug on the board which was fixed to the wall of their bedroom, and as they were afraid that it might be stolen, or that the mice might find it, Trina brought in a stout hazel stick and put it beside her bed, so that without unnecessary motion she might reach it with her hand and drive away the uninvited guests. Lazy Harry did not like to leave his bed before noon. "He who rises early," said he, "wastes his substance." One morning when he was still lying amongst the feathers in broad daylight, resting after his long sleep, he said to his wife, "Women are fond of sweet things, and you are always tasting the honey in private. It will be better for us to exchange it for a goose with a young gosling before you eat up the whole lot of it."
"But,"
answered Trina,
"not before we have a child to take care of them. Am I to worry myself with the little geese and spend all of my strength on them to no purpose?"
"Do you think," said Harry, "that the youngster will look after geese? Nowadays children no longer obey. They do according to their own fancy, because they consider themselves cleverer than their parents, just like that lad who was sent to seek the cow and chase 3 blackbirds."
"Oh," replied Tina, "this one shall fare badly if he does not do what I say. I will take a stick and belabor his skin with more blows than I can count. Look, Harry," cried she in her zeal,
and seized the stick with which she used to drive the mice away.
"look, this is the way I will fall on him."
She reached her arm out to strike, but unhappily hit the honey pitcher above the bed. The pitcher struck against the wall and fell down in shards, and the fine honey streamed out onto the ground. "There lie the goose and the young gosling," said Harry, "and want no looking after, but it is lucky that the pitcher did not fall on my head. We have all reason to be satisfied with our lot." And then, as he saw that there was still some honey in one of the shards, he stretched out his hand for it and said quite gaily, "The remains, my wife. We will still eat with relish, and we will rest a little after the fright we have had. What does it matter if we do get up a little later? The day is always long enough."
"Yes,"
answered Trina.
"we shall always get to the end of it at the proper time."
You know, the snail was once asked to a wedding and set out to go, but arrived at the christening. In front of the house it fell over the fence and said, "Speed does no good." The Griffin. There was once upon a time a king, but where he reigned and what he was called, I do not know. He had no son, but only a daughter who had always been ill, and no doctor had been able to cure her. Then it was foretold to the king that his daughter would find her health by eating an apple, so he ordered it to be proclaimed throughout the whole of his kingdom that whosoever brought his daughter an apple with which she could find her health should have her to wife, and then become king. This became known to a peasant who had 3 sons, and he said to the eldest, "Go out into the garden and take a basketful of those beautiful apples with the red cheeks, and carry them to the court. Perhaps the king's daughter will be able to find her health with them, and then you will marry her and be king." The lad did so, and set out. When he had gone a short way, he met a hoary little man who asked him what he had there in the basket, to which replied Yuli, for so was he named, "Frog's legs." At this the little man said,
"Well, so shall it be, and remain."
and he went away. At length Yuli arrived at the palace, and made it known that he had brought apples which would cure the king's daughter if she ate them. This delighted the king hugely, and he caused Yuli to be brought before him, but, alas, when he opened the basket, instead of having apples in it, he had frog's legs, which were still kicking about. On this, the king grew angry, and had him driven out of the house. When he got home, he told his father how it had fared with him. Then the father sent his next son, who was called Same, but all went with him just as it had gone with Yuli. He also met the hoary little man, who asked what he had there in the basket. Same said, "Hog's bristles," and the hoary man said,
"Well, so shall it be, and remain."
When Same got to the king's palace and said he brought apples with him which the king's daughter might find her health, they did not want to let him go in, and said that one fellow had already been there and had treated them as if they were fools. Same, however, maintained that he certainly had the apples, and that they ought to let him go in. At length they believed him, and led him to the king, but when they uncovered the basket, he had but hog's bristles. This enraged the king most terribly, so he caused Same to be whipped out of the house. When he got home, he recalled all that had befallen him, whereupon the youngest boy, whose name was Hans, but who was always called Stupid Hans, came and asked his father if he might go with some apples. "Oh," said the father, "you would just be the right fellow for such a thing. If the clever one can't manage it, what can you do?" The boy, however, insisted and said, "Indeed, father, I wish to go." "Just get away, you stupid fellow. You must wait until you are wiser," said the father to that, and he turned his back. Hans, however, pulled at the back of the smock and said,
"Indeed, father, I wish to go."
"Well then, so far as I am concerned, you may go, "But you will soon come home again," replied the old man in a spiteful voice. The boy was tremendously delighted and jumped for joy. Well, acted like a fool. "You grow more stupid every day," said the father again. But Hans was not discouraged, and he did not let it spoil his pleasure. But as it was the night, he thought he might well wait until the morrow, for he could not get to court that day. All night long he could not sleep in his bed, and if he did doze for a moment, he dreamt of beautiful maidens, of palaces, of gold, and of silver, and all kinds of things of that sort. Early in the morning he went forth on his way, and directly afterwards the little shabby-looking man in his icy clothes came to him and asked what he was carrying in the basket. Hans gave him the answer that he was carrying apples, with which the king's daughter was to find her health.
"Then," said the little man, "so shall they be and remain."
But at the court they would none of them let Hans go in, for they said 2 had already been there who had told him that they were bringing apples, and one of them had brought frogs' legs, and the other hogs' bristles. Hans, however, resolutely maintained that he most certainly had no frogs' legs, but some of the most beautiful apples in the whole kingdom. As he spoke so pleasantly, the doorkeeper thought he could not be telling a lie, and he asked him to go in, and he was right, for when Hans uncovered his basket in the king's presence, golden yellow apples came tumbling out. The king was delighted and caused some of them to be taken to his daughter, and then waited in anxious expectation until news should be brought to him of the effect that they had had. But before much time had passed, news was brought to him, and who do you think it was who came? It was the daughter herself. As soon as she had eaten one of those apples, she was cured, and sprang out of her bed. The joy the king felt cannot be described. But now he did not want to give his daughter in marriage to Hans, and he said that he must first make him a boat which would go quicker on dry land than on water. Hans agreed to the condition, and went home and related how it had fared with him. Then the father sent Yuli into the forest to make a boat of that kind. He worked diligently and whistled all the time. At midday, when the sun was at its highest, came the little icy man and asked what he was making. Yuli gave him for answer, wooden bowls for the kitchen. The icy man said,
"So it shall be and remain."
By evening, Yuli thought he had now made the boat, but when he wanted to get into it, he had nothing but wooden bowls. The next day, Sam went into the forest, but everything went with him just as it had done with Yuli. On the third day, stupid Hans went. He worked away most industriously, so that the whole forest resounded with the heavy blows, and all the while he sang and whistled right merrily. At midday, when it was the hottest, the little man came again, and asked what he was making.
"A boat which will go quicker on dry land than on water," replied Hans. "And when I have finished it, I am to have the king's daughter for my wife." "Well," said the little man, "such an one shall it be and remain."
In the evening, when the sun had turned into gold, Hans finished his boat, and all that was wanted for it. He got into it and rowed to the palace. The boat went as swiftly as the wind. The king saw it from afar, but would not give his daughter to Hans yet, and said he must first take 100 hares out to pasture from early morning until late evening, and if one of them got away, he should not have his daughter. Hans was contented with this, and the next day went with his flock to the pasture, and took great care that none of them ran away. Before many hours had passed came a servant from the palace, and he told Hans that he must give her a hare instantly, for some visitors had come unexpectedly. Hans, however, was very well aware what that meant, and said he would not give one to her. The king might set some hare soup before his guests the next day. The maid, however, would not accept his refusal, and at last she began to argue with him. Then Hans said that if the king's daughter came herself, he would give her a fare. The maid told this in the palace, and the daughter did go herself. In the meantime, the little man came again to Hans, and asked him what he was doing there. Hans said he had to watch over 100 hares to see that none of them ran away, and then he might marry the king's daughter and become a king.
"Good," said the little man. "There is a whistle for you, and if one of them runs away, just whistle with it, and then it will come back again."
When the king's daughter came, Hans gave her a hare into her apron, But when she had gone about 100 steps with it, he whistled, and the hare jumped out of the apron, and before she could turn around, the hare was back to the flock again. When the evening came, the hare herd whistled once more, and looked to see if all were there, and then drove them to the palace. The king wondered how Hans had been able to take 100 hares to graze without losing any of them, but he still would not give him his daughter yet, and he said he must now bring him a feather from the griffin's tail. Hans set out at once and walked straight forwards. In the evening he came to a castle, and there he asked for a night's lodging, for at that time there were no inns. The lord of the castle promised him that with much pleasure, and asked where he was going. Hans answered,
To the Griffin.
"Oh, to the Griffin. They tell me he knows everything, and I have lost the key of an iron money chest, so you might be so good as to ask him where it is."
Yes, indeed, said Hans. I will do that.
Early next morning he went onwards, and on his way he arrived at another castle in which he again stayed the night. When the people who lived there learnt that he was going to the Griffin, they said they had in the house a daughter who was ill, and that they had already tried every means to cure her, but none of them had done her any good, and he might be so kind as to ask the Griffin what would make their daughter healthy again. Hans said he would willingly do that, and went onwards. Then he came to a lake, and instead of a ferry boat, a tall man was there who had to carry everybody across. The man asked Hans whither he was journeying.
To the Griffin,
said Hans. "Then, when you get to him," said the man, "just ask him why I am forced to carry everybody over the lake."
Yes, indeed. Most certainly I'll do that, said Hans.
Then the man took him up on his shoulders and carried him across the lake. At length Hans arrived at the Griffin's house, but the wife only was at home, and not the Griffin himself. When the woman asked him what he wanted, thereupon he told her everything, that he had to get a feather out of the Griffin's tail, and that there was a castle where they had lost the key of their money chest, and he was to ask the Griffin where it was, and in another castle the daughter was ill, and he was to learn what would cure her, and then, not far from thence, there was a lake and a man beside it, who was forced to carry people across it, and he was very anxious to learn why the man was obliged to do it. Then said the woman,
Look here, my good friend. No Christian can speak to the Griffin. He devours them all. But if you like, you can lie down under his bed, and in the night, when he is quite fast asleep, you can reach out and pull a feather out of his tail. And as for those things which you are to learn, I will ask about them myself.
Hans was quite satisfied with this, and got under the bed. In the evening the Griffin came home, and as soon as he entered the room, said,
"Wife, I smell a Christian."
Yes, said the woman. One was here today, but he went away again.
And on that the Griffin said no more. In the middle of the night, when the Griffin was snoring loudly, Hans reached out and plucked a feather from his tail. The Griffin woke up instantly and said,
"Wife, I smell a Christian, and it seems to me that somebody was pulling at my tail."
His wife said,
You have certainly been dreaming, and I told you before that a Christian was here today, but that he went away again. He told me all kinds of things, that in one castle they had lost the key of their money chest, and could find it nowhere.
"Oh, fools," said the Griffin. "The key lies in the wood house under a log of wood behind the door."
And then he said that in another castle the daughter was ill, and they knew no remedy that would cure her.
"Oh, the fools," said the Griffin. "Under the cellar steps a toad has made its nest of her hair, and if she got her hair back she should be well."
And then he also said that there was a place where there was a lake and a man beside it who was forced to carry everybody across.
"Oh, the fool," said the Griffin. "If he only put one man down in the middle, he would never have to carry another across.
Early the next morning, the griffin got up and went out. Then Hans came forth from under the bed, and he had a beautiful feather, and had heard what the griffin had said about the key, and the daughter, and the man. The griffin's wife repeated it all once more to him that he might not forget it, and then he went home again. First he came to the man by the lake, who asked him what the griffin had said, but Hans replied that he must first carry him across, and then he would tell him. So the man carried him across, and when he was over, Hans told him that all he had to do was to set one person down in the middle of the lake, and then he would never have to carry over any more. The man was hugely delighted, and told Hans that out of gratitude he would take him once more across and back again. But Hans said no, he would save him the trouble. He was quite satisfied already, and pursued his way. Then he came to the castle where the daughter was ill. He took her on his shoulders, for she could not walk, and he carried her down the cellar steps and pulled out the toad's nest from beneath the lowest step and gave it into her hand, and she sprang off of his shoulder and up the steps before him, and was quite cured. Then were the father and mother beyond measure rejoiced, and they gave Hans gifts of gold and silver, and whatsoever else he wished for, they gave him. And when he got to the other castle, he went at once into the wood house, and found the key under the log of wood behind the door, and took it to the lord of the castle. He was not a little pleased, and gave Hans as a reward much of the gold that was in the chest, and all kinds of things besides, such as cows and sheep and goats. When Hans arrived before the king with all of these things, with the money, the gold, and the silver, the cows, the sheep, and the goats, the king asked him how he had come by them. Then Hans told him that the griffin gave everyone whatsoever he wanted. So the king thought he himself could make use of such things, and he set out on his way to the griffin. But when he got to the lake, it happened that he was the very first who arrived there after Hans, and the man put him down in the middle of it and went away, and the king was drowned. Hans, however, married the daughter and became the new king. Strong Hans. There was once a man and a woman who had an only child, and lived quite alone in a solitary valley. It came to pass that the mother once went into the wood to gather branches of fir, and took with her little Hans, who was just 2 years old. As it was springtime, and the child took pleasure in the many-colored flowers, she went still further onwards with him into the forest. Suddenly, 2 robbers sprang out of the thicket, seized the mother and child, and carried them far away into the black forest, where no one ever came from one year's end to another. The poor woman urgently begged the robbers to set her and her child free, but their hearts were made of stone, and they would not listen to her prayers and entreaties, and they drove her on farther by force. After they had worked their way through bushes and briars for about 2 miles, they came to a rock where there was a door, at which the robbers knocked, and it opened at once. They had to go through a long dark passage, which burnt on the hearth. On the wall hung swords, sabers, and other deadly weapons which gleamed in the light, and in the midst stood a black table at which 4 other robbers were sitting and gambling, and the captain sat at the head of it. As soon as he saw the woman, he came and spoke to her, and he told her to be at ease and have no fear. They would do nothing to hurt her, but she must look after the housekeeping, and if she kept everything in order, she should not fare ill with them. Thereupon they gave her something to eat, and showed her a bed where she might sleep with her child. The woman stayed many years with the robbers, and Hans grew tall and strong. His mother told him stories, and taught him to read an old book of tales about knights which she found in the cave. When Hans was 9 years old, he made himself a strong club out of a branch of fir, hid it behind the bed, and then went to his mother and said,
"Dear mother, pray tell me who is my father. I must and will know."
His mother was silent and would not tell him, that he might not become homesick. Moreover, she knew that the godless robbers would not let him go away, but it almost broke her heart that Hans should not go to his father. In the night, when the robbers came home from their robbing expedition, Hans brought out his club, stood before the captain, and said,
I now wish to know who my father is, and if you do not tell me at once, I will strike you down.
Then the captain laughed and gave Hans such a box on the ear that he rolled under a table. Hans got up again, held his tongue, and thought,
I will wait another year and then try again. Perhaps I shall do better then.
When that year was over, he brought out his club again, rubbed the dust off of it, looked at it well, and said,
It is a strong, stout club.
At night, the robbers came home, drank one jug of wine after another, and their heads began to be heavy. Then Hans brought out his club, placed himself before the captain, and he asked him who his father was. But the captain again gave him such a vigorous box on the ear that Hans rolled under the table. However, it was not long before he was up again, and so beat the captain and the robbers with his club that they could no longer move either their arms or their legs. His mother stood in the corner, full of admiration for his bravery and strength. When Hans had done his work, he went to his mother and said,
Now I have shown myself to be in earnest, but now I must also know who my father is. Dear Hans,
answered the mother,
come, we will go and seek him until we find him.
She took from the captain the key to the entrance door, and Hans fetched a great meal sack and packed into it gold and silver and whatsoever else he could find that was beautiful, until it was full, and then he took it on his back. They left the cave, but how Hans did open his eyes when he came out of the darkness into daylight and saw the green forest and the flowers and the birds and the morning sun in the sky. He stood there and wondered at everything, just as if he were not quite right in the head. His mother looked for the way home, and when they had walked for a couple of hours, they got safely into their lonely valley and to their little house. The father was sitting in the doorway. He wept for joy when he recognized his wife and heard that Hans was his son, for he had long regarded them both as dead. But Hans, although he was not 12 years old, was a head taller than his father. They went into the little room together, but Hans had scarcely put his sack on the bench by the stove than the whole house began to crack. The bench broke down and even the floor, and the heavy sack fell through into the cellar.
God save us, cried the father. What's that? Now you have broken our little house to pieces.
Don't let that turn your hair gray, dear father, answered Hans. There, in that sack, is more than is wanting for a new house.
The father and Hans at once began to build a new house, to buy cattle and land, and to keep a farm. Hans plowed the fields, and when he followed the plow and pushed it into the ground, the bullocks had scarcely any need to draw. The next spring, Hans said,
Keep all the money and have made for me a walking stick that weighs 100 weight, that I may go a-traveling.
When the stick was ready, he left his father's house, went forth, and came to a deep, dark forest. There he heard something crunching and cracking, looked round, and saw a fir tree which was wound round like a rope from the bottom to the top, and when he looked upwards, he saw a great fellow who had laid hold of the tree and was twisting it like a willow wand.
Hello, cried Hans. What are you doing up there?
The fellow replied,
I got some bundles together yesterday, and am twisting a rope for them.
Well, that is what I like, thought Hans. He has some strength. And he called to him,
Leave that alone, and come with me.
The fellow came down, and he was taller by a whole head than Hans, and Hans was not little.
Your name is now Fur Twister, said Hans to him.
Therefore they went further and heard something knocking and hammering with such force that the ground shook at every stroke. Shortly afterwards they came to a mighty rock, before which a giant was standing and striking great pieces of it away with his fist. When Hans asked what he was doing, he answered,
At night, when I want to sleep, bears, wolves, and other kind of vermin that come, which sniff and snuffle about me, and won't let me rest. So I want to build myself a house, and lay myself inside of it, so that I may have some peace."
"Oh, indeed," thought Hans. "I can make use of this one also." And he said to him, "Leave your house building alone and go with me. You shall be called Rock Splitter." The man consented, and they all three roamed through the forest, and wherever they went, the wild beasts were terrified and ran away from them. In the evening, they came to an old deserted castle, went up into it, and laid themselves down in the hall to sleep. The next morning, Hans went into the garden. It had run quite wild and was full of thorns and brambles, and as he was thus walking round about, a wild boar rushed at him. He, however, gave it such a blow with his club that it fell directly. He took it on his shoulders and carried it in, and they put it on a spit, roasted it, and enjoyed themselves. Then they arranged that each day, in turn, 2 should go out hunting, and 1 should stay at home and cook 9 pounds of meat for each of them. Fur Twister stayed at home the first, and Hans and Rock Splitter went out hunting. When Fur Twister was busy cooking, a little shriveled-up old mannikin came to him in the castle and asked for some meat.
"Be off, you sneaking imp," he answered. "You need no meat."
But how astonished Fur Twister was when the little insignificant dwarf sprang up at him and belabored him so with his fists that he could not defend himself, but fell on the ground and gasped for breath. The dwarf did not go away until he had thoroughly vented his anger on him. When the 2 others came home from hunting, Fur Twister said nothing to them of the old mannikin and of the blows which he had himself received, and thought,
"When they stay at home, they may just try their chance with a little scrubbing brush."
and the mere thought of that gave him pleasure already. The next day, Rock Splitter stayed home, and he fared just as Fur Twister had done, being very ill-treated by the dwarf, because he was not willing to give him any meat. When the others came home in the evening, Fur Twister saw clearly what he had suffered, but both kept silence and thought, Hans also must taste some of that soup. Hans, who was to stay at home the next day, did his work in the kitchen as it had to be done, and as he was standing, skimming the pan, the dwarf came and without more ado, demanded a piece of meat. Then Hans thought, "He is a poor wretch. I will give him some of my share, that the others may not run short," and he handed the mannikin a bit of meat. When the dwarf had devoured it, he again asked for some meat, and good-natured Hans gave it to him, and told him it was a handsome piece, and that he was to be content with it. But the dwarf begged again for the 3rd time. "You are shameless," said Hans, and he gave him none. Then the malicious dwarf wanted to spring on him, and treat him as he had treated the Fur Twister and Rock Splitter, but he had chosen the wrong man. Hans, without exerting himself much, gave him a couple of blows which made him jump down the castle steps. Hans was about to run after him, but fell right over, flat on his face. When he rose up again, the dwarf had got the start of him. Hans hurried after him as far as the forest, but saw him slip into a hole in the rock. Hans now went home, but he had marked the spot. When the 2 others came back, they were surprised that Hans was so well. He told them what had happened, and then they no longer concealed how it had fared with them. Hans laughed and said, "It served you quite right. Why were you so mean with your meat? It is a disgrace that you who are so big should have let yourselves be beaten by a dwarf." Thereupon they took a basket and a rope, and all 3 went to the hole in the rock into which the dwarf had slipped, and they let Hans and his club down in the basket. When Hans had reached the bottom, he found a door, and when he opened it, a maiden was sitting there, who was lovely as any picture, nay, so beautiful that no words can express it, and by her side sat a dwarf, and grinned at Hans like a sea-cat. She, however, was bound with chains, and looked so mournfully at him that Hans felt a great pity for her, and he thought to himself, "You must deliver her out of the power of the wicked dwarf," and he gave the dwarf such a blow with his club that he fell down dead. Immediately the chains fell from the maiden, and Hans was enraptured with her beauty. She told him she was a king's daughter, whom a savage count had stolen away from her home and imprisoned her there among the rocks because she would have nothing to say to him. The count, however, had set the dwarf as a watchman, and he had made her suffer misery and vexation enough. And now Hans placed the maiden in the basket and had her drawn up. The basket came down again, but Hans did not trust his two companions and thought,
They have already shown themselves to be false, and told me nothing about the dwarf. Who knows what design they may have against me?
So he put his club in the basket, and it was lucky he did, for when the basket was halfway up, they let it fall again, and if Hans had really been sitting in it, he would have been killed. But now, he did not know how he was to work his way out of the depths, and when he turned it over and over in his mind, he found no counsel.
It is indeed sad, he said to himself, that I have to waste away down here.
And as he was thus walking backwards and forwards, he once more came to the little chamber where the maiden had been sitting, and saw that the dwarf had a ring on his finger, which shone and sparkled. He then drew it off and put it on, and when he turned it around on his finger, he suddenly heard something rustle over his head. He looked up and saw spirits of the air hovering above, who told him he was their master, and asked what his desire might be. Hans was at first struck dumb, but afterwards he said that they were to carry him up again. They obeyed instantly, and it was just as if he had flown up himself, but when he had arrived there, he found no one in sight. Fur Twister and Rock Splitter had hurried away and had taken the beautiful maiden with them. Hans turned the ring, and the spirits of the air came and told him that the two were on the sea. Hans ran and ran without stopping until he came to the seashore, and there, far, far out on the water, he perceived a little boat in which his faithless comrades were sitting, and in fierce anger he leapt, without thinking what he was doing, club in hand, into the water, and he began to swim. But the club, which weighed 100 weight, dragged him deep down until he was all but drowned. Then, in the very nick of time, he turned his ring, and immediately the spirits of the air came and bore him as swift as lightning into the boat. He swung his club and gave his wicked comrades the reward that they merited, and he threw them into the water, and then he sailed with the beautiful maiden who had been in the greatest alarm, and whom he delivered for the second time home to her father and mother. And he married her, and all rejoiced exceedingly. Eve's various children. When Adam and Eve were driven out of paradise, they were compelled to build a house for themselves on barren ground and eat their bread in the sweat of their brow. Adam dug up the land, and Eve spun. Every year Eve brought a child into the world, but the children were unlike each other, some pretty and some ugly. After a considerable time had gone by, God sent an angel to them to announce that he was coming to inspect their household. Eve, delighted that the Lord should be so gracious, cleaned her house diligently, decked it with flowers, and strewed rushes on the floor. Then she brought in her children, but only the beautiful ones. She washed and bathed them, combed their hair, put clean raiment on them, and cautioned them to conduct themselves decorously and modestly in the presence of their Lord. They were to bow down before him civilly, hold out their hands, and to answer his questions modestly and sensibly. The ugly children, however, were not to let themselves be seen. One hid himself beneath the hay, another under the roof, a third in the straw, the fourth in the stove, the fifth in the cellar, the sixth under a tub, the seventh beneath the wine cask, the eighth under an old fur cloak, the ninth and 10th beneath the cloth out of which she always made their old clothes, and the 11th and 12th under the leather out of which she cut their shoes. She had scarcely got ready before there was a knock at the house door. Adam looked through the chink and saw that it was the Lord. Adam opened the door respectfully, and the Heavenly Father entered. There, in a row, stood the pretty children, and bowed before him, held out their hands, and knelt down. The Lord, however, began to bless them, laid his hands on the first, and said,
Thou shalt be a powerful king.
and to the second,
Thou a prince.
to the third,
Thou a count.
to the fourth,
Thou a knight.
to the fifth,
Thou a nobleman.
to the sixth,
Thou a burgher.
to the seventh,
Thou a merchant.
and to the eighth.
Thou a learned man.
He bestowed upon them also his richest blessings. When Eve saw that the Lord was so mild and gracious, she thought,
I will bring hither my ill-favored children also. It may be that he will bestow his blessing on them likewise.
So she ran and brought them out of the hay, the straw, the stove, and wherever else she had concealed them. Then came the whole coarse, dirty, scabby, sooty band. The Lord smiled, looked at them all, and said,
I will bless these also.
He laid his hands on the first and said to him,
Thou shalt be a peasant.
to the second,
Thou a fisherman.
to the third,
Thou a smith.
to the fourth,
Thou a tanner.
to the fifth,
Thou a weaver.
to the sixth,
Thou'st a shoemaker.
to the seventh,
Thou a tailor.
to the eighth,
Thou a potter.
to the ninth,
Thou a wagoner.
to the 10th,
Thou a sailor.
to the 11th,
Thou a messenger.
to the 12th,
Thou a scullion all the days of thy life.
When Eve had heard all of this, she said,
Lord, how unequally thou dividest thy gifts. After all, they are all of them my children, whom I have brought into the world. Thy favor should be given to all alike.
But God answered,
Eve, thou dost not understand. It is right and necessary that the entire world should be supplied from thy children. If they were all princes and lords, who would grow corn, thresh it, grind and bake it? Who would be blacksmiths, weavers, carpenters, masons, laborers, tailors, and seamstresses? Each shall have his own place, so that one shall support the other, and all shall be fed like the limbs of one body.
Then Eve answered,
Oh, Lord, forgive me. I was too quick in speaking to thee. Have thy divine will with my children.
The 3 Snake Leaves. There was once on a time a poor man who could no longer support his only son. Then said the son, Dear father, things go so badly with us that I am a burden to you. I would rather go away and see how I can earn my bread. So the father gave him his blessing, and with great sorrow took leave of him. At this time the king of a mighty empire was at war, and the youth took service with him, and with him went out to fight. And when he came before the enemy, there was a battle, and great danger, and it rained shot until his comrades fell on all sides. And when the leader was also killed, those left were about to take flight, but the youth stepped forth, spoke boldly to them, and cried, We will not let our fatherland be ruined. Then the others followed him, and he pressed on and conquered the enemy. When the king heard that he owed a victory to him alone, he raised him above all the others, gave him great treasures, and made him the first in the kingdom. The king had a daughter who was very beautiful, but she was also very strange. She had made a vow to take no one as her lord and husband who did not promise to let himself be buried alive with her if she died first. If he loves me with all of his heart, said she, of what use will life be to him afterwards? On her side she would do the same, and if he died first, would go down to the grave with him. This strange oath had up to this time frightened away all wooers, but the youth became so charmed with her beauty that he cared for nothing, but asked her father for her. "But dost thou know what thou must promise?" said the king. "I must be buried with her," he replied, "if I outlive her, but my love is so great that I do not mind the danger." Then the king consented, and the wedding was solemnized with great splendor. They lived now for a while happy and contented with each other, and then it befell that the young queen was attacked by a severe illness, and no physician could save her. And as she lay there dead, the young king remembered what he had been obliged to promise, and was horrified at having to lie down alive in the grave, but there was no escape. The king had placed sentries at all the gates, and it was not possible to avoid his fate. When the day came, the corpse was to be buried, he was taken down into the royal vault with it, and then the door was shut and bolted. Near the coffin stood a table on which were 4 candles, 4 loaves of bread, and 4 bottles of wine, and when this provision came to an end, he would have to die of hunger. And now he sat there, full of pain and grief. He ate every day only a little piece of bread, drank only a mouthful of wine, and nevertheless saw death daily drawing nearer. Whilst he thus gazed before him, he saw a snake creep out of a corner of the vault and approach the dead body, and as he thought it came to gnaw at it, he drew his sword and said, "As long as I live, thou shalt not touch her," and he hewed the snake in 3 pieces. After a time a second snake crept out of the hole, and when it saw the other lying dead and cut into pieces, it went back, but soon came again with 3 green leaves in its mouth. Then it took those 3 pieces of the snake, laid them together as they ought to go, and placed one of the leaves in each wound. Immediately the severed parts joined themselves together, the snake moved and became alive again, and both of them hastened away together. The leaves were left lying on the ground, and a desire came into the mind of the unhappy man who had been watching all of this, to know if the wondrous power of the leaves which had brought the snake back to life again could not likewise be of service to a human being. So he picked up the leaves and laid one of them on the mouth of his dead wife, and the 2 others on her eyes. And hardly as he had done this than the blood stirred in her veins, rose into her pale face, and colored it again. Then she drew breath, opened her eyes, and said, "Oh God, where am I?" "Thou art with me, dear wife," he answered, and told her how everything had happened, and how he had brought her back to life again. Then he gave her some wine and bread, and when she had regained her strength, he raised her up, and they went to the door and knocked, and called so loudly that the sentries heard it, and told the king. The king came down himself and opened the door, and there he found both strong and well, and rejoiced with them that now all sorrow was over. The young king, however, took the 3 snake leaves with him, gave them to a servant, and said, "Keep them for me carefully, and carry them constantly about thee. Who knows in what trouble they may yet be of service to us." A change had, however, taken place in his wife after she had been restored to life. It seemed as if all of her love for her husband had gone out of her heart. After some time, when he wanted to make a voyage over the sea to visit his old father, and they had gone on board a ship, she forgot the great love and fidelity which he had shown her, and which had been the means of rescuing her from death, and conceived a wicked inclination for the skipper. And once when the young king lay there asleep, she called in the skipper, and seized the sleeper by the head, and the skipper took him by the feet, and thus they threw him down into the sea. When the shameful deed was done, she said, "Now let us return home, and say that he died on the way. I will extol and praise thee so to my father that he will marry me to thee, and make thee the heir to his crown." But the faithful servant who had seen all that they did, unseen by them, unfastened the little boat from the ship, got into it, sailed after his master, and let the traders go on their way. He fished up the dead body, and by the help of the 3 snake leaves which he carried about with him, and had then laid on the eyes and mouth of the young king, he fortunately brought the young king back to life. They both rowed with all their strength, day and night, and their little boat flew so swiftly that they had reached the old king before the others did. The king was astonished when he saw them come alone, and asked what had happened to them. When he learnt the wickedness of his daughter, he said, "I cannot believe that she has behaved so ill, but the truth will soon come to light. and bade both to go into a secret chamber and keep themselves hidden from everyone. Soon afterwards, the great ship came sailing in, and the godless woman appeared before her father with a troubled countenance. Her father said, "Why dost thou come back alone? Where is thy husband?" "Ah, dear father," she replied, "I come home again in great grief. During the voyage, my husband had become suddenly ill and died, and if the good skipper had not given me his help, it would have gone ill with me. He was present at his death, and can tell you all." The king said, "I will make the dead alive again," and opened the chamber, and bade the two come out. When the woman saw her husband, she was thunderstruck, and fell on her knees and begged for mercy. The king said, "There is no mercy. He was ready to die with thee, and restored thee to life again. But thou hast murdered him in his sleep, and shalt receive the reward that thou deservest." Then she was placed with her accomplice in a ship which had been pierced with holes, and set out to sea, where they soon sank amid the waves. The Valiant Little Tailor. One summer's morning, a little tailor was sitting on his table by the window. He was in good spirits, and sewed with all of his might. Then came a peasant woman down the street, crying, "Good jams, cheap! Good jams, cheap!" This rang pleasantly in the tailor's ears. He stretched his delicate head out of the window and called, "Come up here, dear woman. Here you will get rid of your goods." The woman came up the 3 steps to the tailor with her heavy basket, and he made her unpack all the pots for him. He inspected each one, lifted it up, put his nose to it, and at length said, "The jam seems to me to be good, so weigh me out 4 ounces, dear woman, and if it is a quarter of a pound, that is of no consequence." The woman, who had hoped to find a good sale, gave him what he desired, but went away quite angry and grumbling. "Now, this jam shall be blessed by God," cried the little tailor, "and give me health and strength." So he brought the bread out of the cupboard, cut himself a piece right across the loaf, and spread the jam over it. "This won't taste bitter," said he, "but I will just finish the jacket before I take a bite." He laid the bread near him, sewed on, and in his joy made bigger and bigger stitches. In the meantime, the smell of the sweet jam rose to where the flies were sitting in great numbers, and they were attracted and descended on its hosts. "Hi, who invited you?" said the little tailor, and drove the unbidden guests away. The flies, however, who understood no German, would not be turned away, but came back again in ever-increasing companies. The little tailor at last lost all patience, and drew a piece of cloth from the hole under his work table, and saying, "Wait, and I will give it to you," struck it mercilessly on them. When he drew it away and counted, there lay before him no fewer than 7, dead and with legs stretched out. "Are you a fellow of that sort?" said he, and could not help admiring his own bravery. "The whole town shall know of this," and the little tailor hastened to cut himself a girdle, stitched it, and embroidered on it in large letters, 7 at one stroke. "What, the town?" he continued. "The whole world shall hear of it," and his heart wagged with joy like a lamb's tail. The tailor put on his girdle, and resolved to go forth into the world, because he thought this workshop was too small for his valor. Before he went away, he sought about in the house to see if there was anything which he could take with him. However, he found nothing but an old cheese, and that he put into his pocket. In front of the door he observed a bird which had caught itself in the thicket. It had to go into his pocket with the cheese. Now he took to the road boldly, and as he was light and nimble, he felt no fatigue. The road led him up a mountain, and when he had reached the highest point of it, there sat a powerful giant looking peacefully about him. The little tailor went bravely up, spoke to him, and said, "Good day, comrade. So, you are sitting there overlooking the widespread world. I am just on my way thither, and want to try my luck. Have you any inclination to go with me?" The giant looked contemptuously at the tailor, and said, "You ragamuffin, you miserable creature." "Oh, indeed," answered the little tailor, and unbuttoned his coat, and showed the giant the girdle. "There may you read what kind of man I am." The giant read, 7 at one stroke, and thought that they had been men whom the tailor had killed, and began to feel a little bit of respect for the tiny fellow. Nevertheless, He wished to try him first, and took a stone in his hand and squeezed it together, so that water dropped out of it.
"Do that likewise," said the giant, "if you have the strength."
"Is that all?" said the tailor. "That's child's play with us." And he put his hand into his pocket, brought out the soft cheese, and pressed it until liquid ran out. "Faith," said he, "that was a little better, wasn't it?" The giant did not know what to say, and could not believe it of the little man. Then the giant picked up a stone and threw it so high that the eye could scarcely follow it.
"Now, little mite of a man, do that likewise."
"Well thrown," said the tailor, "but after all the stone came down to earth again. I will throw you one which shall never come back at all." And he put his hand into his pocket, took out the bird, and threw it into the air. The bird, delighted with its liberty, rose and flew away and did not come back. "How does that shot please you, comrade?" asked the tailor.
"You can certainly throw," said the giant, "but now we are to see if you are able to carry anything properly."
He took the little tailor to a mighty oak tree which lay there felled on the ground, and said,
"If you are strong enough, help me to carry the tree out of the forest."
"Readily," answered the little man. "Take the trunk on your shoulders, and I will raise up the branches and twigs. After all, they are the heaviest." The giant took the trunk on his shoulder, but the tailor seated himself on a branch, and the giant, who could not look around, had to carry away the whole tree, and the little tailor into the bargain. He, behind, was quite merry and happy, and whistled the song. 3 tailors rode forth from the gate, as if carrying the tree were child's play. The giant, after he had dragged the heavy burden part of the way, could go no further, and cried,
"Hark you! I shall have to let the tree fall."
The tailor sprang nimbly down, seized the tree with both arms as if he had been carrying it, and said to the giant, "You are such a great fellow, and yet cannot even carry the tree?" They went on together, and as they passed a cherry tree, the giant laid hold of the top of the tree where the ripest fruit was hanging, bent it down, gave it into the tailor's hand, and bade him to eat. But the little tailor was much too weak to hold the tree, and when the giant let it go, it sprang back again, and the tailor was tossed into the air with it. When he had fallen down again without injury, the giant said,
"What is this? Have you not strength enough to hold a weak twig?"
"There is no lack of strength," answered the little tailor. "Do you think that could be anything to a man who has struck down 7 at one blow? I leapt over the tree, because the huntsmen are shooting down in the thicket. Jump over it as I did, if you think you can do it." The giant made the attempt, but could not get over the tree, and remained hanging in the branches, so that in this also the tailor kept the upper hand. The giant said,
"If you are such a valiant fellow, come with me into our cavern and spend the night with us."
The little tailor was willing, and followed him. When they went into the cave, other giants were sitting by the fire, and each of them had a roasted sheep in his hand and was eating it. The little tailor looked around and thought, "It is much more spacious here than in my workshop." The giant showed him a bed, and said he was to lie down in it and sleep. The bed, however, was too big for the little tailor. He did not lie down in it, but crept into a corner. When it was midnight, and the giant thought that the little tailor was lying in a sound sleep, he got up, took a great iron bar, cut through the bed with one blow, and thought he had finished off the grasshopper for good. With the earliest dawn, the giants went into the forest, and had quite forgotten the little tailor, when all at once he walked up to them quite merrily and boldly. The giants were terrified. They were afraid that he would strike them all dead, and ran away in a great hurry. The little tailor went onwards, always following his own pointed nose. After he had walked for a long time, he came to the courtyard of a royal palace, and, as he felt weary, he lay down on the grass and fell asleep. Whilst he lay there, the people came and inspected him on all sides, and they read upon his girdle, 7 at one stroke. "Ah," they all said, "what does a great warrior do here in the midst of peace? He must be a mighty lord." They went and announced him to the king, and gave it as their opinion that if a war should break out, this would be a weighty and useful man who ought to on no account be allowed to depart. The counsel pleased the king, and he sent one of his couriers down to the little tailor to offer him military service when he awoke. The ambassador remained standing by the sleeper, waited until he stretched his limbs and opened his eyes, and then conveyed to him this proposal. "For this reason I have come here," the tailor replied. "I am ready to enter the king's service. He was therefore honorably received, and a special dwelling was assigned to him. The soldiers, however, were set against this little tailor, and wished him 1,000 miles away. "What is to be the end of this?" they said among themselves. "If we quarrel with him, and he strikes about him, 7 of us will fall at every blow. Not one of us can stand against him." They came therefore to a decision, betook themselves in a body to the king, and begged for their dismissal. "We are not prepared," said they, "to stay with a man who kills 7 at one stroke." The king was sorry that for the sake of one he should lose all of his faithful servants, and he wished that he had never set eyes on the tailor, and would willingly have been rid of him again. But he did not venture to give him his dismissal, for he dreaded lest he should strike him and all of his people dead, and place himself on the royal throne. He thought about it for a long time, and at last found good counsel. He sent to the little tailor and caused him to be informed that, as he was such a great warrior, he had one request to make of him. In a forest of his country lived 2 giants who caused great mischief with their robbing, murdering, ravaging, and burning, and no one could approach them without putting himself in danger of death. If the tailor conquered and killed these 2 giants, he would give him his only daughter to wife, and half of his kingdom as a dowry. Likewise, 100 horsemen should go with him to assist him. That would indeed be a fine thing for a man like me, thought the little tailor. One is not offered a beautiful princess and half of a kingdom every day of one's life. "Oh yes," he replied, "I will soon subdue the giants, and do not require the help of the 100 horsemen to do it. He who can hit 7 with one blow has no need to be afraid of 2. The little tailor went forth, and the 100 horsemen followed him. When he came to the outskirts of the forest, he said to his followers, "Just stay waiting here. I alone will soon finish off the giants." Then he bounded into the forest and looked about right and left. After a while he perceived both giants. They lay sleeping under a tree, and snored so loud that the branches waved up and down. The little tailor, not idle, gathered 2 pockets full of stones, and with these he climbed up the tree. When he was halfway up, he slipped down by a branch until he sat just above the sleeping giant, and then let one stone after another fall on the breast of one of the giants. For a long time the giant felt nothing, but at last he awoke, pushed his comrade, and said, "Why are you knocking me?"
"You must be dreaming," said the other. "I'm not knocking you."
They laid themselves down to sleep again, and then the tailor threw a stone down on the second.
"What is the meaning of this?" cried the other. "Why are you pelting me?" "I'm not pelting you," answered the first, growling.
They disputed about it for a time, but as they were weary, they let the matter rest, and their eyes closed once more. The little tailor began his game again, picked out the biggest stone, and threw it with all of his might on the breast of the first giant.
"That is too bad,"
cried he, and he sprang up like a madman, and pushed his companion against the tree until it shook. The other paid him back in the same coin, and they got into such a rage that they tore up trees and bellboarded each other for so long that at last they both fell down dead on the ground at the same time. Then the little tailor leapt down. "It is a lucky thing," said he, "that they did not tear up the tree on which I was sitting, or I should have had to spring on to another like a squirrel. But we tailors are nimble." He drew out his sword and gave each of them a couple of thrusts in the breast, and then went out to the horsemen and said, "The work is done. I have finished both of them off, but it was hard work. They tore up trees in their sore need and defended themselves with them, but all that is of no purpose when a man like myself comes, who can kill 7 at one blow." "But you are not wounded?" asked the horseman. "You need not concern yourself about that," answered the tailor. "They have not bent one hair of mine." The horsemen would not believe him, and they rode into the forest, where they found the giants swimming in their blood, and all around about lay the torn-up trees. The little tailor demanded of the king the promised reward. He, however, repented of his promise, and again bethought himself how he could get rid of the hero. "Before you receive my daughter and half of my kingdom," said he to him, "you must perform one more heroic deed. In the forest roams a unicorn which does great harm, and you must catch it first." "I fear 1 unicorn still less than I fear 2 giants. 7 at one blow, that's my kind of affair." He took a rope and an axe with him, went forth into the forest, and again bade those who were sent with him to wait outside. He had not long to seek. The unicorn soon came towards him and rushed directly on the tailor, as if it would gore him with his horn without more ado. "Softly, softly, it can't be done as quickly as that," said he, and stood still and waited until the animal was quite close, and then he sprang nimbly behind the tree. The unicorn ran against the tree with all of its strength, and struck its horn so fast in the trunk that it had not strength enough to draw it out again, and thus it was caught. "Now I've got the bird," said the tailor, and came out from behind the tree and put the rope around its neck, and then with his axe he hewed the horn out of the tree, and then when all was ready he led the beast away and took it to the king. The king still would not give him the promised reward, and made a third demand of the tailor. Before their wedding, the tailor was to catch him a wild boar that made a great havoc in the forest, and the huntsmen should give him their help. "Willingly," said the tailor, "that is child's play." He did not take the huntsmen with him into the forest, and they were all well pleased that he did not, for the wild boar had several times received them in such a manner that they had no inclination to lie in wait for him. When the boar perceived the tailor, it ran on him with foaming mouth and whetted tusks, and was about to throw him to the ground. But the hero fled and sprang into a chapel which was near, and up to the window at once, and in one bound out again. The boar ran in after him, but the tailor ran round outside and shut the door behind it, and then the raging beast, which was much too heavy and too awkward to leap out of the window, was caught. The little tailor called the huntsmen thither, that they might see the prisoner with their own eyes. The hero, however, went to the king, who was now, whether he liked it or not, obliged to keep his promise, and gave him his daughter and half of his kingdom. Had he known that it was no warlike hero, but a little tailor who was standing before him, it would have gone to his heart still more than it did. The wedding was held with great magnificence and small joy, and out of a tailor a king was made. After some time the young queen heard her husband say in his dreams at night, "Boy, make me the doublet, and patch the pantaloons, or else I will wrap the yard measure over your ears." Then she discovered in what state of life the young lord had been born, and next morning complained of her wrongs to the father, and begged him to help her get rid of her husband, who was nothing else but a tailor. The king comforted her and said, "Leave your bedroom door open this night, and my servant shall stand outside, and when he has fallen asleep shall go in, bind him, and take him on board a ship, which shall carry him into the wide world." The woman was satisfied with this, but the king's armor-bearer, who had heard all, was friendly with the young lord, and informed him of the whole plot. "I'll put a screw into that whole business," said the little tailor. At night he went to bed with his wife at the usual time, and when she thought that he had fallen asleep, she got up, opened the door, and then lay down again. The little tailor, who was only pretending to be asleep, began to cry out in a clear voice, "Boy, make me the doublet, and patch me the pantaloons, or I will wrap the yard measure over your ears. I smote 7 at one blow. I killed 2 giants. I brought away 1 unicorn and caught a wild boar. And am I to fear those who were standing outside the room?" When these men heard the tailor speaking thus, they were overcome by a great dread, and ran as if the wild huntsmen were behind them, and none of them would venture anything further against him. So the little tailor was and remained a king until the end of his life. The Riddle. There once was a king's son who was seized with desire to travel about the world, and took no one with him but one faithful servant. One day he came to a great forest, and when the darkness overtook him, he could find no shelter, and knew not where to pass the night. Then he saw a girl who was going towards a small house, and when he came nearer, he saw that the maiden was young and beautiful. He spoke to her and said, "Dear child, can I and my servant find shelter for the night in the little house?" "Oh, yes," she said, in a sad voice, "that you certainly can, but I do not advise you to venture it. Do not go in." "Why not?" asked the king's son. The maiden sighed and said, "My stepmother practices wicked arts. She is ill-disposed towards strangers." Then he saw very well that he had come to the house of a witch, but as it was dark, and he could not go further, and also was not afraid, he entered. The old woman was sitting in an armchair by the fire, and looked at the stranger with her red eyes. "Good evening," growled she, and pretended to be quite friendly. "Take a seat and rest yourselves." She fanned the fire on which she was cooking something in a small pot. The daughter warned the two to be prudent, to eat nothing and drink nothing, for the old woman brewed evil drinks. They slept quietly until early morning. When they were making ready for their departure, the king's son was already seated on his horse. The old woman said, "Stop a moment. I will first hand you a parting draught." While she fetched it, the king's son rode away, and the servant who had to buckle his saddle tight was the only one present when the wicked witch came in with the drink. "Take that to your master," said she. But at that instant the glass broke, and the poison spirted on the horse, and it was so strong that the animal fell immediately dead. The servant ran after his master and told him what had happened, but as he did not want to leave his saddle behind, he ran back to fetch it. When he came back to the dead horse, however, a raven was already sitting on it and devouring it. "Who knows whether we shall find anything better today," said the servant. So he killed the raven and took it with him, and now they journeyed onwards into the forest the whole day, but could not get out of it. By nightfall they found an inn and entered it. The servant gave the raven to the innkeeper to prepare for their supper. They had stumbled, however, on a den of murderers, and during the darkness 12 of these came, intending to kill the strangers and rob them. But before they set about this work, they sat down to supper, and the innkeeper and the witch sat down with them, and together they ate a dish of soup in which was cut up the flesh of the raven. Hardly had they swallowed a couple of mouthfuls before they all fell down dead, for the raven had communicated to them the poison from the horseflesh. There was no one else left in the house but the innkeeper's daughter, who was honest, and who had taken no part in their godless deeds. She opened all of the doors to the strangers and showed him into the store of treasures. But the king's son said she might keep everything. He would have none of it, and rode onwards with the servant. After they had traveled about for a long time, they came to a town in which was a beautiful but proud princess, who had made it known that whosoever should set her a riddle in which she could not guess, that man should be her husband. But if she guessed it, his head must be cut off. She had 3 days' time which to guess it in, but was so clever that she always found the answer to the riddle given to her before the appointed time. 9 suitors had already perished in this manner when the king's son arrived, and, blinded by her great beauty, was willing to stake his life for it. Then he went to her and laid his riddle before her. "What is this?" said he. "One slew none, and yet slew 12. She did not know what that was. She thought and thought, but she could not solve it. She opened her riddle books, but it was not in them. In short, her wisdom was at an end. As she did not know how to help herself, she ordered her maid to creep into the lord's sleeping chamber and listen to his dreams, and thought that it would perhaps speak in his sleep and reveal the riddle. But the clever servant had placed himself in the bed instead of his master, and when the maid came there, he tore off from her the mantle in which she had wrapped herself, and chased her out with rods. The second night, the king's daughter sent in her maid-in-waiting, who was to see if she could succeed better in listening, but the servant once again took her mantle also away, and hunted her out with rods. Now, the master believed himself safe for the third night, and lay down in his bed. Then came the princess herself, and she had put on a misty gray mantle, and she seated herself near him. And when she thought that he was asleep and dreaming, she spoke to him, and hoped that he would answer in his sleep, as many do. But he was awake, and understood and heard everything quite well. Then she asked, "One slew none. What is that?" He replied, "A raven, which ate of a dead and poisoned horse, and died of it." She inquired further, "And yet slew 12. What is that?" He answered, "That means 12 murderers, who ate the raven and died of it." When she knew the answer to the riddle, she wanted to steal away, but he held her mantle so fast that she was forced to leave it behind her. Next morning, the king's daughter announced that she had guessed the riddle, and sent for the 12 judges and expounded it before them. But the youth begged for a hearing, and said, "She stole into my room in the night and questioned me, otherwise she could have not discovered it." The judges said, "Bring us proof of this." Then were the 3 mantles brought thither by the servant, and when the judges saw the misty gray one, which was the king's daughter's, they said, Let the mantle be embroidered with gold and silver, and then it will be your wedding mantle." The White Snake. A long time ago, there lived a king who was famed for his wisdom through all the land. Nothing was hidden from him, and it seemed as if news of the most secret things was brought to him through the air. But he had a strange custom. Every day after dinner, when the table was cleared and no one else was present, a trusty servant had to bring him one more dish. It was covered, however, and even the servant did not know what was in it. Neither did anyone know, for the king never took off the cover to eat of it until he was quite alone. This had gone on for a long time, when one day the servant who took away the dish was overcome with such curiosity that he could not help carrying the dish into his room. When he had carefully locked the door, he lifted up the cover and saw the white snake lying on the dish. But when he saw it, he could not deny himself the pleasure of tasting it, so he cut off a little bit and put it into his mouth. No sooner had it touched his tongue than he had heard strange whispering of little voices outside of his window. He went and listened, and then noticed that it was all the sparrows who were chattering together and telling one another all kinds of things which they had seen in the fields and woods. Eating the snake had given him the power of understanding the language of animals. Now, it so happened that on this very day the queen lost her most beautiful ring, and suspicion of having stolen it fell upon this trusty servant, who was allowed to go everywhere. The king ordered the man to be brought before him, and threatened with angry words that unless he could, before the morrow, point out the thief, he himself should be looked upon as guilty and executed. In vain he declared his innocence. He was dismissed with no better answer. In his trouble and fear, he went down into the courtyard and took thought how to help himself out of this trouble. Now some ducks were sitting together quietly by a brook and taking their rest, and while they were making their feathers smooth with their bills, they were having a confidential conversation. The servant stood by and listened. They were telling one another of all the places where they had been waddling about all morning, and what good food they had found, and one said in a pitiful tone, "Something lies heavy on my stomach, as I was eating in haste, and I swallowed a ring which lay under the queen's window." The servant at once seized her by the neck, carried her to the kitchen, and said to the cook, "Here is a fine duck. Pray, kill her." "Yes," said the cook, and weighed her in his hand. "She has spread no trouble to fatten herself, and has been waiting to be roasted long enough." So he cut off her head, and as she was being dressed up for the spit, the queen's ring was found inside of her. The servant could now easily prove his innocence, and the king, to make amends for the wrong, allowed him to ask a favor, and promised him the best place in the court that he could wish for. The servant refused everything, and only asked for a horse and some money for traveling, as he had a mind to see the world and go about a little. When his request was granted, he set out on his way, and one day came to a pond, where he saw 3 fishes caught in the reeds and gasping for water. Now, though it is said that fishes are dumb, he heard them lamenting that they must perish so miserably, and, as he had a kind heart, he got off of his horse and put the 3 prisoners back into the water. They leapt with delight, put out their heads, and cried to him, "We will remember you and repay you for saving us." He rode on, and after a while it seemed to him that he heard a voice in the sand at his feet. He listened, and he heard the ant king complain, Why cannot folks, with their clumsy beasts, keep off of our bodies? That stupid horse with his heavy hoofs has been treading down my people without mercy." So he turned onto a side path, and the ant king cried out to him, "We will remember you. One good turn deserves another." The new path led him into a wood, and here he saw 2 old ravens standing by their nest and throwing out their young ones. "Out with you, you idle, good-for-nothing creatures," cried they. "We cannot find food for you any longer. You're big enough, and you can provide for yourselves." But the poor young ravens lay upon the ground, flapping their wings and crying, "Oh, what helpless chicks we are! We must shift for ourselves, and yet we cannot fly. What can we do but lie here and starve?" At this the good young fellow alighted and killed his horse with the sword, and gave it to them for food. Then they came hopping up to it, satisfied their hunger, and cried, "We will remember you.
One good turn deserves another.
And now he had to use his own legs, and when he had walked a long way, he came to a large city. There was a great noise and a crowd in the streets, and a man rode up on horseback, crying aloud,
The king's daughter wants a husband, but whoever seeks her hand must perform a hard task, and if he does not succeed, he will forfeit his life.
Many had already made the attempt, but in vain. Nevertheless, when the youth saw the king's daughter, he was so overcome by her great beauty that he forgot all danger, went before the king, and declared himself a suitor. So he was led out to the sea, and a gold ring was thrown into it before his eyes. Then the king ordered him to fetch this ring up from the bottom of the sea, and added, If you come up again without it, you will be thrown in again and again, until you perish amid the waves. All the people grieved for the handsome youth. Then they went away, leaving him alone by the sea. He stood on the shore and considered what he would do, when suddenly he saw 3 fishes come swimming towards him, and they were the very fishes whose lives he had saved. The one in the middle held a mussel in its mouth, which it laid on the shore at the youth's feet, and when he had taken it up and opened it, there lay the gold ring in the shell. Full of joy, he took it to the king and expected that he would grant him the promised reward. But when the proud princess perceived that he was not her equal in birth, she scorned him and required him first to perform another task. She went down into the garden and strewed with her own hands 10 sacks full of millet seed on the grass. Then she said, Tomorrow morning, before sunrise, these must be picked up, and not a single grain be wanting. The youth sat down in the garden and considered how it might be possible to perform this task, but he could think of nothing, and there he sat sorrowfully, awaiting the break of day, when he should be led to death. But as soon as the first rays of the sun shone into the garden, he saw all the 10 sacks standing side by side, quite full, and not a single grain was missing. The ant king had come in the night with thousands and thousands of ants, and the grateful creatures had, by a great industry, picked up all the millet seed and gathered them into the sacks. Presently the king's daughter herself came down into the garden, and was amazed to see that the young man had done the task which she had given him. But she could not yet conquer her proud heart, and said, Although he has performed both of the tasks, he shall not be my husband until he has brought me an apple from the tree of life. The youth did not know where the tree of life stood, but he set out, and would have gone on forever, as long as his legs would carry him, though he had no hope of finding it. After he had wandered through 3 kingdoms, he came one evening to a wood, and lay down under a tree to sleep. But he heard a rustling in the branches, and a golden apple fell into his hand. At the same time 3 ravens flew down to him, perched themselves upon his knee, and said, We are the 3 young ravens whom you saved from starving. When we had grown big, and heard that you were seeking the golden apple, we flew over the sea to the end of the world, where the tree of life stands, and have brought you that apple. The youth, full of joy, set out homewards, and took the golden apple to the king's beautiful daughter, who had no more excuses left to make. They cut the apple of life in 2, and ate it together, and then her heart became full of love for him, and they lived in undisturbed happiness to a very great age. Mother Holly. There once was a widow who had 2 daughters, one of whom was pretty and industrious, whilst the other was ugly and idle. But she was much fonder of the ugly and idle one, because she was her own daughter, and the other, who was a stepdaughter, was obliged to do all the work and be the Cinderella of the house. Every day the poor girl had to sit by the well in the highway and spin until her fingers bled. Now, it happened that one day the shuttle was marked with her blood, so she dipped it into the well to wash the mark off, but it dropped out of her hand and fell to the bottom. She began to weep, and ran to her stepmother and told her of the mishap. She scolded her sharply, and was so merciless as to say, Since you have let the shuttle fall in, you must fetch it out again. So the girl went back to the well, and did not know what to do, and in the sorrow of her heart she jumped into the well to get the shuttle. She lost her senses, and when she awoke and came to herself again, she was in a lovely meadow where the sun was shining and many thousands of flowers were growing. Across this meadow she went, and at last came to a baker's oven full of bread, and the bread cried out, "Oh, take me out, or I shall burn. I have been baked a long time." So she went up to it, and took out all the loaves, one after another, with the bread shovel. After that she went on till she came to a tree covered with apples, which called out to her, "Oh, shake me, we apples are all ripe." So she shook the tree till the apples fell like rain, and went on shaking until they were all down, and when she had gathered them into a heap, she went on her way. At last she came to a little house, out of which an old woman peeped, but she had such large teeth that the girl was frightened, and was about to run away. Then the old woman called out to her, "What are you afraid of, dear child? Stay with me. If you will do all the work in the house properly, you shall be the better for it. Only you must take care to make my bed well, and shake it thoroughly till the feathers fly, for then there is snow on earth, for I am Mother Holly." As the old woman spoke so kindly to her, the girl took courage and agreed to enter her service. She attended to everything to the satisfaction of her mistress, and always shook her bed so vigorously that the feathers flew about like snowflakes. So she had a pleasant life with her, never an angry word, and to eat she had boiled or roast meat every day. She stayed some time with Mother Holly before she became sad. At first she did not know what was the matter with her, but found at length that it was homesickness. Although she was many thousand times better off here than at home, still she had a longing to be there. She said to the old woman, "I have a longing for home, and however well off I am down here, I cannot stay any longer. I must go up again to my own people." Mother Holly said, "I am pleased that you long for your home again, and as you have served me so truly, I myself will take you up again." Thereupon she took her up by the hand and led her to a large door. The door was opened, and just as the maiden was standing beneath the doorway, a heavy shower of golden rain fell, and all the gold clung to her, so that she was completely covered over with it. "You shall have that because you have been so industrious," said Mother Holly, and at the same time she gave her back the shuttle which she had let fall into the well. Thereupon the door closed, and the maiden found herself up above upon the earth, not far from her mother's house. And as she went into the yard, the cock was sitting on the well, and cried, "Cock-a-doodle-doo! Your golden girls come back to you!" So she went in to her mother, and as she arrived, thus covered with gold, she was well received, both by her and her sister. The girl told all that had happened to her, and as soon as the mother heard how she had come by such wealth, she was very anxious to obtain the same good luck for the ugly and lazy daughter. She had to seat herself by the well and spin, and in order that her shuttle might be stained with blood, she stuck her hand into a thorn bush and pricked her finger. Then she threw her shuttle into the well and jumped in after it. She came, like the other, to the beautiful meadow and walked along the very same path. When she got to the oven, the bread again cried, "Oh, take me out, or I shall burn. I have been baked a long time." But the lazy sister answered, "As if I had any wish to make myself dirty," and on she went. Soon she came to the apple tree, which cried, "Oh, shake me, we apples are all ripe." But she answered, "I like that. One of you might fall on my head," and so went on. When she came to Mother Holly's house, she was not afraid, for she had already heard of her big teeth, and she hired herself to her immediately. The first day she forced herself to work diligently, and obeyed Mother Holly when she told her to do anything, for she was thinking of all that gold that she would give her. But on the second day she began to be lazy, and on the third day still more so, and then she would not get up in the morning at all. Neither did she make Mother Holly's bed as she ought, and did not shake it so as to make the feathers fly up. Mother Holly was soon tired of this, and gave her notice to leave. The lazy girl was willing enough to go, and thought that now the golden rain would come. Mother Holly led her also to the great door, but while she was standing beneath it, instead of the gold, a big kettle full of pitch was emptied over her. "That is the reward for your service," said Mother Holly, and shut the door. So the lazy girl went home, but she was quite covered with pitch, and the cock on the well, as soon as he saw her, cried out, Cock-a-doodle-doo! Your dirty girl's come back to you! The pitch clung fast to her and could not be got off as long as she lived. Cinderella. The wife of a rich man fell sick, and as she felt that her end was drawing near, she called her only daughter to her bedside and said, "Dear child, be good and pious, and then the good God will always protect you, and I will look down on you from heaven and be near you." Thereupon she closed her eyes and departed. Every day the maiden went out to her mother's grave and wept, and she remained pious and good. When winter came, the snow spread a white sheet over the grave, and by the time the spring sun had drawn it off again, the man had taken another wife. The woman had brought with her into the house 2 daughters who were beautiful and fair of face, but vile and black of heart. Now began a bad time for the poor stepchild. "Is the stupid goose to sit in the parlor with us?" they would say. "He who wants to eat bread must earn it. Out with the kitchen wench." They took her pretty clothes away from her, put an old gray bedgown on her, and gave her wooden shoes. "Just look at the proud princess, how decked out she is," they cried, and laughed, and led her into the kitchen. There she had to do hard work from morning till night, get up before daybreak, carry water, light fires, cook and wash. Besides this, the sisters did her every imaginable injury. They mocked her and emptied her peas and lentils into the ashes, so that she was forced to sit and pick them out again. In the evening, when she had worked till she was weary, she had no bed to go to, but had to sleep by the hearth in the cinders. And as on that account she always looked dusty and dirty, they called her Cinderella. It happened that the father was once going to the fair, and he asked his 2 stepdaughters what he should bring back for them. "Beautiful dresses," said one. "Pearls and jewels," said the second. "And you, Cinderella?" said he. "What will you have?" "Father, break off for me the first branch which knocks against your hat on your way home." So he bought beautiful dresses, pearls and jewels for his 2 stepdaughters, and on his way home, as he was riding through a green thicket, a hazel twig brushed against him and knocked off his hat. Then he broke off the branch and took it with him. When he reached home, he gave his stepdaughters the things which they had wished for, and to Cinderella he gave the branch from the hazel bush. Cinderella thanked him, went to her mother's grave, and planted the branch on it, and wept so much that the tears fell down on it and watered it. And it grew and became a handsome tree. Thrice a day Cinderella went and sat beneath it, and wept and prayed, and a little white bird always came on the tree, and if Cinderella expressed a wish, the bird threw down to her what she had wished for. It happened, however, that the king gave orders for a festival which was to last 3 days, and to which all the beautiful young girls in the country were invited, in order that his son might choose himself a bride. When the 2 stepsisters heard that they were to appear among the number, they were delighted, called Cinderella, and said, "Comb our hair for us, brush our shoes, and fasten our buckles, for we're going to the wedding at the king's palace." Cinderella obeyed, but wept, because she too would have liked to go with them to the dance, and begged her stepmother to allow her to do so. "You go, Cinderella," said she. "Covered in dust and dirt as you are, you would dare go to the festival? You have no clothes and shoes, and yet you would dance?" However, Cinderella went on asking. The stepmother said at last, "I have emptied a dish of lentils into the ashes for you. If you have picked them out again in 2 hours, you shall go with us." The maiden went through the back door into the garden and called, "You tame pigeons, you turtle doves, and all you birds beneath the sky, come and help me to pick the good into the pot, the bad into the crop." Then 2 white pigeons came in by the kitchen window, and afterwards the turtle doves, and at last all the birds beneath the sky came whirring and crowding in, and alighted amongst the ashes. And the pigeons nodded with their heads and began to pick, 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 and the rest also pick, 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 and gathered all the good grains into the dish. Hardly had 1 hour passed before they had finished, and all flew out again. Then the girl took the dish to her stepmother, and was glad, and believed that now she would be allowed to go with them to the festival. But the stepmother said no. "Cinderella, you have no clothes, and you cannot dance. You would only be laughed at. And as Cinderella wept at this, the stepmother said, "If you can pick 2 dishes of lentils out of the ashes for me in 1 hour, you shall go with us." And she thought to herself that she most certainly cannot do that again. When the stepmother had emptied the 2 dishes of lentils amongst the ashes, the maiden went through the back door into the garden and cried, "You tame pigeons, you turtle doves, and all you birds beneath the sky, come and help me to pick the good into the pot, the bad into the crop." Then 2 white pigeons came in by the kitchen window, and afterwards the turtle doves, and at length all the birds beneath the sky came whirring and crowding in, and alighted amongst the ashes. And the doves nodded with their heads, and began to pick, and the others also began to pick, and gathered all the good seeds into the dishes, and before half an hour was over, they had already finished, and all flew out again. Then the maiden was delighted, and believed that she might now go with them to the wedding. But the stepmother said, "All of this will not help. You cannot go with us, for you have no clothes and cannot dance. We should be ashamed of you." On this, she turned her back on Cinderella, and hurried away with her 2 proud daughters. As no one was now at home, Cinderella went to her mother's grave beneath the hazel tree and cried, "Shiver and quiver, little tree, silver and gold throw down over me." Then the birds threw a gold and silver dress down to her, and slippers embroidered with silk and silver. She put on the dress with all speed, and went to the wedding. Her stepsisters and the stepmother, however, did not know her, and thought she must be a foreign princess, for she looked so beautiful in the golden dress. They never once thought of Cinderella, and believed that she was sitting at home in the dirt, picking lentils out of the ashes. The prince approached her, took her by the hand, and danced with her. He would dance with no other maiden, and never let loose of her hand, and if anyone else came to invite her, he said, "This is my partner." She danced till it was evening, and then she wanted to go home. But the king's son said, "I will go with you and bear you company," for he wished to see to whom the beautiful maiden belonged. She escaped from him, however, and sprang into the pigeon house. The king's son waited until her father came, and then he told him that the unknown maiden had leapt into the pigeon house. The old man had thought, "Can it be Cinderella?" And they had to bring him an axe and a pickaxe, that he might hew the pigeon house to pieces, but no one was inside it. And when they got home, Cinderella lay in her dirty clothes among the ashes, and a dim little oil lamp was burning on the mantelpiece, for Cinderella had jumped quickly down from the back of the pigeon house, and had run into the little hazel tree, and there she had taken off her beautiful clothes and laid them on the grave, and the bird had taken them away again, and then she had seated herself in the kitchen amongst the ashes in her grey gown. The next day, when the festival began afresh, and her parents and the stepsisters had gone once more, Cinderella went to the hazel tree and said, "Shiver and quiver, my little tree, silver and gold throw down over me." Then the bird threw down a much more beautiful dress than on the preceding day, and when Cinderella appeared at the wedding in this dress, everyone was astonished at her beauty. The king's son had waited until she came, and instantly took her by the hand and danced with no one but her. When others came and invited her, he said, "This is my partner." When evening came, she wished to leave, and the king's son followed her and wanted to see into which house she went, but she sprang away from him and into the garden behind the house. Therein stood a beautiful tall tree on which hung the most magnificent pears. She clambered so nimbly between the branches like a squirrel that the king's son did not know where she had gone. He waited until her father came, and said to him, "The unknown maiden has escaped from me, and I believe she has climbed up the pear tree." The father thought, "Can it be Cinderella?" And he had an axe brought to cut the tree down, but no one was in it. And when they got into the kitchen, Cinderella lay there among the ashes, as usual, for she had jumped down on the other side of the tree, had taken the beautiful dress to the bird on the little hazel tree, and put on her grey gown. On the 3rd day, when the parents and sisters had gone away, Cinderella went once more to her mother's grave, and said to the little tree, "Shiver and quiver, my little tree, silver and gold throw down over me." And now the bird threw down to her a dress which was more splendid and magnificent than any she had had yet, and the slippers were golden. And when she went to the festival in the dress, no one knew how to speak for astonishment. The king's son danced with her only, and if anyone invited her to dance, he said, "This is my partner." When evening came, Cinderella wished to leave, and the king's son was anxious to go with her, but she escaped from him so quickly that he could not follow her. The king's son, however, had employed a ruse and had caused the whole staircase to be smeared with pitch, and there, when she ran down, had the maiden's left slipper remained stuck. The king's son picked it up, and it was small and dainty, and all golden. The next morning he went with it to the father, and he said to him, "No one shall be my wife but she whose foot this golden slipper fits." Then were the two sisters glad, for they had pretty feet. The eldest went with the shoe into her room and wanted to try it on, and her mother stood by. But she could not get her big toe into it, and the shoe was too small for her. Then her mother gave her a knife and said, "Cut the toe off. When you are queen you will have no more need to go on foot." The maiden cut the toe off, forced the foot into the shoe, swallowed the pain, and went out to the king's son. Then he took her on his horse as his bride and rode away with her. They were obliged, however, to pass the grave, and there, on the hazel tree, sat the two pigeons and cried, "Turn a peep, turn a peep, there's blood within the shoe. The shoe is too small for her. The true bride waits for you." He then looked at her foot and saw how the blood was trickling from it. He turned his horse around and took the false bride home again, and said she was not the true one, and that the other sister was to put the shoe on. Then this one went into her chamber and got her toes safely into the shoe, but her heel was too large. So her mother gave her a knife and said, "Cut a bit off your heel. When you are queen, you'll have no more need to go on foot." The maiden cut a bit off of her heel, forced her foot into the shoe, swallowed the pain, and went out to the king's son. He took her on his horse as his bride and rode away with her, but when they passed the hazel tree, the two pigeons sat on it, and they began to cry, "Turn a peep, turn a peep, there's blood within the shoe. The shoe is too small for her. The true bride waits for you." He looked down at her foot and saw how the blood was running out of her shoe, and how it had stained her white stockings quite red. Then he turned his horse and took the false bride home again. "This also is not the right one," said he. "Have you no other daughter?" "No," said the man. "There's still a little stunted kitchen wench which my late wife left behind her, but she cannot possibly be the bride." The king's son said he was to send her up to him, but the mother answered, "Oh no, she is much too dirty. She can't show herself." But he absolutely insisted on it, and Cinderella had to be called. She first washed her hands and face clean, and then went and bowed down before the king's son, who gave her the golden shoe. Then she seated herself on a stool, drew her foot out of the heavy wooden shoe, and put it into the slipper, which fitted like a glove. And when she rose up, and the king's son looked at her face, he recognized the beautiful maiden who had danced with him, and he cried, "That is the true bride." The stepmother and the two sisters were horrified and became pale with rage. He, however, took Cinderella on his horse and rode away with her. As they passed by the hazel tree, the two white doves cried, "Turn a peep, turn a peep, no blood is in the shoe. The shoe is not too small for her. The true bride rides with you." And when they had cried that, the two came flying down and placed themselves on Cinderella's shoulders, one on the right and the other on the left, and remained sitting there. When the wedding with the king's son was to be celebrated, the two false sisters came and wanted to get into favor with Cinderella and share her good fortune. When the betrothed couple went to the church, the elder was at the right side and the younger at the left, and the pigeons pecked out one eye from each of them. Afterwards, as they came back, the elder was at the left and the younger at the right, and then the pigeons pecked out the other eye from each. And thus, for their wickedness and falsehood, they were punished with blindness for all their days. The Seven Ravens. There was once a man who had 7 sons, and still he had no daughter, however much he wished for one. At length his wife again gave him hope of a child, and when it came into the world, it was a girl. The joy was great, but the child was sickly and small, and had to be privately baptized on account of its weakness. The father sent one of the boys in haste to the spring to fetch water for the baptism. The other 6 went with him, and as each of them wanted to be the first to fill it, the jug fell into the well. There they stood and did not know what to do, and none of them dared to go home. As they still did not return, the father grew impatient and said, "They have certainly forgotten it while playing some game, the wicked boys." He became afraid that the girl would have to die without being baptized, and in his anger he cried, "I wish the boys were all turned into ravens." Hardly was the word spoken before he heard a whirring of wings over his head, looked up and saw 7 coal-black ravens flying away. The parents could not withdraw the curse, and however sad they were at the loss of their 7 sons, they still to some extent comforted themselves with their dear little daughter, who soon grew strong and every day became more beautiful. For a long time she did not know that she had had brothers, for her parents were careful not to mention them before her, but one day she accidentally heard some people saying of herself that the girl was certainly beautiful, but that in reality she was to blame for the misfortune which had befallen her 7 brothers. Then she was much troubled, and went to her father and mother, and asked if it was true that she had had brothers, and what had become of them. The parents now dared keep the secret no longer, but said that what had befallen her brothers was the will of heaven, and that her birth had only been an innocent cause. But the maiden took it to heart daily, and thought she must save her brothers. She had no rest or peace until she set out secretly, and went forth into the wide world to search for her brothers, and set them free, let it cost what it might. She took nothing with her but a little ring belonging to her parents as a keepsake, a loaf of bread against hunger, a little pitcher of water against thirst, and a little chair as a provision against weariness. And now she went continually onwards, far, far, to the very end of the world. Then she came to the sun, but it was too hot and terrible, and devoured little children. Hastily she ran away, and ran to the moon, but it was far too cold, and also awful and malicious, and when it saw the child, it said, I smell the flesh of men." At this she ran swiftly away, and came to the stars, which were kind and good to her, and each of them sat on its own particular little chair. But the morning star arose, and gave her the drumstick of a chicken, and said, "If you have not that drumstick, you cannot open the glass mountain, and in the glass mountain are your brothers." The maiden took the drumstick, wrapped it carefully in a cloth, and went onwards again until she came to the glass mountain. The door was shut, and she thought she would take out the drumstick, but when she undid the cloth, it was empty, and she had lost the good star's present. What was she now to do? She wished to rescue her brothers, and had no key to the glass mountain. The good sister took a knife, cut off one of her little fingers, put it in the door, and succeeded in opening it. When she had gone inside, a little dwarf came to meet her, who said, "My child, what are you looking for?" "I'm looking for my brothers, the 7 ravens," she replied. The dwarf said, "The Lord Ravens are not at home, but if you will wait here until they come, please step in." Thereupon the little dwarf carried the raven's dinner in on 7 little plates, and in 7 little glasses, and the little sister ate a morsel from each plate, and from each little glass she took a sip. But in the last little glass she dropped the ring which she had brought away with her. Suddenly she heard a whirring of wings and a rushing through the air, and then the little dwarf said, "Now the Lord Ravens are flying home." Then they came and wanted to eat and drink, and looked for their little plates and glasses. Then said one after the other, "Who has eaten something from my plate? Who has drunk something of my little glass? It was a human mouth." And when the 7th came to the bottom of the glass, the ring rolled against his mouth. Then he looked at it, and saw that it was a ring belonging to his father and mother, and said, "God grant that our sister may be here, and then we shall be free." When the maiden, who was standing behind the door watching, heard that wish, she came forth, and on this all the ravens were restored to their human form again, and they embraced and kissed each other, and went joyfully home. The Drummer. A young drummer went out quite alone one evening into the country, and came to a lake on the shore, of which he perceived lying there 3 pieces of white linen. "What fine linen," said he, and put 1 piece in his pocket. He returned home, thought no more of what he had found, and went to bed. Just as he was going to sleep, it seemed to him as if someone was calling his name. He listened, and he was aware of a soft voice which cried to him,
"Drummer! Drummer! Wake up!"
As it was a dark night, he could see no one, but it appeared to him that a figure was hovering about his bed. "What do you want?" he asked.
"Give me back my shift," answered the voice, "that you took away from me last evening by the lake."
"You shall have it back again," said the drummer, "if you will tell me who you are."
"Ah,"
replied the voice,
"I am the daughter of a mighty king, but I have fallen into the power of a witch and am shut up on the glass mountain. I have to bathe in the lake every day with my 2 sisters, but I cannot fly back again without my shift. My sisters have gone away, but I have been forced to stay behind. I entreat you to give me my shift back."
"Don't worry, poor child," said the drummer. "I will willingly give it back to you." He took it out of his pocket and reached it to her in the dark. She snatched it up in haste and wanted to go away with it. "Stop a moment. Perhaps I can help you."
"You can only help me by ascending the glass mountain, and indeed, if you were quite close to it, you could not ascend it."
"When I want to do a thing, I always can do it," said the drummer. "I'm sorry for you, and I have no fear of anything, but I do not know which way leads to the glass mountain."
"The road goes through the great forest in which the man-eaters live," she answered. "And more than that, I dare not tell you."
And then he heard her wings as she flew away. By daybreak the drummer arose, buckled on his drums, and went without fear into the forest. After he had walked for a while without seeing any giants, he thought to himself, "I must waken up the sluggards," and he hung his drum before him and beat such a roll that the birds flew out of the trees with loud cries. It was not long before a giant who had been lying sleeping among the grass rose up and was as tall as a fir tree.
"Wretch!" cried he. "What are you drumming here for, and waking me out of my best sleep?"
"Well, I am drumming," he replied, "because I want to show the way to many thousands who are following me."
"What do they want in my forest?"
demanded the giant. "Well, they want to put an end to you and cleanse the forest of such a monster as you."
"Oh-ho!"
said the giant.
"I will trample you all to death like so many ants."
"Do you think you can do anything against us?" said the drummer. "If you stoop to take hold of one, he will jump away and hide himself. But when you're lying down and sleeping, they will come forth from every thicket and creep up to you. Every one of them has a hammer of steel in his belt, and with that they will beat in your skull." The giant grew angry and thought,
"If I meddle with the crafty folk, it might turn out badly for me. I can strangle wolves and bears, but I cannot protect myself from these earthworms. Listen, little fellow," said he. "Go back again, and I will promise you that for the future I will leave you and your comrades in peace. And if there is anything else you wish for, tell me, for I am quite willing to do something to please you."
"You have long legs," said the drummer, "and can run quicker than I. Carry me to the glass mountain, and I will give my followers a signal to go back, and they shall leave you in peace this time."
"Come here, worm," said the giant. "Seat yourself on my left shoulder. I will carry you where you wish to be."
The giant lifted him up, and the drummer began to beat his drum up aloft to his heart's delight. The giant thought,
That must be the signal for the other people to turn back.
After a while, a second giant was standing in the road, who took the drummer from the first and stuck him in his buttonhole. The drummer laid hold of the button, which was as large as a dish, held on by it, and looked merrily around. Then they came to a third giant, who took him out of the buttonhole and set him on the rim of his hat. Up there the drummer walked backwards and forwards and looked over the trees, and when he perceived a mountain in the blue distance, he thought, "That must be the glass mountain." And so it was. The giant only made 2 more steps, and they reached the foot of the mountain, where the giant put him down. The drummer demanded to be put on the summit of the glass mountain, but the giant shook his head, growled something in his beard, and then went back into the forest. And now the poor drummer was standing before the mountain, which was as high as if 3 mountains were piled on each other, and at the same time as smooth as a looking-glass, and he did not know how to get up. He began to climb, but that was useless, for he always slipped back again. If one was a bird now, thought he. But what was the good of wishing? No wings grew for him. Whilst he was standing thus, not knowing what to do, he saw not far from him 2 men who were struggling fiercely together. He went up to them and saw that they were disputing about a saddle which was lying on the ground before them, and which both of them wanted to have. "What fools you are," said he, "to quarrel about a saddle, when you have not a horse for it."
The saddle is worth fighting about, answered one of the men. Whosoever sits on it and wishes himself in any place, even if it should turn out to be the very end of the earth, he gets there in the instant he has uttered the wish. The saddle belongs to us in common. It is my turn to ride on it, but the other man will not let me do it. I will soon decide the quarrel, said the drummer, and he went to a short distance and stuck a white rod in the ground. Then he came back and said, "Now run to the goal, and whoever gets there first shall ride first." Both men set out at a trot, but hardly had they gone a couple of steps before the drummer swung himself on the saddle, wished himself on the glass mountain, and before anyone could turn around, he was there. On the top of the mountain was a plain. There stood an old stone house, and in front of the house lay a great fish pond, but behind it was a dark forest. He saw neither men nor animals. Everything was quiet. Only the wind rustled amongst the trees, and the clouds moved by quite close above his head. He went to the door and knocked. When he had knocked for the third time, an old woman with a brown face and red eyes opened the door. She had spectacles on her long nose and looked sharply at him. Then she asked what he wanted. "Entrance, food, and a bed for the night," replied the drummer.
"That you shall have,"
said the old woman,
"if you will perform 3 services in return."
"Oh, why not?" he answered. "I'm not afraid of any kind of work, however hard it may be." The old woman let him go in, and gave him some food and a good bed at night. The next morning, when he had slept his fill, she took a thimble from her wrinkled finger, reached it to the drummer, and said,
"Go to work now, and empty out the pond with this thimble. But you must have it done before night, and must have sought out all the fishes which are in the water, and laid them side by side, according to their kind and size."
"Well, that sure is strange work," said the drummer. But he went to the pond and began to empty it. He bailed the whole morning, but what can be done to a great lake with a thimble, even if he were to bail for 1,000 years? When it was noon, he thought, "It is all useless, and whether I work or not, it will come to the same thing." So he gave it up and sat down. Then came a maiden out of the house, who set a little basket with food before him, and said,
"What ails you, that you sit so sadly here?"
He looked at her, and saw that she was wondrously beautiful. "Ah," said he, "I cannot finish the first piece of work. How will it be with the others? I came forth to seek a king's daughter, who is said to dwell here, but I have not found her, and I will go farther."
"Stay here,"
said the maiden.
I will help you out of your difficulty. You are tired. Lay your head in my lap and sleep. When you awake again, your work will be done."
The drummer did not need to be told that twice. As soon as his eyes were shut, she turned a wishing ring and said,
"Rise, water. Fishes come out."
Instantly, the water rose on high like a white mist and moved away with the other clouds, and the fishes sprang on the shore and laid themselves side by side, each according to his size and kind. When the drummer awoke, he saw with amazement that all was done. But the maiden said,
"One of the fish is not lying with those of its own kind, but quite alone. When the old woman comes tonight and sees that all she's demanded has been done, she will ask you, 'What is this fish lying alone for?' Then throw the fish into her face and say, 'This one shall be for you, old witch.'"
In the evening, when the witch came, and when she had put this question, he threw the fish in her face. She behaved as if she did not notice it, and said nothing, but looked at him with malicious eyes. Next morning she said,
Yesterday it was too easy for you. I must give you harder work. Today you must hew down the whole of the forest, split the wood into logs, and pile them up, and everything must be finished by the evening.
She gave him an axe, a mallet, and 2 wedges, but the axe was made of lead, and the mallet and wedges were made of tin. When he began to cut, the edge of the axe was blunted, and the mallet and wedges were beaten out of shape. He did not know how to manage, but at midday the maiden came once more with his dinner and comforted him.
"Lay your head on my lap,"
said she,
"and sleep. When you awake, your work will be done."
She turned her wishing ring, and in an instant the whole forest fell down with a crash. The wood split and arranged itself in heaps, and it seemed just as if unseen giants were finishing the work. When he awoke, the maiden said,
"Do you see that the wood is piled up and arranged? One bough alone remains. But when the old woman comes this evening and asks you about that bough, give her a blow with it, and say, 'That is for you, you witch.'"
The old woman came,
There, you see how easy the work was?
said she.
But for whom have you left that bough?
"For you, you witch," he replied, and he gave her a blow with it. But she pretended not to feel it, laughed scornfully, and said,
Early tomorrow morning you shall arrange all the wood in one heap. Set fire to it and burn it.
He rose at the break of day, and he began to pick up the wood. But how can a single man get a whole forest together? The work made no progress. The maiden, however, did not desert him in his need. She brought him his food at noon, and when he had eaten, he laid his head on her lap and went to sleep. When he awoke, the entire pile of wood was burning in one enormous flame, which stretched its tongues out into the sky.
"Listen to me," said the maiden. "When the witch comes, she will give you all kinds of orders. Do whatever she asks you without fear, and then she will not be able to get the better of you. But if you are afraid, the fire will lay hold of you and consume you. At last, when you have done everything, seize her with both of your hands and throw her into the midst of the fire."
The maiden departed, and the old woman came sneaking up to him.
Oh, I am cold,
Said she,
but that is a fire that burns. It warms up my old bones and does me good. But I see a log lying there which won't burn. Bring it out for me. When you have done that, you are free, and you may go where you like. Now jump in.
The drummer did not reflect long. He sprang into the midst of the flames, but they did not hurt him, and could not even singe a hair off of his head. He carried the log out and laid it down. Hardly, however, had the wood touched the earth than it was transformed, and the beautiful maiden who had helped him in his need stood there before him, and by the silken and shining golden garments which she wore, he knew right well that she was the king's daughter. But the old woman laughed venomously and said,
You think you have her safe, but you have not got her yet.
Just as she was about to fall on the maiden and take her away, the youth seized the old woman with both of his hands, raised her up on high, and threw her into the jaws of the fire, which closed over her as if it were delighted that an old witch was to be burnt. Then the king's daughter looked at the drummer, and when she saw that he was a handsome youth, and remembered how he had risked his life to deliver her, she gave him her hand and said,
You have ventured everything for my sake, but I also will do everything for yours. Promise to be true to me, and you shall be my husband. We shall never want for riches. We shall have enough with what that witch has gathered together here.
She led him into the house where there were chests and coffers crammed with the old woman's treasures. The maiden left the gold and silver where it was, and took only the precious stones. She would not stay any longer on the glass mountain, so the drummer said to her, Seat yourself by me on my saddle, and then we will fly down like birds.
I do not like the old saddle, said she. I need only turn my wishing ring, and we shall be at home.
Very well then, answered the drummer. Then wish us in front of the town gate. In the twinkling of an eye they were there, but the drummer said, I will just go to my parents and tell them the news. Wait for me outside here, and I shall soon be back.
Ah, said the king's daughter, I beg you to be careful. On your arrival, do not kiss your parents on the right cheek, or else you will forget everything, and I shall stay behind here outside, alone and deserted.
How can I forget you? Said he, and promised her to come back very soon, and he gave his hand upon it. When he went into his father's house, he had changed so much that no one knew who he was, for the 3 days which had passed on the glass mountain had been 3 years. Then he made himself known, and his parents fell on his neck with joy, and his heart was so moved that he forgot what the maiden had said, and he kissed them on both cheeks. But when he had given them the kiss on the right cheek, every thought of the king's daughter vanished from him. He emptied out his pockets and laid handfuls of the largest jewels on the table. The parents had not the least idea what to do with the riches. Then the father built a magnificent castle, all surrounded by gardens, woods, and meadows, as if a prince were going to live in it. And when it was ready, the mother said,
I have found a maiden for you, and the wedding shall be in 3 days.
The son was content to do as his parents desired. The poor king's daughter had stood for a long time outside the town, waiting for the return of the young man. When evening came, she said,
He must certainly have kissed his parents on the right cheek, and he has forgotten me.
Her heart was full of sorrow. She wished herself into a solitary little hut in the forest, and would not return to her father's court. Every evening she went into the town and passed the young man's house. He often saw her, but he no longer knew her. At length, when she heard the people saying that the wedding will take place tomorrow, then she said,
I will try if I can, and I will win back his heart.
On the first day of the wedding ceremonies, she turned her wishing ring and said,
A dress as bright as the sun.
Instantly, the dress lay before her, and it was as bright as if it had been woven with real sunbeams. When all the guests were assembled, she entered the hall. Everyone was amazed at the beautiful dress, and the bride most of all. And as pretty dresses were the things she had most delight in, she went to the stranger and asked if she would sell it to her.
Not for money,
she answered,
but if I may pass the first night outside of the door of the room where your betrothed sleeps, I will give it to you.
The bride could not overcome her desire and consented, but she mixed a sleeping draught with the wine her betrothed took that night, which made him fall into a deep sleep. When all had become quiet, the king's daughter crouched down by the door of the bedroom, opened it just a little, and cried,
Drummer, Drummer, I pray thee hear. Hast thou forgotten thou heldest me dear? That on the glass mountain we sat hour by hour, that I rescued thy life from the witch's power? Didst thou not plight thy troth to me? Drummer, drummer, hearken to me.
But all was in vain. The drummer did not awake, and when morning dawned, the king's daughter was forced to go back again as she came. On the second evening, she turned her wishing ring and said,
A dress as silvery as the moon.
When she appeared at the feast in the dress which was as soft as moonbeams, it again excited the desire of the bride, and the king's daughter gave it to her for permission to pass the second night also outside the door of the bedroom. Then, in the stillness of the night, she cried,
Drummer, drummer, I pray thee hear. Hast thou forgotten thou heldest me dear? That on the glass mountain we sat hour by hour, that I rescued thy life from the witch's power? Didst thou not plight thy troth to me? Drummer, drummer, hearken to me.
But the drummer, who was stupefied with the sleeping draught, could not be aroused. Sadly, next morning she went back to her hut in the forest. But the people in the house had heard the lamentation of the stranger maiden and told the bridegroom about it. They told him also that it was impossible that he could hear anything of it because the maiden he was going to marry had poured a sleeping draught into his wine. On the third evening, the king's daughter turned her wishing ring and said,
A dress glittering like the stars.
When she showed herself therein at the feast, the bride was quite beside herself with the splendor of the dress, which far surpassed the others, and she said,
I must and will have it.
The maiden gave it as she had given the others for permission to spend the night outside the bridegroom's door. The bridegroom, however, did not drink the wine which was handed to him before he went to bed, but poured it behind the bed, and when everything was quiet, he heard a sweet voice which called to him,
Drummer, drummer, I pray thee hear. Hast thou forgotten thou held me dear? That on the glass mountain we sat hour by hour, that I rescued thy life from the witch's power? Didst thou not plight thy troth to me? Drummer, drummer, hearken to me.
Suddenly his memory returned to him. Ah, cried he, how can I have acted so unfaithfully? But the kiss which in the joy of my heart I gave my parents on the right cheek, that is to blame for it all. That is what stupefied me. He sprang up, took the king's daughter by the hand, and led her to his parents' bed. This is my true bride, said he. If I marry the other, I shall do a great wrong. The parents, when they heard how everything had happened, gave their consent. Then the lights in the hall were lighted again, drums and trumpets were brought, friends and relations were invited to come, and the real wedding was solemnized with great rejoicing. The first bride received the beautiful dresses as a compensation and declared herself satisfied. The Crystal Ball. There was once an enchantress who had 3 sons who loved each other as brothers, but the old woman did not trust them and thought that they wanted to steal her power from her. So she changed the eldest son into an eagle, which was forced to dwell in the Rocky Mountains and was often seen flying in great circles in the sky. The second she changed into a whale, which lived in the deep sea, and all that was seen of it was that it sometimes spouted up a great jet of water in the air. Each of them bore his human form for only 2 hours daily. The third son, who was afraid she might change him into a raging wild beast, a bear perhaps, or a wolf, went secretly away. He had heard that a king's daughter who was bewitched was imprisoned in a castle of the Golden Sun and was waiting to be set free. Those, however, who tried to free her risked their lives. 23 youths had already died a miserable death, and now only one other might make the attempt, after which no more must come. And as his heart was without fear, he made up his mind to seek out the castle of the Golden Sun. He had already traveled about for a long time without being able to find it, when he came by chance into a great forest and did not know the way out of it. All at once he saw in the distance 2 giants who made a sign to him with their hands, and when he came to them they said,
"We are quarreling about a cap, and which of us it is to belong to, and we are equally strong. Neither of us can get the better of the other. The small men are more clever than we are, so we will leave the decision to you."
"How can you dispute about an old cap?" said the youth.
"You do not know what properties it has. It is a wishing cap. Whosoever puts it on can wish himself away wherever he likes, and in an instant he will be there."
"Give me the cap," said the youth. "I will go a short distance off, and when I call you, you must run a race, and the cap shall belong to the one who gets first to me."
He put it on and went away, and then thought of the king's daughter, forgot about the giants, and walked continually onward. At length he sighed from the very bottom of his heart and cried,
"Ah, if I were but at the castle of the Golden Sun!"
And hardly had the words passed his lips than he was standing on a high mountain before the gate of the castle. He entered and went through all the rooms until at last he found the king's daughter. But how shocked he was when he saw her. She had an ashen-gray face full of wrinkles, bleary eyes, and red hair.
"Are you the king's daughter, whose beauty the whole world praises?" cried he.
"Ah," she answered, "this is not my form. Human eyes can only see me in this state of ugliness. But that you may know what I am like, look in the mirror. It does not let itself be misled. It will show you my image as it is in truth."
She gave him the mirror in his hand, and he saw therein the likeness of the most beautiful maiden on earth, and he also saw, too, how the tears were rolling down her cheeks with grief. Then said he,
"How can you be set free? I fear no danger."
She said,
"He who gets the crystal ball and holds it before the enchanter will destroy his power with it, and I shall resume my true shape. Ah," she added, "so many have already gone to meet death for this, and you are so young. I grieve that you should encounter such great danger."
"Nothing can keep me from doing it," said he. "But tell me what I must do."
"You shall know everything," said the king's daughter. "When you descend the mountain on which the castle stands, a wild bull will stand below by a spring, and you must fight with it. And if you have the luck to kill it, a fiery bird will spring out of it, which bears in its body a red-hot egg, and in the egg the crystal ball lies as its yolk. The bird, however, will not let the egg fall until forced to do so, and if it falls on the ground, it will flame up and burn everything that is near, and even the egg itself will melt, and with it the crystal ball, and then your trouble will have been in vain."
The youth went down to the spring where the bull snorted and bellowed at him. After a long struggle, he plunged his sword in the animal's body, and it fell down. Instantly, a fiery bird arose from it and was about to fly away, but the young man's brother, the eagle, who was passing between the clouds, swooped down, hunted it away to the sea, and struck it with his beak until, in its extremity, it let the egg fall. The egg, however, did not fall into the sea, but on a fisherman's hut, which stood on the shore, and the hut began at once to smoke, and was about to break out in flames. Then arose in the sea waves as high as a house, which streamed over the hut and subdued the fire. The other brother, the whale, had come swimming to them, and had driven the water up on high. When the fire was extinguished, the youth sought for the egg and happily found it. It was not yet melted, but the shell was broken by being so suddenly cooled with the water, and he could take out the crystal ball unhurt. When the youth went to the enchanter and held it before him, the latter said,
My power is destroyed, and from this time forth you are the king of the castle of the Golden Sun. With this, you can likewise give back to your brothers their human form.
Then the youth hastened to the king's daughter, and when he entered the room, she was standing there in the full splendor of her beauty, and joyfully they exchanged rings with each other. Old Rink Rank. There was once upon a time a king who had a daughter, and he caused a glass mountain to be made, and said that whosoever could cross to the other side of it without falling should have his daughter to wife. Then there was one who loved the king's daughter, and he asked the king if he might have her.
Yes, said the king. If you can cross the mountain without falling, you shall have her.
And the princess said she would go over it with him, and would hold him if he were about to fall. So they set out together to go over it, and when they were halfway up, the princess slipped and fell, and the glass mountain opened and shut her up inside of it, and her betrothed could not see where she had gone, for the mountain closed immediately. Then he wept and lamented much, and the king was miserable too, and ordered the mountain to be broken up where she had been lost, and he thought that he would be able to get her out again, but they could not find the place into which she had fallen. Meanwhile, the king's daughter had fallen quite deep down into the earth into a great cave. An old fellow with a very long gray beard came to meet her, and told her that if she would be his servant and do everything he bade her, she might live, and if not, he would kill her. So she did all he bade her. In the mornings he took his ladder out of his pocket, and set it up against the mountain, and climbed to the top by its help, and then he drew the ladder after him. The princess had to cook his dinner, make his bed, and do all of his work, and when he came home again, he always brought with him a heap of gold and silver. When she had lived with him for many years and had grown quite old, he called her Mother Mansrot, and she had to call him Old Rink Rank. Then, once when he was out, and she had made his bed and washed his dishes, she shut the doors and windows all fast, and there was one little window through which the light shone in, and this she left open. When Old Rink Rank came home, he knocked at his door and cried, Mother Mansrot, open the door for me.
No,
said she.
Old Rink Rank, I will not open the door for you.
Then he said,
Here I stand, I, poor Rink Rank, on my 17 long shanks, on my weary worn-out foot. Wash my dishes, Mother Mansrot.
I have washed your dishes already,
said she. Then again he said,
Here I stand, poor Rink Rank, on my 17 long shanks, on my weary worn-out foot. Make my bed, Mother Mansrot.
I have made your bed already,
said she. Then again he said,
Here I stand, poor Rink Rank, on my 17 long shanks, on my weary worn-out foot. Open the door, Mother Mansrot.
Then he ran all around his house, and saw that the little window was open, and thought,
I will look in and see what she can be about, and why she will not open the door for me.
He tried to peep in, but could not get his head through because of his long beard. So first, he put his beard through the open window, but just as he had got it through, Mother Mansrot came by and pulled the window down with a cord which he had tied to it, and his beard was shut fast in it. Then he began to cry most piteously, for it hurt him very much, and to entreat her to release him again. But she said she would not until he gave her the ladder with which he ascended the mountain. Then, whether he would or not, he had to tell her where the ladder was. And she fastened a very long ribbon to the window, and then she set up the ladder and ascended the mountain, and when she was at the top of it, she opened the window. She went to her father and told him all that had happened to her. The king rejoiced greatly, and her betrothed was still there, and they went and dug up the mountain, and found old Rink-Rank inside of it with all of his gold and silver. Then the king had old Rink-Rank put to death, and took all of his gold and silver. The princess married her betrothed, and lived right happily in great magnificence and joy. Maid Maleen. There was once a king who had a son who asked in marriage of the daughter of a mighty king. She was called Maid Maleen and was very beautiful. As her father wished to give her to another, the prince was rejected, but as they both loved each other with all of their hearts, they would not give each other up, and Maid Maleen said to the father,
I can and will take no other for my husband.
Then the king flew into a passion and ordered a dark tower to be built, into which no ray of sunlight or moonlight should enter. When it was finished, he said, Therein you shall be imprisoned for 7 years, and then I will come and see if your perverse spirit is broken. Meat and drink for the 7 years were carried into the tower, and then she and her maiden-waiting were let into it and walled up, and thus cut off from the sky and from the earth. There they sat in the darkness, and knew not when day or night began. The king's son often went around to the round tower, and called their names, but no sound from without pierced through the thick walls. What else could they do but lament and complain? Meanwhile the time passed, and by the decline of food and drink they knew that the 7 years were coming to an end. They thought the moment of their deliverance was come, but no stroke of the hammer was heard, no stone fell out of the wall, and it seemed to Maid Maleen that her father had forgotten her. As they had food only for a short time longer, and saw a miserable death awaiting them, Maid Maleen said,
We must try our last chance, and see if we can break through the wall.
She took the bread knife, and picked and bored at the mortar of the stone. And when she was tired, the waiting maid took her turn. With great labor, they succeeded in getting out the stone, and then a second, and a third, and when 3 days were over, the first ray of light fell on their darkness, and at last the opening was so large that they could look out. The sky was blue, and a fresh breeze played on their faces, but how melancholy everything looked all around. Her father's castle lay in ruins. The town and the villages were, so far as they could be seen, destroyed by fire, the fields far and wide laid to waste, and no human being was visible. When the opening in the wall was large enough for them to slip through, the waiting maid sprang down first, and then Maid Maleen followed. But where were they to go? The enemy had ravaged the whole kingdom, driven away the king, and slain all the inhabitants. They wandered forth to seek another country, but nowhere did they find a shelter or a human being that would give them a mouthful of bread, and their need was so great that they were forced to appease their hunger with nettles. When after long journeying, they came into another country, they tried to get work everywhere, but wherever they knocked they were turned away, and no one would have pity on them. At last they arrived in a large city and went to the royal palace. There they also were ordered to go away, but at last the cook said that they might stay in the kitchen and be scullions. The son of the king in whose kingdom they were, however, was the very man who had been betrothed to Maid Maleen. His father had chosen another bride for him, whose face was as ugly as her heart was wicked. The wedding was fixed, and the maiden had already arrived, but because of her great ugliness, she shut herself in her room, and allowed no one to see her, and Maid Maleen had to take her meals from the kitchen. When the day came for the bride and the bridegroom to go to the church, she was ashamed of her ugliness, and afraid that if she showed herself in the streets, she would be mocked and laughed at by the people. Then said she to Maid Maleen,
A great piece of luck has befallen you. I have sprained my foot, and cannot walk well enough through the streets. You shall put on the wedding dress, and take my place. A greater honor than that you cannot have.
Maid Maleen, however, refused it, and said,
I wish for no honor which is not suitable for me.
It was in vain, too, that the bride offered her gold. At last she said angrily,
If you do not obey me, it shall cost you your life. I have to but speak the word, and your head will lie at your feet.
At this, Maid Maleen was forced to obey, and she put on the bride's magnificent clothes and all of her jewels. When she entered the royal hall, everyone was amazed at her great beauty, and the king said to his son,
This is the bride whom I have chose for you, and whom you must lead to church.
The bridegroom was astonished and thought,
She is like my maid Maleen, and I should believe that it was she herself, but she has long been shut up in the tower, or even dead.
He took her by the hand and led her to church. On the way was a nettle plant, and she said,
O nettle plant, little nettle plant, what dost thou here alone? I have known the time when I ate thee unboiled, when I ate thee unroasted. What are you saying?
asked the king's son.
Nothing,
she replied.
I was only thinking of Maid Maleen.
He was surprised that she knew about her, but he kept his silence. When they came to the footplank into the churchyard, she said,
Footbridge, do not break. I am not the true bride. What are you saying there?
asked the king's son.
Nothing, she replied. I was only thinking of Maid Maleen. Do you know Maid Maleen? No, she answered. How should I know her? I have only heard of her.
When they came to the church door, she said once more,
Church door, break not. I am not the true bride. What are you saying there? asked he. I was only thinking of Maid Maleen.
And then he took out a precious chain, put it around her neck, and fastened the clasp. Thereupon they entered the church, and the priest joined their hands together before the altar, and married them. He led her home, but she did not speak a single word the whole way. When they got back to the royal palace, she hurried into the bride's chamber, put off the magnificent clothes and the jewels, dressed herself in her gray gown, and kept nothing but the jewel on her neck, which she had received from the bridegroom. When the night came, and the bride was to be led into the prince's apartment, she let her veil fall over her face, that he might not observe the deception. As soon as everyone had gone away, he said to her,
What did you say to the nettle plant which was growing by the wayside? To which nettle plant? asked she. I don't talk to the nettle plants. If you did not do it, then you are not the true bride, said he.
So she bethought herself and said,
I must go unto my maid, who keeps my thoughts for me.
She went out and sought Maid Maleen.
Girl, what have you been saying to the nettle? I said nothing but, O nettle plant, little nettle plant, what dost thou here alone? I have known the time when I ate thee unboiled, and I ate thee unroasted.
The bride ran back into the chamber and said,
I know now what I said to the nettle.
And she repeated the words which she had just heard.
But what did you say to the footbridge when we went over it?
asked the king's son.
To the footbridge,
she answered.
I don't talk to footbridges. Then you are not the true bride.
She again said,
I must go unto my maid, who keeps my thoughts for me.
She ran out and scolded Maid Maleen.
Girl, what did you say to the footbridge? I said nothing but, Footbridge, do not break. I am not the true bride. That cost you your life, cried the bride,
but she hurried into the room and said,
I know now what I said to the footbridge.
And she repeated the words.
All right, but what did you say to the church door? To the church door? She replied. I don't talk to church doors. Then you are not the true bride.
She left the room, went and scolded Maid Maleen and said,
Girl, what did you say to the church door? I said nothing but, Church door, break not. I am not the true bride. That will break your neck for you,
cried the bride, and flew into a terrible passion. But she hastened back into the room and said,
I know now what I said to the church door.
And she repeated the words.
But where have you the jewel which I gave you at the church door? What jewel?
She answered.
You did not give me any jewel. Oh, right. I myself put it round your neck, and I myself fastened it. And if you do not know that, then you are not the true bride.
He drew the veil from her face, and when he saw her immeasurable ugliness, he sprang back terrified and said,
How do you come here? Who are you? I am your betrothed bride, but because I feared lest the people should mock me when they saw me out of doors, I commanded the scullery maid to dress herself in my clothes and to go to the church instead of me.
Where is this girl? Said he. I want to see her. Go and bring her here.
She went out and told the servants that the scullery maid was an impostor, and that they were to take her out into the courtyard and strike off her head. The servants laid hold of Maid Maleen and wanted to drag her out, but she screamed so loudly for help that the king's son heard her voice, hurried out of his chamber, and ordered them to set the maiden free instantly. Lights were brought, and then he saw on her neck the gold chain which he had given her at the church door.
You are the true bride, said he, who went with me to the church. Come with me now into my room.
When they were both alone, he said,
On the way to the church, you did name Maid Maleen, who was my betrothed bride. If I could believe it possible, I should think she was standing before me. You're like her in every respect.
She answered,
I am Maid Maleen, who for your sake was imprisoned 7 years in the darkness, who suffered hunger and thirst, and who has lived so long in want and poverty. Today, however, the sun is shining once more. I was married to you in the church, and I am your lawful wife.
Then they kissed each other and were happy all the days of their lives. The false bride was rewarded for what she had done by having her head cut off. The tower in which Maid Maleen had been imprisoned remained standing for a long time, and when the children passed by it, they sang,
King Clang Gloria, who sits within the tower, a king's daughter, she sits within. A sight of her I cannot win. The wall it will not break, the stone cannot be pierced. Little Hans, with your coat so gay, follow me, fast as you may.
The Rose. There was once a poor woman who had 2 children. The youngest had to go every day into the forest to fetch wood. Once, when she had gone a long way to seek it, a little child who was quite strong came and helped her industriously to pick up the wood and carry it home, and then before a moment had passed, the strange child disappeared. The child told her mother this, but at first she would not believe it. At length she brought a rose home and told her mother that the beautiful child had given her this rose and had told her that when it was in full bloom, he would return. The mother put the rose in water. One morning, her child could not get out of bed. The mother went to the bed and found her dead, but she lay looking very happy. On the same morning, the rose was in full bloom. Saint Joseph in the Forest. There was once on a time a mother who had 3 daughters, the eldest of whom was rude and wicked, the second much better, although she had her faults, but the youngest was a pious, good child. The mother, however, was so strange that it was just the eldest daughter whom she most loved, and she could not bear the youngest. On this account, she often sent the poor girl out into the great forest in order to get rid of her, for she thought she would lose herself and never come back again. But the guardian angel, which every good child has, did not forsake her, but always brought her into the right path once again. Once, however, the guardian angel behaved as if he were not there, and the child could not find her way out of the forest again. She walked on constantly until evening came, and then she saw a tiny light burning in the distance. She ran to it at once and came to a little hut. She knocked, the door opened, and she came to the second door, where she knocked again. An old man who had a snow-white beard and looked venerable opened it for her, and he was no other than Saint Joseph. He said quite kindly, "Come in, dear child. Seat yourself on my little chair by the fire and warm yourself. I will fetch you a clear water if you are thirsty, but here in the forest I have nothing for you to eat but a couple of little roots, which you must first scrape and boil." Saint Joseph gave her the roots. The girl scraped them clean. Then she brought a piece of pancake and the bread that her mother had given her to take with her, mixed all together in a pan, and cooked herself a thick soup. When it was ready, Saint Joseph said, "I am so hungry. Give me some of your food." The child was quite willing and gave him more than she kept for herself, but God's blessing was with her, so that she was satisfied. When they had eaten, Saint Joseph said, "Now we will go to bed. I have, however, only one bed. Lay yourself in it. I will lie on the ground on the straw."
"No,"
answered she.
"Stay in your own bed. The straw is soft enough for me."
But Saint Joseph took the child in his arms and carried her into the little bed, and there she said her prayers and fell asleep. Next morning when she awoke, she wanted to say good morning to Saint Joseph, but she did not see him. Then she got up and looked for him, but could not find him anywhere. At last she perceived, behind the door, a bag with money so heavy that she could just carry it, and on it was written that it was for the child who had slept there that night. On this, she took the bag, bounded away with it, and got safely to her mother, and as she gave her mother all the money, she could not help being satisfied with her. The next day, the second child also took a fancy to go into the forest. Her mother gave her a much larger piece of pancake and bread. It happened with her just as with the first child. In the evening she came to Saint Joseph's little hut, who gave her roots for a thick soup. When it was ready, he likewise said to her, "I am so hungry. Give me some of your food." Then the child said,
"You may have your share."
Afterwards, when Saint Joseph offered her his bed and wanted to lie on the straw, she replied,
"No, lie down in the bed. There's plenty of room for both of us."
Saint Joseph took her in his arms and put her in the bed, and laid himself on the straw. In the morning, when the child awoke and looked for Saint Joseph, he had vanished, but behind the door she found a little sack of money that was about as long as a hand, and on it was written that it was for the child who had slept there last night. So she took the little bag out and ran home with it, and took it to her mother, but she secretly kept 2 pieces for herself. The eldest daughter by this time had grown inquisitive, and the next morning also insisted on going out into the forest. Her mother gave her pancakes, as many as she wanted, and bread and cheese as well. In the evening she found Saint Joseph in his little hut, just as the 2 others had found him. When the soup was ready, and Saint Joseph said, "I am so hungry. Give me some of the food," the girl answered,
"Wait until I'm satisfied, and if there's anything left for you, you shall have it."
But she ate nearly the whole of it, and Saint Joseph had to scrape the dish. Afterwards, the good old man offered her his bed, and wanted to lie on the straw. She took it without making any opposition, laid herself down in the little bed, and left the hard straw to the white-haired man. Next morning when she awoke, St. Joseph was not to be found, but she did not trouble herself about that. She looked behind the door for the money bag. She fancied something was lying on the ground, but as she could not very well distinguish what it was, she stooped down so that she touched it with her nose, where it remained hanging. And when she got up again, she saw, to her horror, that it was a second nose, which was hanging fast to her own. Then she began to scream and howl, but that did no good. She always had to look at her nose, for it stretched out so far. Then she ran out and screamed without stopping until she met St. Joseph, at whose feet she fell and begged until, out of pity, he took the nose off of her again, and even gave her 2 farthings. When she got home, her mother was standing before the door and asked,
"What have you had given to you?"
Then she lied and said,
"A great bag of money, but I have lost it on the way." "Lost it?" cried the mother. "Oh, but we will soon find it again,"
and took her by the hand and wanted to seek it with her. At first she began to cry and did not wish to go, but at last she went. On the way, however, so many lizards and snakes broke loose on the both of them that they did not know how to save themselves. At last they stung the wicked child to death, and then they stung the mother in the foot, just because she had not brought the daughter up better. The 12 Apostles. 300 years before the birth of the Lord Christ, there lived a mother who had 12 sons, but was so poor and needy that she no longer knew how she was to keep them alive. She prayed to God daily that he would grant her that all of her sons might be on the earth with the Redeemer who was promised. When her necessity became still greater, she sent one of them after the other out into the world to seek their bread. The eldest was called Peter, and he went out and had already walked a long way, a whole day's journey, when he came into a great forest. He sought for a way out, but could find none, and went farther and farther astray, and at the same time felt such a great hunger that he could scarcely stand. At length he became so weak that he was forced to lie down, and he believed death to be at hand. Suddenly there stood beside him a small boy who shone with brightness, and was as beautiful and kind as an angel. The child smote his little hands together, until Peter was forced to look up and see him. Then the child said,
"Why are you sitting there in such trouble?"
"Alas," answered Peter, "I am going about the world seeking bread, that I may yet see the dear Savior who was promised. That is my greatest desire." The child said,
"Come with me, and your wish shall be fulfilled."
He took Peter by the hand and led him between some cliffs to a great cavern. When they entered it, everything was shining with gold, silver, and crystal, and in the midst of it 12 cradles were standing side by side. Then said the little angel,
"Lie down in the first, and sleep a while. I will rock you."
Peter did so, and the angel sang to him and rocked him until he was asleep. And when he was asleep, the second brother came also, guided thither by his guardian angel, and he was rocked to sleep like the first, and thus came the others, one after the other, until all 12 lay there sleeping in the golden cradles. They slept, however, 300 years, until the night when the Savior of the world was born. Then they awoke, and were with him on the earth, and they were called the 12 Apostles. Poverty and humility lead to heaven. There was once a king's son who went out into the world, and he was full of thought and sad. He looked up at the sky, which was so beautifully pure and blue. Then he sighed and said, "How well must all be with one up there in heaven." Then he saw a poor gray-haired man who was coming along the road towards him, and he spoke to him and asked, "How can I get to heaven?" The man answered, "By poverty and humility. Put on my ragged clothes, wander about the world for 7 years, and get to know what misery truly is. Take no money, but if you are hungry, ask compassionate hearts for a bit of bread. In this way you will reach heaven." Then the king's son took off his magnificent coat and wore in its place the beggar's garment, went out into the wide world, and suffered great misery. He took nothing but a little food, said nothing, but prayed to the Lord to take him into his heaven. When the 7 years were over, he returned to his father's palace, but no one recognized him. He said to the servants, "Go and tell my parents that I have come back again." But the servants did not believe it, and laughed and left him standing there. Then said he, "Go and tell it to my brothers that they may come down, for I should so like to see them again." The servants would not do that either, but at last one of them went and told it to the king's children, but these did not believe it, and did not trouble themselves about it. Then he wrote a letter to his mother, and described to her all of his misery, but he did not say that he was her son. So out of pity, the queen had a place under the stairs assigned to him, and food taken to him daily by 2 servants. But one of them was ill-natured and said, "Why should the beggar have the good food?" and kept it for himself, or gave it to the dogs, and he took the weak, wasted-away beggar, nothing but water. The other, however, was honest, and took the beggar what was sent to him. It was little, but he could live on it for a while, and all the time he was quite patient, but he grew continually weaker. As his illness increased, he desired to receive the last sacrament. When the Mass was being celebrated, all the bells in the town and neighborhood began to ring of their own accord. After Mass, the priest went to the poor man under the stairs, and there he lay, dead. In one hand he had a rose, in the other a lily, and beside him was a paper on which was written his history. When he was buried, a rose grew on one side of his grave, and a lily on the other. God's food. There were once upon a time 2 sisters, one of whom had no children and was rich, and the other had 5 and was a widow, and so poor that she no longer had food enough to satisfy herself and her children. In her need, therefore, she went to her sister and said, "My children and I are suffering the greatest hunger. You are rich. Please give me a mouthful of bread." The very rich sister was as hard as a stone and said, "I myself have nothing in the house," and drove away the poor creature with harsh words. After some time, the husband of the rich sister came home and was just going to cut himself a piece of bread. But when he made the first cut into the loaf, out flowed red blood. When the woman saw that, she was terrified and told him what had occurred. He hurried away to help the widow and her children, but when he entered her room, he found her praying. She had her 2 youngest children in her arms, and the 3 eldest were lying dead. He offered her food, but she answered, "For earthly food we have no longer any desire. God has already satisfied the hunger of 3 of us, and he will hearken to our supplications likewise." Scarcely had she uttered these words than the 2 little ones drew their last breath, whereupon her heart broke, and she also sank down dead. The 3 green twigs. There was once upon a time a hermit who lived in the forest at the foot of a mountain, and passed his time in prayer and good works. And every evening he carried, to the glory of God, 2 pails of water up the mountain. Many a beast drank of it, and many a plant was refreshed by it. For on the heights above a strong wind blew continually, which dried the air and the ground, and the wild birds which dread mankind wheel about there, and with their sharp eyes search for a drink. And because the hermit was so pious, an angel of God, visible to his eyes, went up with him, counted his steps, and when the work was completed, brought him his food, even as the prophet of the old was by God's command fed by the raven. When the hermit in his piety had already reached a great age, it happened that he once saw from afar a poor sinner being taken to the gallows. He said carelessly to himself, "There, that one is getting his deserts." In the evening, when he was carrying the water up the mountain, the angel who usually accompanied him did not appear, and also brought him no food. Then he was terrified, and searched his heart, and tried to think how he could have sinned, as God was so angry, but he could not discover it. Then he neither ate nor drank, threw himself down on the ground, and prayed day and night. And as he was one day thus bitterly weeping in the forest, he heard a little bird singing beautifully and delightfully, and then he was still more troubled, and said, "How joyously you sing! The Lord is not angry with you. Ah, if you could but tell me how I can have offended him, that I might do penance, and then my heart would also be glad again." Then the bird began to speak and said,
"You have done injustice in that you have condemned a poor sinner who was being led to the gallows, and for that the Lord is angry with you. He alone sits in judgment. However, if you will do penance and repent your sins, he will forgive you."
Then the angel stood beside him with a dry branch in his hand and said, "You shall carry this dry branch until 3 green twigs sprout out of it, but at night, when you will sleep, you shall lay it under your head. You shall beg your bread from door to door, and not tarry more than 1 night in the same house. That is the penance which the Lord lays on you." Then the hermit took the piece of wood, and he went back into the world, which he had not seen for so long. He ate and drank nothing but what was given him at the doors. Many petitions, however, were not listened to, and many doors remained shut to him, so that he often did not get a crumb of bread. Once, when he had gone from door to door from morning till night, and no one had given him anything, and no one would shelter him for the night, he went forth into a forest, and at last found a cave which someone had made, and an old woman was sitting in it. Then said he, good woman, keep me with you in your house for this night." But she said,
"No, I dare not, even if I wished. I have 3 sons who are wicked and wild. If they come home from their robbing expedition and find you, they would kill us both."
The hermit said, "Let me stay. They will do no injury either to you or to me." And the old woman was compassionate, and let herself be persuaded. Then the man lay down beneath the stairs, and put the bit of wood under his head. When the old woman saw him do that, she asked the reason of it, on which he told her that he carried the bit of wood about him for a penance, and used it at night for a pillow, and that he had offended the Lord, because when he had seen a poor sinner on the way to the gallows, he had said he was getting his deserts. Then the woman began to weep and cried,
"If the Lord punishes 1 single word, how will it fare with my sons when they appear before him in judgment?"
At midnight, the robbers came home and blustered and stormed. They made a fire, And when it had lighted up the cave and they saw a man lying under the stairs, they fell in a rage and cried to their mother, "Who is this man? Have we not forbidden anyone whomsoever to be taken in?" Then said the mother,
"Let him alone. It is a poor sinner who is expiating his crime."
The robbers asked, "What has he done?" Old man, cried they, "tell us your sins." The old man raised himself and told them how he, by one single word, had so sinned that God was angry with him, and how he was now expiating this crime. The robbers were so powerfully touched in their hearts by this story that they were shocked with their life up to this time, reflected, and began with hearty repentance to do penance for it. The hermit, after he had converted the 3 sinners, lay down to sleep again under the stairs. In the morning, however, they found him dead, and out of the dry wood on which his head lay, 3 green twigs had grown up on high. Thus, the Lord had once more received him into his favor. The Aged Mother. In a large town there was an old woman who sat in the evening alone in her room, thinking how she had lost first her husband, then both of her children, then one by one all of her relatives, and at length, that very day, her last friend, and now she was quite alone and desolate. She was very sad at heart, and heaviest of all of her losses to her was that of her sons, and in her pain she blamed God for it. She was still sitting lost in thought when all at once she heard the bells ringing for early prayer. She was surprised that she had thus, in her sorrow, watched through the whole night, and lighted her lantern and went to the church. It was already lighted up when she arrived, but not as it usually was with wax candles, but with a dim light. It was also crowded already with people, and all of the seats were filled. And when the woman got to her usual place, it was also not empty, but the whole bench was entirely full. And when she looked at all the people, they were none other than her dead relatives, who were sitting there in their old-fashioned garments, but with pale faces. They neither spoke nor sang, but a soft humming and whispering was heard all over the church. Then an aunt of hers stood up, stepped forward, and said to the poor old woman,
"Look there beside the altar, and you will see your sons."
The old woman looked there, and saw her 2 children, one hanging on the gallows, the other bound to the wheel. Then said the aunt,
"Behold, so would it have been with them if they had lived, and if the good God had not taken them to himself when they were innocent children."
The old woman went trembling home, and on her knees thanked God for having dealt with her more kindly than she had been able to understand. And then, on the 3rd day, she lay down and died. The Hazel Branch. One afternoon, the Christ child had laid himself in his cradle bed and had fallen asleep. Then his mother came to him, looked at him full of gladness, and said,
"Have you laid yourself down to sleep, my child? Sleep sweetly, and in the meantime I will go into the wood and fetch you a handful of strawberries, for I know that you will be pleased with them when you awake."
In the wood outside, she found a spot with the most beautiful strawberries, but as she was stooping to gather one, an adder sprang up out of the grass. She was alarmed, left the strawberries where they were, and hastened away. The adder darted after her, but Our Lady, as you can readily understand, knew what it was best to do. She hid herself behind a hazel bush and stood there until the adder had crept away again. Then she gathered the strawberries, and as she set out on her way home, she said,
"As the hazel bush has been my protection this time, it shall in future protect others also."
Therefore, from the most remote times, a green hazel branch has been the safest protection against adders, snakes, and everything else which creeps on the earth. The straw, the coal, and the bean. In a village dwelt a poor old woman who had gathered together a dish of beans and wanted to cook them. So she made a fire on her hearth, and that it might burn the quicker, she lighted it with a handful of straw. When she was emptying the beans into the pan, one dropped without her observing it and lay on the ground beside the straw, and soon afterwards a burning coal from the fire leapt down to the two. Then the straw began and said, "Dear friends, from whence do you come here?" The coal replied,
I fortunately sprang out of the fire, and if I had not escaped by sheer force, my death would have been certain. I should have been burnt to ashes.
The bean said,
I too have escaped with a whole skin, but if the old woman had gotten me into the pan, I should have been made into broth without any mercy, just like my comrades.
"And would a better fate have fallen to my lot?"
said the straw.
"The old woman has destroyed all of my brethren in fire and smoke. She seized 60 of them at once and took their lives. I luckily slipped through her fingers."
But what are we to do now?
said the coal.
"I think," answered the bean, "that as we have so fortunately escaped death, we should keep together like good companions, and lest a new mischance should overtake us here, we should go away together and repair to a foreign country."
The proposition pleased the two others, and they set out on their way together. Soon, however, they came to a little brook, and as there was no bridge or foot plank, they did not know how they were to get over it. The straw hit on a good idea, and said,
"I will lay myself straight across, and then you can walk over on me as a bridge."
The straw therefore stretched itself from one bank to the other, and the coal, who was of an impetuous disposition, tripped quite boldly on the newly built bridge. But when he had reached the middle, and heard the water rushing beneath him, he was, after all, afraid, and stood still, and ventured no further. The straw, however, began to burn, broke in 2 pieces, and fell into the stream. The coal slipped after him, hissed when he got into the water, and breathed his last. The bean, who had prudently stayed behind on the shore, could not but laugh at the event, was unable to stop, and laughed so heartily that he burst. It would have been all over with him likewise, if, by good fortune, a tailor who was traveling in search of work had not sat down to rest by the brook. As he had a compassionate heart, he pulled out his needle and thread, and sewed them together. The bean thanked him most prettily, but as the tailor used black thread, all beans since then have had a black seam. The 12 Huntsmen. There once was a king's son who had a bride whom he loved very much, and when he was sitting beside her and very happy, news came that his father lay sick unto death, and desired to see him once again before his end. Then he said to his beloved, "I must now go and leave you. I give you this ring as a remembrance of me. When I am king, I will return to fetch you." So he rode away, and when he reached his father, the latter was dangerously ill, and near his death. He said to him, "Dear son, I wish to see you again once before my end. Promise me to marry as I wish." And he named a certain king's daughter who was to be his wife. The son was in such trouble that he did not think what he was doing, and he said, "Yes, dear father, your will shall be done." And thereupon the king shut his eyes and died. When therefore the son had been proclaimed king, and the time of mourning was over, he was forced to keep the promise which he had made to his father, and caused the king's daughter to be asked in marriage, and she was promised to him. His first betrothed heard of this, and fretted so much about his faithlessness that she nearly died. Then her father said to her, "Dearest child, why are you so sad? You shall have whatsoever you will." She thought for a moment and said, "Dear father, I wish for 11 girls exactly like myself, in face, figure, and size." The father said, "If it is possible, your desire shall be fulfilled." And he caused a search to be made in his whole kingdom until 11 young maidens were found who exactly resembled his daughter in face, figure, and size. When they came to the king's daughter, she had 12 suits of huntsmen's clothes made, all alike, and the 11 maidens had to put on the huntsmen's clothes, and she herself put on the 12th suit. Thereupon she took leave of her father, and rode away with them, and rode to the court of her former betrothed, whom she loved so dearly. Then she asked if he required any huntsmen, and if he would take all of them into his service. The king looked at her and did not know her, but as they were such handsome fellows, he said yes, and that he would willingly take them, and now they were the king's 12 huntsmen. The king, however, had a lion which was a wondrous animal, for he knew all concealed and secret things. It came to pass that one evening he said to the king, "You think you have 12 huntsmen?" "Yes," said the king, "they are 12 huntsmen." The lion continued, "You are mistaken. They are 12 girls." The king said, "Well, that cannot be true. How will you prove that to me?" "Oh, just let some peas be strewn in the antechamber," answered the lion, "and then you will soon see. Men have a firm step, and when they walk over the peas, none of them stir. But girls trip and skip and drag their feet, and the peas roll about." The king was pleased with the counsel, and caused the peas to be strewn. There was, however, a servant of the king's who favored the huntsmen, and when he heard that they were going to be put to this test, he went to them and repeated everything, and said, "The lion wants to make the king believe that you are actually girls." Then the king's daughter thanked him, and said to her maidens, "Show some strength, and step firmly on the peas." So the next morning, when the king had the 12 huntsmen called before him, and they came into the antechamber where the peas were lying, they stepped so firmly on them, and had such a strong, sure walk, that not one of the peas either rolled or stirred. Then they went away again, and the king said to the lion, "You have lied to me. They walk just like men." The lion said, "They have been informed that they were going to be put to the test, and have assumed some strength. Just let 12 spinning wheels be brought into the antechamber, and they will go to them and be pleased with them, and that is what no man would do." The king liked the advice, and had the spinning wheels placed in the antechamber. But the servant, who was well disposed to the huntsmen, went to them, and disclosed the project. So when they were alone, the king's daughter said to her 11 girls, "Show some constraint, and do not look around at the spinning wheels." And the next morning, when the king had his 12 huntsmen summoned, they went through the antechamber, and never once looked at the spinning wheels. Then the king again said to the lion, "You have deceived me. They're men, for they have not looked at the spinning wheels once." The lion replied, "They have learnt that they were going to be put to the test, and have restrained themselves." The king, however, would no longer believe the lion. The 12 huntsmen always followed the king to the chase, and his liking for them continuously increased. Now it came to pass that once when they were hunting, news came that the king's bride was approaching. When the true bride heard that, it hurt her so much that her heart was almost broken, and she fell fainting to the ground. The king thought something had happened to his dear huntsman, ran up to him, wanted to help, and drew his glove off. Then he saw the ring which he had given to his first bride, and when he looked in her face, he recognized her. Then his heart was so touched that he kissed her, and when she opened her eyes, he said, "You are mine, and I am yours, and no one in the world can alter that." He sent a messenger to the other bride, and entreated her to return to her own kingdom, for he had a wife already, and someone who had found an old key did not require a new one. Thereupon the wedding was celebrated, and the lion was again taken into favor, because, after all, he had been telling the truth. The Hare's Bride. There once was a woman and her daughter who lived in a pretty garden with cabbages, and a little hare came into it, and during the winter time ate all the cabbages. Then says the mother to the daughter, "Go into the garden and chase the hare away." The girl says to the little hare, "Shh, hare, you will be eating all of our cabbages." Says the hare,
"Come, maiden, and seat yourself on my little hare's tail, and come with me into my little hare's hut."
The girl will not do it. Next day the hare comes again and eats the cabbages. Then says the mother to the daughter, "Go into the garden and drive the hare away." The girl says to the hare, "Ch, little hare, you'll be eating all the cabbages." The little hare says,
"Maiden, seat yourself on my little hare's tail, and come with me into my little hare's hut."
The maiden refuses. On the third day, the hare comes again and eats the cabbages. On this day the mother says to the daughter, "Go into the garden and hunt the hare away." Says the maiden to the hare, "Ch, little hare, you will be eating all of our cabbages." Says the little hare,
"Come, maiden, seat yourself on my little hare's tail, and come with me into my little hare's hut."
The girl seats herself on the little hare's tail, and then the hare takes her far away to his little hut, and says,
"Cook green cabbage and millet seed, and I will invite the wedding guests."
And then all the wedding guests assembled. Who were the wedding guests? That I can tell you, as another has told it to me. They were all hares, and the crow was there as a person to marry the bride and bridegroom, and the fox as a clerk, and the altar was under the rainbow. The girl, however, was sad, for she was all alone. The little hare comes and says,
"Open the doors! Open the doors! The wedding guests are merry!"
The bride says nothing but weeps. The little hare goes away. The little hare comes back and says,
"Take off the lid! Take off the lid! The wedding guests are hungry!"
The bride again says nothing and simply weeps. The little hare goes away. The little hare comes back and says,
"Take off the lid! Take off the lid! The wedding guests are waiting!"
Then the bride says nothing, and the hare goes away, but she dresses a straw doll in her clothes, and gives her a spoon to stir with, and sets her by the pan with the millet seed, and goes back to her mother. The little hare comes once more and says,
"Take off the lid! Take off the lid!"
and gets up and strikes the doll on the head, so that her cap falls off. Then the little hare sees that it is not his bride, and goes away, and is sorrowful. The Thief and His Master. Hans wished to put his son to learn a trade, so he went into the church and prayed to our Lord God to know which would be the most suitable for him. Then the clerk got behind the altar and said, "Thieving, thieving!" On this, Hans goes back to his son and tells him he is to learn thieving, and that the good Lord had said so. So he goes with the son to seek a man who is acquainted with thieving. They walk a long time and come into a great forest where stands a little house with an old woman in it. Hans says, "Do you know of a man who is acquainted with thieving?"
"You can learn that here quite well," says the woman. "My son is a master of it."
So he speaks with the son and asks if he knows thieving really well. The master thief says, "I will teach him well. Come back when the year's over, and then if you recognize your son, I will take no payment at all for teaching. But if you don't know him, you must give me 200 thalers. The father goes home again, and the son learns witchcraft and thieving thoroughly. When the year is out, the father is full of anxiety to know how he shall recognize his son. As he is thus going about in his trouble, he meets a little dwarf who says,
"Man, what ails you that you are always in such trouble?"
"Oh," says Hans, "a year ago I placed my son with a master thief who told me I was to come back when the year was out, and that if I then did not know my son when I saw him, I was to pay 200 thalers. But if I did know him, I was to pay nothing, and now I am afraid of not knowing him and can't tell where I am to get the money." Then the dwarf tells him,
"Take a crust of bread and stand beneath the chimney. There on the crossbeam is a basket, out of which a little bird is peeping, and that is your son."
Hans goes thither and throws a crust of black bread in front of the basket with the bird in it, and the little bird comes out and looks up. "Hello, my son, are you here?" says the father, and the son is delighted to see his father, but the master thief says, "The devil must have prompted you, or how could you have known your son?" "Father, let us go," said the youth. Then the father and son set out homeward. On the way, a carriage comes driving by. Hereupon the son says to his father, "I will change myself into a large greyhound, and then you can earn a great deal of money by me." Then the gentleman calls from the carriage, "My man, will you sell your dog?" "Yes," says the father. "How much do you want for it?" 30 thalers. "Well, man, that is a great deal, but as it is such a very fine dog, I will have it." The gentleman takes it into his carriage, but when they have driven a little farther, the dog springs out of the carriage through the window and goes back to his father, and is no longer a greyhound. The next day there's a fair in the neighboring town, so the youth says to his father, "I will now change myself into a beautiful horse, and you can sell me, but when you have sold me, you must take off my bridle, or I cannot become a man again." Then the father goes with the horse to the fair, and the master thief comes and buys the horse for 100 thalers. But the father forgets and does not take off the bridle, so the man goes home with the horse, and he puts it in the stable. When the maid crosses the threshold, the horse says, "Take off my bridle, take off my bridle." Then the maid stands still and says, "What? Can you speak?" So she goes and takes the bridle off, and the horse becomes a sparrow and flies out of the door, and the master thief becomes a sparrow also and flies after him. Then they come together and cast lots again, and the master loses. So the master changes himself into a cock, and the youth becomes a fox and bites the master's head off, and he died and has remained dead to this very day. The 3 Sons of Fortune. A father once called his 3 sons before him, and he gave to the first a cock, to the second a scythe, and to the third a cat. "I am already aged," said he. "My death is nigh, and I have wished to provide for you before my end. Money I have not, and what I now give you seems of little worth, but all depends on your making a sensible use of it. Only seek out a country where such things are still unknown, and your fortune is made." After the father's death, the eldest went away with his cock, but wherever he came, the cock was already known. In the towns he saw them from a long distance, sitting upon the steeples and turning round on the wings, and in the villages he heard more than one crowing. No one would show any wonder at the creature, so that it did not look like as if he was to make his fortune by it. At last, however, it happened that he came to an island where the people knew nothing about cocks, and did not even understand how to divide their time. They certainly knew when it was morning or evening, but at night they did not sleep through it. Not one of them knew how to find out the time. "Look," said he, "what a proud creature. It has a ruby-red crown upon its head, and wears spurs like a knight. It calls you 3 times during the night, at fixed hours, and when it calls for the last time, the sun soon rises. But if it crows by broad daylight, then take notice, for there will certainly be a change of weather." The people were well pleased, for the whole night they did not sleep, and listened with great delight as the cock at 2, 4, and 6 o'clock loudly and clearly proclaimed the time. They asked if the creature were for sale, and how much he wanted for it. "About as much gold as an ass can carry," answered he, "a ridiculously small price for such a precious creature." They cried unanimously, and willingly gave him what he had asked. When he came home with his wealth, his brothers were astonished, and the second said, "Well, I will go forth and see whether I cannot get rid of my scythe as profitably." But it did not look as if he would, for laborers met him everywhere, and they had scythes upon their shoulders just as well as he. At last, however, he chanced upon an island where the people knew nothing of scythes. When the corn was ripe there, they took cannons out to the fields and shot it down. Now this was rather an uncertain affair. Many shot right over it, Others hit the ears instead of the stems and shot them away, whereby much was lost. And besides all this, it made a terrible noise. So the man set to work and mowed it down so quietly and quickly that the people opened their mouths with astonishment. They agreed to give him what he wanted for the scythe, and he received a horse laden with as much gold as it could carry. And now the third brother wanted to take his cat to the right man. He fared just like the others. So long as he stayed in the mainland, there was nothing to be done. Every place had cats, and there were so many of them that newborn kittens were generally drowned in the ponds. At last he sailed over to an island, and it luckily happened that no cats had ever been seen there yet, and that the mice had gotten upper hand so much that they danced upon the tables and benches whether the masters were at home or not. The people complained bitterly of the plague. The king himself in his palace did not know how to protect himself against them. Mice squeaked in every corner and gnawed whatever they could lay hold of with their teeth. But now the cat began her chase, and soon cleared a couple of rooms, and the people begged the king to buy the wonderful beast for the country. The king willingly gave what was asked, which was a mule laden with gold, and the third brother came home with the greatest treasure of all. The cat made herself merry with the mice in the royal palace, and killed so many that they could not be counted. At last she grew warm with the work and thirsty, so she stood still, lifted up her head, and cried,
Meow, meow.
When they heard this strange cry, the king and all of his people were frightened, and in their terror ran all at once out of the palace. Then the king took counsel what was best to be done. At last it was determined to send a herald to the cat, and demand that she should leave the palace, or if not, she was to expect that force would be used against her. The counselors said, Rather will we let ourselves be plagued with the mice, for to that misfortune we are accustomed, than to give up our lives to such a monster as this. A noble youth, therefore, was sent to ask the cat whether she would peaceably quit the castle, but the cat, whose thirst had become still greater, merely answered,
Meow, meow.
The youth understood her to say,
Most certainly not. Most certainly not.
and took this answer to the king. Then, said the counselors, she shall yield to force. Cannons were brought out, and the palace was soon in flames. When the fire reached the room where the cat was sitting, she sprang safely out of the window, but the besiegers did not leave off until the whole palace was shot down to the ground. Gossip Wolf and the Fox. The she-wolf brought into the world a young one and invited the fox to be a godfather. After all, he is a near relative of ours, said she. He has a good understanding and much talent. He can instruct my little son and help him forward in the world. The fox, too, appeared quite honest and said, Worthy Miss Gossip, I thank you for the honor which you are doing me. I will, however, conduct myself in such a way that you shall be repaid for it. He enjoyed himself at the feast, and made merry afterwards. He said, Dear Mrs. Gossip, it is our duty to take care of the child. It must have good food that it may be strong. I know a sheepfold from which we might fetch a nice morsel. The wolf was so pleased with the idea, and she went out with the fox to the farmyard. He pointed out the fold from afar and said, You will be able to creep in there without being seen, and in the meantime I will look about on the other side to see if I can pick up a chicken. He, however, did not go there, but sat down at the entrance to the forest, stretched his legs, and rested. The she-wolf crept into the stable. The dog was lying there, and it made such a noise that the peasants came running out, caught Gossip Wolf, and poured a strong burning mixture, which had been prepared for washing, all over her skin. At last she escaped and dragged herself outside. There lay the fox, who pretended to be full of complaints, and said, Ah, dear Mrs. Gossip, how ill I have fared. The peasants have fallen on me, and have broken every limb I have. If you do not want me to lie where I am and perish, you must carry me away. The she-wolf herself was only able to walk slowly, but she was in such concern about the fox that she took him on her back, and slowly carried him, who was perfectly safe and sound, to her house. Then the fox cried to her, Farewell, dear Miss Gossip. May the roasting you have had do you good. He laughed heartily at her and bounded off. How 6 men got on in the world. There was once a man who understood all kinds of arts. He served in war and behaved well and bravely, but when the war was over, he received his dismissal and 3 farthings for his expenses on the way. "Wait," said he, "I shall not be content with this. If I can only meet with the right people, the king will yet have to give me all the treasure of the country." Then, full of anger, he went into the forest and saw a man standing therein who had plucked up 6 trees as if they were blades of corn. He said to him, "Will you be my servant and go with me?" "Yes," he answered, "but first I will take this little bundle of sticks home to my mother." And he took one of the trees and wrapped it around the 5 others, lifted the bundle on his back, and carried it away. Then he returned and went with his master, who said, "We 2 ought to be able to get through the world very well." And when they had walked on for a short while, they found a huntsman who was kneeling, had shouldered his gun, and was about to fire. The master said to him, "Huntsman, what are you going to shoot?" He answered, 2 miles from here a fly is sitting on a branch of an oak tree, and I want to shoot its left eye out." "Oh, come with me," said the man. "If we 3 are together, we certainly ought to be able to get on in the world." The huntsman was ready, and went with him, and they came to 7 windmills whose sails were turning round with great speed, and yet no wind was blowing either on the right or the left, and no leaf was stirring. Then said the man, "I know not what is driving the windmills, not a breath of air is stirring." And he went onwards with his servants, and when they had walked 2 miles, they saw a man sitting on a tree who was shutting one nostril and blowing out of the other. "Good gracious, what are you doing up there?" He answered, 2 miles from here are 7 windmills. Look, I am blowing them till they turn around." "Oh, come with me," said the man. "If we 4 are together, we shall carry the whole world before us." Then the blower came down and went with him, and after a while they saw a man who was standing on one leg and had taken off the other and laid it beside him. At that point the master said, "You have arranged things very comfortably to have a rest." "Well, I am a runner," he replied, "and to stop myself from running far too fast, I've taken off one of my legs, for if I run with both, I go quicker than any bird can fly." "Oh, go with me. If we 5 are together, we shall carry the whole world before us." So we went with them, and it was not long before they met a man who wore a cap, but wore it entirely over one ear. Then the master said to him, "Gracefully, gracefully, don't stick your cap on one ear. You look just like a tomfool." "I must not wear it otherwise," said he, "for if I set my hat straight, a terrible frost comes on, and all the birds in the air are frozen and drop dead on the ground." "Oh, well, you should come with me," said the master. "If we 6 are together, we can carry the whole world before us." Now the 6 came to a town where the king had proclaimed that whosoever ran a race with his daughter and won the victory should be her husband, but whosoever lost it must lose his head. Then the man presented himself and said, "I will, however, let my servant run for me." The king replied, "Then his life also must be staked, so that his head and yours are both set on the victory." When that was settled and made secure, the man buckled the other leg on the runner and said to him, "Now, be nimble and help us to win." It was fixed that the one who was to first bring some water from a far distant well was to be the victor. The runner received a pitcher, and the king's daughter one too, and they began to run at the same time. But in an instant, when the king's daughter had gotten a very little way, the people who were looking on could see no more of the runner, and it was just as if the wind had whistled by. In a short time he reached the well, filled his pitcher with water, and turned back. Halfway home, however, he was overcome with fatigue, and set his pitcher down, lay down himself, and fell asleep. But he had made a pillow of a horse's skull, which was lying on the ground, in order that he might lie uncomfortably, and soon wake up again. In the meantime the king's daughter, who could also run very well, quite as well as any ordinary mortal can, had reached the well, and was hurrying back with her pitcher full of water, and when she saw the runner lying there asleep, she was glad and said, My enemy is delivered over into my hands. She emptied his pitcher and ran on. And now, all would have been lost, if not by good luck the huntsman had been standing at the top of the castle, and had not seen everything with his sharp eyes. He said, "The king's daughter shall still not prevail against us." And he loaded his gun, and shot so cleverly that he shot the horse's skull away from under the runner's head without hurting him. Then the runner awoke, leapt up, and saw that his pitcher was empty, and that the king's daughter was already far in advance. He did not lose heart, however, but ran back to the well with his pitcher, again drew some water, and was at the home again even 10 minutes before the king's daughter. "Behold," said he, "only now I have begun to use my legs. What I did before did not deserve to be called running." But it pained the king, and still more his daughter, that she should be carried off by a common, discharged soldier like that. So they took counsel with each other how to get rid of him and his companions. Then said the king to her, "I have thought of the way. Don't be afraid. They shall not come back again." And he said to them, "You shall now make merry together, and eat and drink." And he conducted them to a room which had a floor of iron, and the doors also were of iron, and the windows were guarded with iron bars. There was a table in the room covered with delicious food, and the king said to them, "Go in and enjoy yourselves." And when they were inside, he ordered the doors to be shut and bolted. Then he sent for the cook, and commanded him to make a fire under the room until the iron became red hot. This the cook did, and the 6 who were sitting at the table began to feel quite warm, and they thought that the heat was caused by the food. But as it became still greater, and they wanted to get out, they found that the doors and windows were bolted. They became aware that the king must have had an evil intention, and wanted to suffocate them.
"He shall not succeed, however," said the one with the cap. "I will cause a frost to come, before which the fire shall be ashamed, and creep away."
Then he put his cap on straight, and immediately there came such a frost that all the heat disappeared, and the food on the dishes began to freeze. When an hour or 2 had passed, and the king believed that they had perished in the heat, he had the doors opened to behold them himself. But when the doors were opened, all 6 were standing there, alive and well, and said that they should very much like to get out to warm themselves, for the very food was fast frozen to the dishes with the cold. Then, full of anger, the king went down to the cook, scolded him, and asked why he had not done what he had been ordered to do. But the cook replied, "There's heat enough in there, just look for yourself." Then the king saw that a fierce fire was burning under the iron room, and perceived that there was no getting the better of the 6 in this way. Again the king considered how to get rid of his unpleasant guests, and caused their chief to be brought and said, "If you will take gold and renounce my daughter, you shall have as much as you will." "Oh yes, Lord King," he answered. "Give me as much as my servant can carry, and I will not ask for your daughter." On this the king was satisfied, and the other continued, "In 14 days I will come and fetch it." Thereupon he summoned together all the tailors in the whole kingdom, and they were to sit for 14 days and sew a sack. And when it was ready, the strong one who could tear up trees had to take it on his back and go with it to the king. Then said the king, "Who can that strong fellow be who is carrying a bundle of linen on his back that is as big as a house?" And then he was alarmed and said, "What a lot of gold he can carry away." Then he commanded a ton of gold to be brought, which took 16 of his strongest men to carry. But the strong one snatched it up in one hand, put it in his sack, and said, "Why don't you bring me more at the same time? That bit of gold hardly covers the bottom of my sack." Then, little by little, the king caused all his treasure to be brought thither, and the strong one pushed it into the sack, and still the sack was not half full with. "Bring more," cried he. "These few crumbs don't fill it." Then 7,000 carts with gold had to be gathered together in the whole kingdom, and the strong one thrust them and the oxen harnessed to them into his sack. "I will examine it no longer," said he, "but will just take what comes, so long as the sack is full." When all that was inside, there was still room for a great deal more. Then he said,
I will just make an end of the thing. People do sometimes tie up a sack even when it's not full.
So he took it on his back and went away with his comrades. When the king now saw how one single man was carrying away the entire wealth of the country, he became enraged and bade his horsemen mount and pursue the six, and ordered them to take the sack away from the strong one. 2 regiments speedily overtook the six and called out, "You are our prisoners! Put down the sack with the gold, or you will be cut to pieces." "What say you?" cried the blower. "That we are prisoners? Rather than that should happen, all of you should dance about in the air." And he closed one nostril, and with the other blew on the 2 regiments. Then they were driven away from each other, and carried into the blue sky all over the mountains, one here and one there. One sergeant cried for mercy. He had 9 wounds, and was a brave fellow who did not deserve ill treatment. The blower stopped a little, so that he came down without injury, and then the blower said to him, "Now go home to your king, and tell him he better send some more horsemen, and I will blow them all into the air." And when the king was informed of this, he said,
Let the rascals go. There's magic in them.
Then the 6 conveyed the riches home, divided it amongst themselves, and lived in contentment until their deaths. The Pink. There was once upon a time a queen to whom God had given no children. Every morning she went into the garden and prayed to God in heaven to bestow on her a son or a daughter. Then an angel from heaven came to her and said, "Be at rest. You shall have a son with the power of wishing, so that whatsoever in the world he wishes for, that shall he have." And then she went to the king and told him the joyful tidings, and when the time was come, she gave birth to a son, and the king was filled with gladness. Every morning she went with the child to the garden where the wild beasts were kept, and washed herself there in a clear stream. It happened once when the child was a little older that it was lying in her arms and she fell asleep. Then came the old cook, who knew that the child had the power of wishing, and stole it away, and he took a hen and cut it into pieces, and dropped some of its blood on the queen's apron and on her dress. Then he carried the child away to a secret place, where a nurse was obliged to suckle it, and he ran to the king and accused the queen of having allowed her child to be taken from her by the wild beasts. When the king saw the blood on her apron, he believed this. He fell into such a passion that he ordered a high tower to be built, in which neither sun nor moon could be seen, and had his wife put into it, and walled it up. Here she was to stay for 7 years without meat or drink, and die of hunger. But God sent 2 angels from heaven in the shape of white doves, which flew to her twice a day, and carried her food until the 7 years were over. The cook, however, thought to himself, "If the child has the power of wishing, and I am here, he might very easily get me into trouble." So he left the palace and went to the boy, who was already big enough to speak, and said to him, "Hey, wish for a beautiful palace for yourself, with a garden and all else that pertains to it." Scarcely were the words out of the boy's mouth when everything was there that he had wished for. After a while, the cook said to him, "It's not well for you to be so alone. You should wish for a pretty girl as a companion." And then the king's son wished for one, and she immediately stood before him, and was more beautiful than any painter could have painted her. The 2 played together, and loved each other with all of their hearts, and the old cook went out hunting like a nobleman. The thought occurred to him, however, that the king's son might someday wish to be with his father, and thus bring him into great peril. So he went out and he took the maiden aside and said, "Tonight when the boy is asleep, go to his bed and plunge this knife into his heart, and bring me his heart and tongue. And if you don't do that, you'll lose your life." Thereupon he went away, and when he returned the next day, she had not done it, and said, Why should I shed the blood of an innocent boy who has never harmed anyone? The cook once more said, Look, if you don't do it, it's going to cost you your own life. When he had gone away, she had a little hind brought to her, and ordered her to be killed, and took her heart and tongue, and laid them on a plate. And when she saw the old man coming, she said to the boy, Lie down on your bed, and draw the clothes over you. And then the wicked wretch came in and said, Where's the boy's heart and tongue? The girl reached the plate to him, but the king's son threw off the quilt and said, You old sinner, why did you want to kill me? Now I will pronounce thy sentence. You shall become a black poodle and have a gold collar around your neck, and you shall eat burning coals until the flames burst forth from your throat. When he had spoken those words, the old man was changed into a poodle dog, and had a gold collar around his neck, and the cooks were ordered to bring up some live coals, and these he ate, until the flames broke forth from his throat. The king's son remained there a short while longer, and he thought of his mother, and wondered if she were still alive. At length he said to the maiden, I will go home to my own country. If you will go with me, I will provide for you. Oh, she replied, the way is so long, and what shall I do in a strange land where I am unknown? And she did not seem quite willing, and as they could not be parted from each other, he wished that she might be changed into a beautiful pink, and took her with him. Then he went away to his own country, and the poodle had to run after him. He went to the tower in which his mother was confined, and as it was so high, he wished for a ladder which could reach up to the very top. Then he mounted up and looked inside and cried, Beloved mother, lady, queen, are you still alive, or are you dead? She answered, I have just eaten, and I'm still satisfied, for she thought the angels were there. Said he, I'm your dear son, whom the wild beasts were said to have torn from your arms, but I'm still alive, and I will soon set you free, okay? Then he descended again, and went to his father, and caused himself to be announced as a strange huntsman, and asked if he could offer his service. The king said yes, if he was skillful and could get game for him, he should come to him. But that deer had never taken up their quarters in any part of the district or country. Then the huntsman promised to pronounce as much game for him as he could possibly use at the royal table. So he summoned all the huntsmen together, and bade them to go out into the forest with him. And he went with them, and he made them form a great circle, open at one end where he stationed himself, and he began to wish. 200 deer and more came running inside the circle at once, and the huntsman shot them. Then they were all placed on 60 country carts, and driven home to the king, and for once he was able to deck his table with game, after having had none at all for years. Now the king felt great joy at this, and commanded that his entire household should eat with him the next day, and he made a great feast. When they were all assembled together, he said to the huntsman, As you are so clever, you shall sit by me. He replied, Lord King, your majesty must excuse me. I am but a poor huntsman. But the king insisted on it, and he said, You shall sit by me, until he did it. Whilst he was sitting there, he thought of his dearest mother, and wished that one of the king's principal servants would begin to speak of her, and would ask how it was faring with the queen in the tower, and if she were alive still, or if she had perished. Hardly had he formed the wish than the marshal began and said,
Your Majesty, we live joyously here, but how is the queen living in the tower? Is she still alive, or has she died?
But the king replied, She let my dear son be torn to pieces by wild beasts. I will not have her named. Then the huntsman arose and said, Gracious Lord Father, she is alive still, and I am her son, and I was not carried away by a wild beast, but by that wretch the old cook, who tore me from her arms when she was asleep, and sprinkled her apron with the blood of a chicken. Thereupon he took the dog with the golden collar and said, That is the wretch, and caused live coals to be brought, and these the dog was compelled to devour, before the sight of all, until flames burst from its throat. On this the huntsman asked the king if he would like to see the dog in his true shape, and wished him back into the form of the cook, in which he stood immediately, with his white apron and his knife by his side. When the king saw him, he fell into a passion, and ordered him to be cast into the deepest dungeon. Then the huntsman spoke further and said, "Father, will you see the maiden who brought me up so tenderly, and who was afterwards to murder me, but did not do it, though her own life depended on it?" The king replied, "Yes, I would like to see her." The son said, "Most gracious father, I will show her to you in the form of a beautiful flower." And he thrust his hand into his pocket and brought forth the paint, and he placed it on the royal table. And it was so beautiful that the king had never seen one equal to it. Then the son said, "Now I will show you her in her true form." And he wished that she might become a maiden, and she stood there looking so beautiful that no painter could have made her look more so. And the king sent 2 waiting maids and 2 attendants into the tower to fetch the queen and bring her to the royal table. But when she was let in, she ate nothing, and said, "The gracious and merciful God who has supported me in the tower will soon set me free." She lived 3 days more, and then died happily. And when she was buried, the 2 white doves which had brought her food to the tower, and were angels of heaven, followed her body and seated themselves on her grave. The aged king ordered the cook to be torn in 4 pieces, but grief consumed the king's own heart, and he soon died. His son married the beautiful maiden whom he had brought with him as a flower in his pocket, and whether they are still alive or not is known only to God. The Old Man and His Grandson. There once was a very old man whose eyes had become dim, his ears dull of hearing, his knees trembled, and when he sat at the table he could hardly hold the spoon, and he spilt the broth upon the tablecloth or let it run out of his mouth. His son and his son's wife were disgusted at this, so the old grandfather at last had to sit in the corner behind the stove, and they gave him his food in an earthenware bowl, and not even enough of it, and he used to look towards the table with his eyes full of tears. Once, too, his trembling hands could not hold the bowl, and it fell to the ground and broke. The young wife scolded him, but he said nothing and only sighed. Then they bought him a wooden bowl for a few halfpence, out of which he had to eat. They were once sitting thus when the little grandson of 4 years old began to gather together some bits of wood upon the ground. "What are you doing there?" asked the father.
"I'm making a little trough," answered the child, "for father and mother to eat out of when I am big."
The man and his wife looked at each other for a while, and presently began to cry. Then they took the old grandfather to the table, and henceforth always let him eat with them, and likewise said nothing if he did spill a little bit of anything. The Water Nix. A little brother and sister were once playing by a well, and while they were thus playing, they both fell in. A water nixie lived down below, who said,
"Now I have got you. Now you shall work hard for me."
And then she carried them off with her. She gave the girl dirty, tangled flax to spin, and she had to fetch the water in a bucket with a hole in it, and the boy had to hew down a tree with a blunt axe, and they got nothing to eat but dumplings as hard as stones. Then at last the children became so impatient that they waited until one Sunday when the nixie was at church, and they ran away. But when church was over, the nixie saw that the birds were flown, and followed them with great strides. The children saw her from afar, and the girl threw a brush behind her which formed an immense hill of bristles, with thousands and thousands of spikes, over which the nixie was forced to scramble with great difficulty. At last, however, she got over. When the children saw this, the boy threw behind him a comb which made a great ridge with 1,000 times 1,000 teeth, but the nixie managed to keep herself steady on them, and at last crossed over. Then the girl threw behind her a looking-glass which formed a hill of mirrors, and was so slippery that it was impossible for the nixie to cross it. Then she thought,
I will go home quickly and fetch my axe and cut the hill of glass in half.
Long before she had returned, however, and had hewn through the glass, the children had escaped for a great distance, and the water nixie was obliged to trundle back into her well once again. Brother Lustig. There was once upon a time a great war, and when it came to an end, many soldiers were discharged. Then Brother Lustig also received his dismissal, and with it nothing but a small loaf of ammunition bread and 4 kreutzers in money, with which he departed. St. Peter, however, had placed himself in his way in the form of a poor beggar, and when Brother Lustig came up, he begged alms of him. Brother Lustig replied, Dear beggar man, what am I to give you? I have been a soldier, and I have received my dismissal, and have nothing but this little loaf of ammunition bread and 4 kreutzers of money. When that is gone, I shall have to beg as well as you. Still, I will give you something. Thereupon he divided the loaf into 4 parts, and gave the apostle one of them, and the kreutzers likewise. St. Peter thanked him, went onwards, and threw himself again in the soldier's way as a beggar, but in another shape. And when he came up, he begged a gift of him as well as before. Brother Lustig spoke as he had done before, and again gave him a quarter of the loaf and 1 kreutzer. St. Peter thanked him and went onwards, but for the 3rd time placed himself in another shape as a beggar in the road, and spoke to Brother Lustig. Brother Lustig gave him also the 3rd quarter of the bread and the 3rd kreutzer. St. Peter thanked him, and Brother Lustig went onwards, and had but a quarter of the loaf and 1 kreutzer left to himself. With that he went into an inn, ate the bread, and ordered 1 kreutzer's worth of beer. When he had had it, he journeyed onwards, and then St. Peter, who had assumed the appearance of a discharged soldier, met and spoke to him thus. Good day, comrade. Can you not give me a bit of bread and a kreutzer to get a drink? Where am I to procure it? Answered Brother Lustig. I have been discharged, and I got nothing but a loaf of ammunition bread and 4 kreutzers in money. I met 3 beggars on the road, and I gave each of them a quarter of my bread and 1 kreutzer. The last quarter I ate in the inn, and I had a drink with the last kreutzer. Now my pockets are empty, and if you also have nothing, I guess we can go begging together. No, answered St. Peter, we need not quite do that. I know a little about medicine, and I will soon earn as much as I require by that. Indeed, said Brother Lustig, I know nothing of that, so I must go and beg alone. Just come with me, said St. Peter, and if I earn anything, you shall have half of it. All right, said Brother Lustig, and they went away together. Then they came to a peasant's house, inside which they heard loud lamentations and cries. So they went in, and there the husband was laying sick unto death, and very near his end, and his wife was crying and weeping quite loudly. Stop that howling and crying, said St. Peter. I will make the man well again. And he took a salve out of his pocket, and healed the sick man in a moment, so that he could get up and was in perfect health. In great delight, the man and his wife said, How can we reward you? What shall we give you? But St. Peter would take nothing, and the more the peasant folks offered him, the more he refused. Brother Lustig, however, nudged St. Peter and said, Take something. Sure enough, we're in need of it. At length the woman brought a lamb and said to St. Peter that he really must take that, but he would not. Then Brother Lustig gave him a poke in the side and said, Do take it, you stupid fool. We are in great want of it. Then St. Peter said at last, Well, I will take the lamb, but I won't carry it. If you insist on having it, you must carry it. Well, that's nothing, said Brother Lustig. I will easily carry it. And he took the lamb and threw it over his shoulder. Then they departed and came to a wood, but Brother Lustig had begun to feel the lamb heavy, and he was hungry, so he said to St. Peter, Look, that's a good place. We might cook the lamb there and eat it. As you like, answered St. Peter, but I can't have anything to do with the cooking. If you will cook, there is a kettle for you, and in the meantime I will walk about a little until it's ready, but you must not begin to eat until I have come back. I will come at the right time."
"We'll go then," said Brother Lustig. "I understand cookery. I'll manage it."
Then St. Peter went away, and Brother Lustig killed the lamb, lighted the fire, threw the meat into the kettle, and boiled it. When the lamb, however, was quite ready, and the Apostle Peter had not come back, Brother Lustig took it out of the kettle, cut it up, and found the heart.
"That is said to be the best part,"
said he, and he tasted it, but at last he ate it all up. At length St. Peter returned and said, "You may eat the whole of the lamb yourself. I will only have the heart. Give that to me." Then Brother Lustig took a knife and a fork and pretended to look anxiously about amongst the lamb's flesh, but not able to find the heart, and at last he said abruptly,
"There is none here."
"But where can it be?" said the apostle.
"I don't know," replied Brother Lustig. "But look what fools we both are, to seek for a lamb's heart, and neither of us to remember that a lamb has no heart."
"Oh," said St. Peter, "that is something quite new. Every animal has a heart. Why is a lamb to have none?"
"No, be assured, my brother," said Brother Lustig, "that a lamb has no heart. Just consider it seriously, and then you will see that it really has none."
"Well, it's all right," said St. Peter. "If there is no heart, then I want none of the lamb. You may eat it alone."
"What I can't eat now, I'll carry away in my knapsack," said Brother Lustig,
and he ate half the lamb and put the rest into his knapsack. They went further, and then St. Peter caused a great stream of water to flow right across their path, and they were obliged to pass through it. Said St. Peter, "Do you go first?"
"No," answered Brother Lustig, "you must go first."
And he thought, "If the water is too deep, I will stay behind." And then St. Peter strode through it, and the water just reached to his knee. So Brother Lustig began to go through also, but the water grew deeper and reached his throat. Then he cried,
"Brother, help me, please."
St. Peter said, "Then will you confess that you have eaten the lamb's heart?"
"No," said he, "I have not eaten it."
Then the water grew deeper still and rose to his mouth.
"Help me, brother,"
cried the soldier. St. Peter said, "Then will you confess that you have eaten the lamb's heart?"
"No," he replied, "I have not eaten it."
St. Peter, however, would not let him be drowned, but made the water sink and helped him through it. Then they journeyed onwards and came to a kingdom where they heard that the king's daughter lay sick unto death.
"Hi there, brother,"
said the soldier to St. Peter.
"This is a chance for us. If we can heal her, we shall be provided for life."
But St. Peter was not half quick enough for him.
"Come, lift your legs, my dear brother," said he, "that we may get there in time."
But St. Peter walked slower and slower, though Brother Lustig did all he could to drive and push him on, and at last they heard that the princess was dead.
"Now we're done for," said Brother Lustig. "That's what comes of your sleepy way of walking."
"Just be quiet," answered St. Peter. "I can do more than cure sick people. I can bring dead ones to life again."
"Well, if you can do that," said Brother Lustig, "it's all right, but you should earn at least half of the kingdom for us by that."
Then they went to the royal palace, where everyone was in great grief, but St. Peter told the king that he would restore his daughter to life. He was taken to her, and he said, "Bring me a kettle and some water." And when that was brought, he bade everyone to get out, and allowed no one to remain with him but Brother Lustig. Then he cut off all the dead girl's limbs and threw them in the water, lighted a fire beneath the kettle, and boiled them. And when the flesh had fallen away from the bones, he took out the beautiful white bones and laid them on the table, and arranged them together in their natural order. When he had done that, he stepped forward and said 3 times, "In the name of the Holy Trinity, dead woman, arise!" And at the 3rd time, the princess arose, living, healthy, and absolutely beautiful. Then the king was in the greatest joy and said to St. Peter,
"Ask for your reward. Even if it were half my kingdom, I would give it."
But St. Peter said, "I want nothing for it."
"Oh, you tomfool,"
thought Brother Lustig to himself, and nudged his comrade aside and said,
Don't be so stupid. If you have no need of anything, well, I do.
St. Peter, however, would have nothing, but as the king saw that the other would very much like to have something, he ordered his treasurer to fill Brother Lustig's knapsack with gold. Then they went on their way, and they came to a forest. St. Peter said to Brother Lustig, Now, we will divide the gold.
Yes, he replied, we will.
So St. Peter divided the gold, and divided it into 3 heaps. Brother Lustig thought to himself,
What crazy idea has he got in his head now? He's making 3 shares, and there are only 2 of us.
But St. Peter said, I have divided it exactly. There is 1 share for me, 1 for you, and 1 for him who ate the lamb's heart.
Oh, I ate that,
replied Brother Lustig, and hastily swept up the gold. You may trust what I say. But how can that be true, said St. Peter, when a lamb has no heart?
What, brother? What can you be thinking of? Lambs have hearts like other animals. Why should only they have none?
Well, so it be, said St. Peter. Keep the gold to yourself, but I will stay with you no longer. I will go my way alone.
As you like, dear brother, answered Brother Lustig. Farewell.
Then St. Peter went a different road, but Brother Lustig thought, It is a good thing that he has taken himself off. He is certainly a strange saint. Then he had money enough, but did not know how to manage it, and he squandered it, gave it away, and then when some time had gone by, once more had nothing. Then he arrived in a certain country where he heard that a king's daughter was dead.
Oh, thought he, that may be a good thing for me. I will bring her to life again, and see that I am paid as I ought to be.
So he went to the king, and offered to raise the dead girl to life again. Now the king had heard that a discharged soldier was traveling about and bringing dead persons to life again, and he thought that Brother Lustig was the man. But as he had no confidence in him, he consulted his counselors first, who said that he might give it a trial, as his daughter was dead. Then Brother Lustig ordered water to be brought to him in a kettle, bade everyone to go out, cut the limbs off, threw them in the water, and lighted a fire beneath, just as he had seen St. Peter do. The water began to boil, the flesh fell off, and then he took the bones out and laid them on the table, but he did not know the order in which to lay them, and placed them all wrong and in confusion. Then he stood before them and said,
In the name of the most holy Trinity, dead maiden, I bid you arise.
And he said this thrice, but the bones did not stir. So he said it thrice more, but also in vain.
Confounded girl that you are, get up, cried he. Get up, or it shall be the worse for you.
When he said that, St. Peter suddenly appeared in his former shape as a discharged soldier. He entered by the window and said, Godless man, what are you doing? How can the dead maiden arise when you have thrown her bones in such confusion?
Dear brother, I've done everything to the best of my ability, he answered.
This once I will help you out of your difficulty, but one thing I tell you, and that is that you ever undertake anything of the kind again, it will be the worse for you, and also that you must neither demand nor accept the smallest thing from the king for this. Thereupon St. Peter laid the bones in their right order, said to the maiden 3 times, In the name of the most holy Trinity, dead maiden, arise! And on the 3rd time, the king's daughter arose, healthy and beautiful as before. Then St. Peter went away again by the window, and Brother Lustig was rejoiced to find that all had passed off so well, but was very much vexed to think that after all he was not to take anything for it.
I should just like to know, thought he, what fancy that fellow has got in his head. For what he gives with one hand, he takes away with the other. There's no sense whatever in it.
Then the king offered Brother Lustig whatsoever he wished to have, but he did not dare to take anything. However, by hints and cunning, he contrived to make the king's order his knapsack to be filled with gold before him, and with that he departed. When he got out, St. Peter was standing by the door and said, Just look at what a man you are. Did I not forbid you to take anything? And there you have your knapsack full of gold.
Well, how can I help that? Answered Brother Lustig, if people will put it in for me. Well, I tell you this, that if ever you said about anything of this kind again, you shall suffer for it. All right, brother, have no fear. Now I have money. Why should I trouble myself with washing bones? Faith, said St. Peter, a long time that gold will last. In order that after this you may never tread in forbidden paths, I will bestow on your knapsack this property, namely, that whatsoever you wish to have inside of it shall be there. Farewell, you will now never see me more. Goodbye, said Brother Lustig, and thought to himself, I'm very glad you have taken yourself off, you strange fellow. I shall certainly not follow you. But of the magical power which he had bestowed on his knapsack, he thought no more. Brother Lustig traveled about with his money, and squandered and wasted what he had, just as before. When at last he had no more than 4 kreutzers, he passed by an inn and thought, the money must go, and he ordered 3 kreutzers worth of wine, and 1 kreutzer's worth of bread for himself. As he was sitting there drinking, the smell of roast goose made its way to his nose. Brother Lustig looked about and peeped, and saw that the host had 2 geese roasting in the oven. Then he remembered that his comrade had said that whatsoever he wished to have in his knapsack should be there. So he said, Oh, I must try that with the geese. So he went out, and when he was outside the door, he said, I wish those 2 roasted geese out of the oven and into my knapsack. And when he had said that, he unbuckled it and looked in, and there they were inside of it. Ah, that's right, said he. Now I'm a made man. And he went away to a meadow, and he took out the roast meat. When he was in the midst of his meal, 2 journeymen came up and looked at the second goose, which was not yet touched, with hungry eyes. Brother Lustig thought to himself, 1 is enough for me. And he called the 2 men up and said, Hey, take the goose and eat it to my health. They thanked him, and they went with it to the inn, ordered themselves a half bottle of wine and a loaf, took out the goose which had been given to them, and began to eat. The hostess saw them and said to her husband, Those 2 are eating a goose. Just look to see if it's not one of ours out of the oven. The landlord ran thither, and behold, the oven was empty. What? Cried he. You thievish crew, you want to eat goose as cheap as that? Pay for it this moment, or I will wash you well with green hazel sap. The 2 said, We are no thieves. A discharged soldier gave us this goose outside there in the meadow. You shall not throw dust in my eyes that way. The soldier was here, but he went out the door like an honest fellow. I looked after him myself. You are the thieves, and you shall pay. But as they could not pay, he took a stick and cudgeled them out of the house. Brother Lustig went on his way, and came to a place where there was a magnificent castle, and not far from it a wretched inn. He went to the inn and asked for a night's lodging, but the landlord turned him away and said, There's no room here. The house is full of noble guests. It surprises me that they should come to you, and not go to that splendid castle, said Brother Lustig. Ah, indeed, replied the host, but it is no slight matter to sleep there for a night. No one who has tried it so far has ever come out of it alive. If the others have tried it, said Brother Lustig, well, I'll try it too. Leave it alone, said the host. It will cost you your neck. Well, it won't kill me at once, said Brother Lustig. Just give me the key and some good food and wine. So the host gave him the key and food and wine, and with that, Brother Lustig went into the castle, enjoyed his supper, and at length, as he was sleepy, he lay down on the ground, for there was no bed. He soon fell asleep, but during the night was disturbed by a great noise, and when he awoke, he saw 9 ugly devils in the room, who had made a circle and were dancing around him. Brother Lustig said, Well, dance as long as you'd like, but none of you must come too close. But the devils pressed continually nearer to him, and almost stepped on his face with their hideous feet. Stop, you devils, ghosts, said he, but they behaved still worse.
Then Brother Lustig grew angry and cried, "Stop! You'll soon see how I can make you quiet." And he got the leg of a chair and struck out into the midst of them with it. But 9 devils against 1 soldier were still too many, and when he struck those in front of him, the others seized him behind by the hair and tore it unmercifully.
"Devil's crew," cried he, "this is too much, but just wait. Into my knapsack, all 9 of you, now!"
In an instant, they were in it, and then he buckled it up and threw it into a corner. After this, all was suddenly quiet, and Brother Lustig lay down again and slept till it was bright day. Then came the innkeeper and the nobleman to whom the castle belonged, to see how he had fared. But when they perceived that he was merry and well, they were astonished and asked, "Have the spirits done you no harm, then?"
"Well, the reason they have not," answered Brother Lustig, "is because I've got the whole 9 of them in my knapsack. You may once more inhabit your castle quite tranquilly. None of them will ever haunt it again."
The nobleman thanked him, made him rich presents, and begged him to remain in his service, and he would provide for him as long as he lived.
"No," replied Brother Lustig, "I'm used to wandering about. I'll travel on further."
Then he went away and entered into a smithy, laid the knapsack which contained the 9 devils on an anvil, and asked the smith and his apprentices to strike it. So they smote with their great hammers with all of their strength, and the devils uttered howls which were quite pitiable. When he opened the knapsack after this, 8 of them were dead, but one which had been lying in a fold of it was still alive, slipped out, and went again back to hell. Thereupon Brother Lustig traveled a long time about the world, and those who know can tell many a story about it. But at last he grew old and thought of his end, so he went to a hermit who was known to be a pious man and said to him,
"I'm tired of wandering about, and I want now to behave in such a manner that I shall enter into the kingdom of heaven."
The hermit replied, "There are 2 roads. One is broad and pleasant, and leads to hell. The other is narrow and rough, and leads to heaven."
"I should be a fool," thought Brother Lustig, "if I were to take the narrow, rough road."
So he set out and took the broad and pleasant road, and at length he came to a great black door, which was the door of hell. Brother Lustig knocked, and the doorkeeper peeped out to see who was there, but when he saw Brother Lustig, he was terrified, for he was the very same 9th devil who had been shut up in the knapsack, and he had escaped from it with only a black eye. So he pushed the bolt in again as quickly as he could, ran to the highest devil, and said,
"There is a fellow outside with a knapsack who wants to come in, but as you value your lives, don't allow him to enter, or he will wish the whole of hell into his knapsack. He once gave me a frightful hammering when I was inside of it."
So they called out to Brother Lustig that he was to go away again, for he should not get in there.
"If they won't have me here," thought he, "I will see if I can find a place for myself in heaven, for I must stay somewhere."
So he turned about and went onwards until he came to the door of heaven, where he knocked. St. Peter was sitting hard by as the doorkeeper. Brother Lustig recognized him at once and thought,
"Here I find an old friend. Well, I shall get on better."
But St. Peter said, "I can hardly believe that you want to come into heaven."
"Let me in, brother. I must get in somewhere. If they would have taken me into hell, I should not have come here."
"No," said St. Peter, "you shall not enter."
"Well, then, if you'll not let me in, take your knapsack back, for I will have nothing at all from you."
"Give it here, then," said St. Peter. Then Brother Lustig gave him the knapsack into heaven through the bars, and St. Peter took it and hung it beside his seat. Then said Brother Lustig,
"And now I wish myself inside my knapsack."
and in a second he was in it, and he was in heaven, and St. Peter was forced to let him stay there.